देखिए, जब एक्शन की बात आ रही है ना, तो एलएपी मानो कोई कमी रख ही नहीं रहे अपने परफॉर्मेंस में। बताइए जरा कि कल का जो दिन था जहाँ पे इतनी बड़ी बड़ी टीम को भी हम स्ट्रगल करते हुए देखे, एलएपी पहले मैच से जो स्टार्ट किए वो तो रुकने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहे थे।
एक्चुअली हम मैच स्ट्रीम्स देख के आए थे, बेटर रीड करा था टीम्स को, तो उसी हिसाब से हमने ओजी को भी पनिश करा, क्योंकि हमें दिखा था फ्लॉज उनके उसमें कि कैसे कूदते हैं, वो क्या करते हैं। तो वही था पहले मैच का। तो
और उसके बाद मानो आप पीछे मुड़ के देखे नहीं, बट एक ऐसा मैच था जहाँ पे थोड़ा स्ट्रगल बड़ा मौका था आपके पास कि 60 से ऊपर टोटल पॉइंट्स आपके बन सकते थे, बट वो एक मैच आपको पॉज करके गया। तो उसके अराउंड कुछ बताना चाहेंगे?
सेकंड में नाम है
यस।
वहाँ पर को हम पे डेड सेंटर था, तो रश बॉय और मैक्स पीछे खेल लेते हैं, जिसपे वो जो स्लोप था उधर। तो पहले मैक्स गिरा नीचे गलती से अपनी, फिर उसी को फॉलो करते रश बॉय भी गिर गया नीचे।
तो आपने क्या कॉल दिया वहाँ पे? मैं हनी के मुंह से सुनना चाहूंगा।
एक्चुअली हमने जो रात को टीम मीटिंग करी थी, हम वो ही डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि चाहे सिचुएशन कुछ भी हो, हमें एक दूसरे पे भड़कना नहीं है, कुछ भी चिल्लाना नहीं है, बस सिचुएशन को एक्सेप्ट करना है। मैं एक्सेप्ट द सिचुएशन, बस वही था।
कुछ फर्क देखा इससे कुछ फर्क आया आपकी
मतलब
परफॉर्मेंस में?
टीम इन्वायरमेंट बहुत बेटर हो जाता है उससे, और रिजल्ट्स का उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता हमें, क्योंकि वही है, पास का रिग्रेट करोगे फिर आगे वाले मैचेस में दिक्कत ही देंगे, वो कुछ कर नहीं सकता, वो गिर गया तो गिर गया बस।
एग्जैक्टली और ये मैं थोड़ा डिटेल में इसलिए जानना चाह रहा था क्योंकि हमारी जनता ये मैसेज आपके लिए था। बट फिलहाल एक आईजीएल के अनुसार कट ऑफ क्या आप सोच के चल रहे हो टॉप 8 के लिए? हम कासे जरूर बात करते हैं उसके राउंड, बट हनी क्या सोच रहा है उस कट ऑफ के लिए आफ्टर 16 मैचेस?
मेरा माइंडसेट क्या रहता है कि मैं कट ऑफ कुछ नहीं देखता हूँ, सच बताओ। मैं मैचेस भी नहीं देखता हूँ कितने, बस मैं जाता हूँ, बैठता हूँ उधर, वन गेम एट अ टाइम सोचता हूँ क्या कर सकते हैं इस मैच में, बस वो देखता हूँ बस।
काफी अच्छी बात होती है, मतलब कोई टारगेट नहीं, कोई प्रेशर नहीं।
अगर मैं कट ऑफ के बारे में सोचता रहूंगा फिर तो मैं गेम में अपना जो करना है वो मतलब ओवर थिंक ही करूंगा बेसिकली। ओवर चे रहता है।
और फिलहाल जो मैचेस अब आपके यहाँ से बचे हुए हैं, आपके पास एक कमाल का स्टार्ट है, तो यहाँ से क्या हनी करने वाले हैं? थोड़ा एग्रेशन, थोड़ा बैलेंस, या जिस तरीके का मोमेंटम चल रहा है उसी को कंटिन्यू करेंगे?
एक्चुअली वी वरी अबाउट द कंट्रोलेबल्स इन द गेम, बट आर मतलब क्या हमारे हाथ में है वो चीज़ देखते हैं हम बस गेम में, बाकी और कुछ नहीं सोचते हैं।
भाई आपका एज क्या है?
मेरा है 21।
भाई इतने कम एज में इस तरीके की बातें सुन के मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है। बट एक आखिरी क्वेश्चन आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा। लैन एक्सपीरियंस सेमीफाइनल में हमें पहली बार देखने को मिल रहा है बीजीआईएस में, तो कितना अलग लग रहा है कि घर से सीधा लैन पे आने का मौका मिला?
लग तो अच्छा ही रहा है, मतलब जैसा ये फॉर्मेट बनाया क्राफ्टन ने इस बार, तो बहुत सी अच्छी टीम्स इसमें मतलब अच्छी टीम्स ही कर सकती थी मेरे हिसाब से, क्योंकि लिमिटेड मैचेस में क्या रहता है कि अंडरडॉग बहुत प्रेशर ले लेते हैं और T1 टीम्स का माइंडसेट बहुत स्ट्रांग ही होते हैं, तो बहुत अच्छी प्रिपरेशंस के साथ वो खेलती है, तो इसलिए मेरे को लगता है कि सेमीज में थोड़ा इस बार अच्छा ही करेगा अन्य लैंड रख के।
और वो ऑलरेडी आप कर भी रहे हो काफी अच्छे तरीके से। बट फिलहाल ये हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए थे हनी, बट मैचेस वो यहाँ पे अभी भी चलने वाले, आप मैचेस एंजॉय करते रहिए। मजेदार पूरा एक्शन चल रहा है, बट उन एक्शन के बीच में ग्रेविटी हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं, जेनेसिस के आईजीएल साहब। कैसा लग रहा है? मतलब डे 1 आपने खेला, 6 मैचेस के बाद 41 टोटल पॉइंट, सेटिस्फाई हो आप?
नहीं, सेटिस्फाई तो नहीं है, क्योंकि जो एक्सपेक्ट करा था हम लोगों ने, जो प्लानिंग करके आए थे, वो हिसाब से बहुत सारी चीज़ें वर्कआउट नहीं करी। हम लोग खाली मिरामर ही अच्छे गए हैं। बाकी हम लोग का ये एंगल भी बहुत स्ट्रांग है, बट उस पर बहुत सारी गलतियाँ हुई, इस वजह से अच्छे नहीं गए। राउंडों में भी वर्क कर रहे हैं, बट चीज़ें वर्कआउट नहीं कर रही हैं। तो हाँ, आज ट्राई करेंगे कि जो कल गलतियाँ हुई है वो आज नहीं हो, और अच्छे खासे पॉइंट्स आज निकाल लिए।
देखिए, पॉइंट्स की बहुत जरूरत पड़ने वाली है, बट ग्रेविटी के अनुसार 6 मैच में कितना पॉइंट निकाल लेते तो आप खुश रहते हैं आज के दिन पे?
6 मैच में 60 पॉइंट्स अराउंड, हम तो यही सोच के आए थे।
10 का एवरेज मान के आप चल रहे हो कि वो रहेगा तो कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं होने वाली।
हाँ जी।
बट इसी में ऐड ऑन करेंगे कि लाइक हंटर, मुझे लगता है कि वो बहुत अच्छे फॉर्म से गुजर रहे हैं, टॉप लिस्ट में उनका नाम भी बार बार हमने देखा है, तो उस खिलाड़ी का चलने से बाकी प्लेयर्स को कितना ज़्यादा मोटिवेशन मिल रहा है फिलहाल?
वही रहता है कि अगर एक प्लेयर इतना ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट रहता है कि मतलब उसको कहीं भी भेज दो, वो रेडी रहता है कि भाई मैं रेडी हूँ मेरे साथ, एक बाकी सब अपने आप ही कॉन्फिडेंस में आ जाते हैं कि भाई अगर ये आगे है तो हम लोग क्यों पीछे हटे। वही है कि वो आगे रहता है, वो नॉक्स निकालते हैं, तो बाकी सब मोटिवेट हो जाते हैं अपने आप ही कि भाई चलो अब पुश करते हैं, अब मारते हैं, तो पूरी टीम में कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाता है अपनी।
100%, और वो उस तरीके का मोटिवेशन यहाँ पे चाहिए हो, क्योंकि सेमीफाइनल लैन हो रहा है। बताइए एक्सपीरियंस कैसा है कि अब तक जब भी आप सेमीफाइनल खेलते थे घर से खेलते थे, पहली बार सेमीफाइनल लैन पे खेलने का मौका मिला है, तो कितना अलग एटमोस्फेयर है घर से सीधा लैन पे आना सेमीफाइनल में?
पहली बार तो नहीं है लैन वैसे,
सेमीफाइनल लैन,
हाँ, क्योंकि BMSD में भी लैन हुआ था।
वो एक अलग फॉर्मेट था, बट सेमीफाइनल लैन BGIS उसके बारे में बताइए।
नहीं, BGIS का तो ऑब्वियसली मतलब बहुत अच्छा है, क्योंकि इससे हम लोग को भी बाकी प्लेयर्स की बातचीत करने का मौका मिल जाता है और बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीखने का भी मिल जाता है कि वो लोग कैसे प्लान करते हैं, वो लोग बहुत चीज़ पूछ लेते हैं। बाकी एक्सपीरियंस का तो मैं ये बोलूँगा कि BMSD से हम इसी स्टेज पे बाहर हुए थे, प्लान पे ही, हैदराबाद में ही। तो अब वही ट्राई करेंगे कि वो चीज़ दिमाग पे ना हो कि भाई हैदराबाद से बाहर हुए थे पिछले बार, अब यार और कॉन्फिडेंट आए हैं, बहुत सारी चीज़ें वर्कआउट करके आए हैं, तो हाँ अब यार फाइनल्स जाहिर है।
रिडेम्पशन मुझे लगता है इनका फिलहाल यहाँ पे चल रहा है, बट इसी में मैं ना एक कंटेंट याद कर रहा था जिसमें मेजी भाई का कुछ स्टेटमेंट था कि ग्रेविटी एजल के पास वो फैंस नहीं है, तो कुछ कहना चाहोगे उसके अराउंड?
नहीं, कहा तो उन्होंने सही वैसे, क्योंकि फ़िलहाल के लिए तो नहीं है फैंस अभी उतने, बट क्या पता इस टूर्नामेंट के बाद सबसे पहले मेजी भाई हमारे फ़ैन बने, और तो बाकी तो अगर मेरी बन जाएगी तो और भी फैन बनी जाएंगे।
देखिए मैं ऑलरेडी आपका फैन हूँ, आपके परफॉर्मेंस इस तरीके से चल रही है, होपफुली इसी तरीके से डोमिनेशन रहे। बट दो टीम्स मानो इन गेम क्वालिफायर से सेमीफाइनल तक पहुंच पाए, बहुतों ने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया, लेकिन दो ही टीम वेल्ट एंड मिथ की बात करें, उन्होंने काफी अच्छे तरीके से अपने आप को यहाँ पे पहुंचाया। उनके लिए आप क्या कहना चाहोगे?
वेल्ट में जो गोकुल है उसको तो मैं BGIS 2024 से जानता हूँ, जिसमें टीम लिमरा नाम से खेल रहे थे।
यस,
तो उस टाइम से मैं जानता हूँ, बहुत अच्छा ही चले वो, अपनी टीम को बहुत अच्छी खेलता है। बाकी उसकी टीम में 3 न्यू प्लेयर्स हैं, वो काफ़ी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं साथ में वो लोग। और जो क्या नाम है दूसरी टीम सॉरी, तो टीम में का जितना मैंने देखा उनका पोजीशन गेम बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है, और उनको जहाँ पे फाइट्स लेनी रहती है वहाँ पे वो फाइट्स लेते हैं, डरते नहीं बिल्कुल भी। तो इसलिए मेरे ख्याल से कि वो उनके अंदर जो डर नहीं है ना, उसके चक्कर में लोग बहुत आगे तक आ गए हैं। और इनको देख के जो न्यू प्लेयर्स हैं, जो न्यू टीम्स हैं जो आगे खेलेंगी, उनको भी बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस आता है कि भाई अगर ये कर सकते हैं तो हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते।
100%, और मुझे लगता है वही मोटिवेशन बहुत सारी टीम्स के पास हम देख भी रहे। बट फिलहाल एक्शन मुझे लगता है कि वो चलते रहने वाला है, तो फिलहाल चलते हैं एक्शन की तरफ और बहुत जल्दी आपसे मुलाकात होगी।
देखिए सज्जनों, हमारे साथ अभी जुड़ चुके हैं हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक के एस पावर, एंड ऑफ कोर्स एस पावर डे नंबर 1 में तबाही मचा दिया गॉड लाइक ने। आई वांट टू हियर योर स्टेटमेंट, टीम में माहौल कैसा है अभी, एंड टीम एग्जैक्टली क्या फील कर रही है डे नंबर 1 के बाद?
टीम का माहौल तो पॉजिटिव ही है, और ये इवेंट स्टार्ट होने से पहले ही हम लोग का ये था कि लैंड पे हम लोग को पॉजिटिव माहौल रख के रहना है। और बाकी तो ठीक है, एवरेज डे था, लक भी बहुत फेवर किया, कोई सिचुएशन पे अनलकी थे, बट होपफुली अगले दिन जो भी रहेगा, अभी बाकी के और 3 दिन है, उसमें हम थोड़ा और बेटर कर पाए, एवरेज डे से ज़्यादा अच्छा।
ये अचानक से एक चेंज इन पेस हमको दिखा। गॉड लाइक शुरुआत में स्ट्रगल कर रही थी, फैंस बोल रहे थे कि यार दिस इज नॉट द गॉड लाइक दैट वी वांट। कैसे अचानक से क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के अंदर ये चेंज हुआ, क्वार्टर फाइनल से सेमीफाइनल में आप आए, लैंड स्टेज पे आके भी परफॉर्म किया, ऐसी क्या चीजें की आपने 2-3 हफ्तों के अंदर जो इतना बड़ा गैप दिख रहा है परफॉर्मेंस के अंदर?
ये मानने की गॉड लाइक है बस।
आई लाइक दैट स्टेटमेंट टू बी ऑनेस्ट, ये मान्या की गॉड लाइक है। मान्या ने भी पर्सनली आज 6 फिनिशेस मारे एक मैच में। मैं जानना चाहता हूँ क्या आप तीनों MVP सरप्राइज थे कि आपके आईजीएल साहब भी आज मार रहे?
हम तीनों तो असॉल्टर है यार, असली MVP तो हमारा मान्य है, हम लोग तो बस उसको सपोर्ट करते हैं, बाकी मारना जोन वोन सब वही देखता है।
सही है। एक फाइनल क्वेश्चन मैं पूछूंगा। ऑफ कोर्स डे नंबर 1 बहुत बढ़िया गया है, 3 ही मैच खेले हो सिर्फ, इसके बाद आगे आने वाले मैचेस बहुत सारे रहेंगे। ऑफ कोर्स मेरा बाल बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है, बट सवाल ये रहेगा प्लान क्या है, दर्शकों को क्या बोलना चाहोगे आगे के मैचेस के लिए?
जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो, वही है। बाकी जैसे मैंने बताया, माहौल पॉजिटिव रखना है, जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो वाला सीन है यार। होपफुली सारे मैचेस अच्छे जाए, पॉजिटिव रहेंगे, स्ट्रैटेजी वगैरह प्लान करेंगे, एंड इवेंचुअली हम बेटर कर लेंगे।
ठीक है, स्पॉट नए तो नहीं है, लैंड सीन मैन ऑफ कोर्स बीइंग देयर ऑन द MVP स्टैंडिंग्स। आई फील लाइक गॉड लाइक Esports बढ़िया जरूर करेगी, बट आप लोग सपोर्ट बनाइए रखिए, बिकॉज दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट। हम मिलेंगे आपसे बहुत जल्द। देवी और सज्जनों, हमारे साथ अभी जुड़ चुके हैं नॉन-एक्स के बहुत ही यंग खिलाड़ी एम गॉड, जो आज के दिन पे तबाही मचा चुके हैं। एम गॉड, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हाउ आर यू फीलिंग? आपका पहला दिन कैसा था सेमीफाइनल्स डे नंबर 1 में?
इट्स वॉट हैक्टिक, बहुत हैक्टिक था डे। मुझे एक भी बार, मेरा फर्स्ट लाइन है और मुझे एक भी बार नहीं लगा कि मैं पैनिक करूंगा, ये करूंगा मैं। ऑल्दो मेरे टीममेट्स को लगा था, बट बहुत सपोर्टिव है मेरे टीममेट, उन्हें मालूम है मैं कहाँ से आता हूँ, मैं एक अंडरडॉग था, एंड मुझको मुझ पे खुद पे बिलीव था, कॉन्फिडेंस था, और रेस्ट इज हिस्ट्री।
आप देख सकते हो राइट, एक कॉन्फिडेंस का गोला यहाँ पे बन के आया हुआ है। बट एम गॉड, आई एम फोर्स्ड टू आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन, मेरे मन से पूछ रहा है सवाल कि व्हाट इज योर एज बडी?
आई एम 18 years old. दिखता नहीं हूँ बट हूँ.
तो 18 साल में जब आप अपना पहला लैन खेल रहे हो, अपने पोटेंशियल आइडल्स को सामने से देख रहे हो फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम, कैसा लग रहा है एंड परफॉर्म करके कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. जैसे मैं जहाँ पर मैं जैसे ऑडियंस देख रही है, मैं भी वैसे ही लाइव देखता था, सीखता था और खुद पे बिलीव रखता था मैं कि मैं आऊँगा ये स्टेज पे एंड तबाही मचाऊंगा. एंड जो भी प्लेयर्स है बड़े बड़े, उनको देख के मैं सीखता था. एंड आई एम रियली फीलिंग प्राउड कि मैं अभी खेल रहा हूँ.
आई एम फीलिंग प्राउड एज वेल मैन. अभी एक चीज बता, घर वालों का क्या कहना है दैट यू आर कमिंग एट द लैंड स्टेज एंड परफॉर्मिंग हियर ऑन द बिग स्टेज?
मेरे फादर और मम्मी स्टार्टिंग से सपोर्टिव थे एंड माय दीदी एज वेल. उन्होंने बस मुझे जाते हुए ये चीज़ बोली कि एक स्पोर्ट्समैनशिप रखना, प्रोफेशनलिज्म रखना, एंड मैंने वही रखा.
I think you're a champ, buddy. Last question before we go.
Yeah.
Nonix Esports बहुत बढ़िया खेली आज. कल का exactly क्या प्लान रहेगा? IGL क्या सोच रही है? टीम का माहौल कैसा है?
ओके, प्लान तो मैं डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर सकता.
Okay.
बट कल का डे तो कल ही पता चलेगा. बट मुझे इतना बिलीव है मेरे टीममेट्स पे और मुझ पे कि हम बहुत अच्छा करेंगे. बस जिंक्स नहीं करना चाहूँगा.
I have never seen a guy जो इतना मीडिया ट्रेंड है. That is aim god for you, ladies and gentlemen. इतनी ज्यादा ताबड़तोड़ खिलाड़ी होने के बावजूद aim god लेके गया एक मैच में MVP.
हेलो हैदराबाद, स्वागत है आपका बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज 2026 सेमीफाइनल्स डे 3 द डे ऑफ कमबैक में। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट जीशान आलम के मेजी। और देखिए, आज के दिन पर कमबैक बहुत सारे होने वाले हैं, क्योंकि आज 2 आखिरी राउंडो हैं इस पूरे सेमीफाइनल्स के। पर देखिए, इससे पहले कि हम लोग अपने दिन की शुरुआत करें, आप लोगों की जरा मैं प्रेडिक्शन जानना चाहूंगा कि कौन सी वो टीम जो आज के दिन पर कमबैक कर कर जाने वाली है। तो आर यू गाइज रेडी? मैं टीम का नाम लूंगा, आपको हां या ना में जवाब देना है। क्या वो टीम फीनिक्स होगी जो आज के दिन पर कमबैक करेगी? आवाज नहीं आई, किसी को भरोसा नहीं है फीनिक्स के ऊपर। एक बार फिर से, क्या फीनिक्स कमबैक करेगी? क्या वो टीम तामिलाज होगी, या फिर टीम सोल, या फिर 3 मैचेस में करेगी टीम गॉड लाइक कमबैक? चलिए, ऑडियंस का रिएक्शन आप देख चुके हैं और हमारी जो टीम्स हैं वो पूरी तरीके से तैयार हैं। हमारे जो कास्टर्स हैं वो कास्टिंग डेस्क पर तैयार हैं और शुरू करते हैं आज का डे 3 द डे ऑफ कमबैक। ओवर टू आवर लवली कास्टर्स।
Thank you so much, Maisie, once again for that lovely introduction. Of course, day number 3 of, ladies and gentlemen, BGIS 2026 semi-finals is here. And of course, I'm going to be joined by gentlemen Ice with Johnny and Necro Man on the panel again. Necro, I'm going to ask you the first thing. Day 3 isn't really supposed to be the day of comebacks, is it? I feel like today there's going to be some teams who will start ensuring themselves inside of the top 8.
I mean, look, at this point, it's just about setting up the better foundation, right? For the teams that are currently inside of the top 8, it's just about pinning that spot down. For the teams that are closer, maybe try and breach in. But comebacks, yeah, all the way from the last page, it's going to be really tough unless you get a 30-pointer and then you instantly catapult yourself around that.
Absolutely. But of course, there are going to be certain names. Maisie did mention there is going to be Phoenix Esports, Team Tamilas, not really getting the best of starts. But Johnny, there has been an under-god name in the form of Welt Esports along with us as well. They made so much noise in the past during the elimination brackets, but inside of the LAN finals, they're yet to make a mark. What are your thoughts about them, and do you think that today is going to be their day?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think so. Well, they've been underperforming all this while, and I think we talked about this yesterday as well, that maybe in the minds of Wealth, they're already thinking about how they want to play in the survival stages. They're way too far in this race.
Yeah.
But another name that you mentioned, Phoenix Esports, I think for them, the probability of finding a spot inside of the top 8, it is kind of still there. They need a few big matches to bring themselves back into that race for the top 8.
True.
Because of how Learn From Past has been playing so far, they have a nice little buffer at the top. But that transitions into a very razor-thin difference between the teams that are fighting for the 8th spot. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath for that 8th position.
Teams fighting for the 8th spot, we are going to be talking about them. But of course, for now, we do have the highlights of Rondo in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And Wildfangs has been one of those teams who has had a lot of promise, especially in the elimination stages, in the wildcards, but come inside of the semi-finals, Wildfangs are struggling, ladies and gentlemen. The overall standings in front of us, and of course, as you can see, Learn From Past at the number 1 spot, 92 points from the 9 matches that they played so far. It seems like they have cut the competition apart. They are one step inside of the grand finals, isn't it, Necro?
Yeah, definitely. It feels like they're just creating their own league, and then you move on towards Meta. They have been pretty consistent as well. You've also got Reckoning Esports. Yesterday's day was phenomenal for Reckoning Esports. The amount of points they secured was remarkable. OG is also there consistently overall inside of the top 5, top 4 constantly. So it's looking pretty decent for them as well. But this is where the real concerns now start to spark up. Revenant X Park yesterday's day wasn't too fine, but luckily enough for them, they're going to be playing all the 6 games today.
Yeah, I think that's the opportunity that they were waiting for. But apart from that, one thing on the first top 8 of the leaderboard is 2 names in particular, Ewoks and OG, who are there with just less than 20 placement points. They've been just fighting it out this entire time. So today, it's very critical that they somehow maintain their spot and position inside the top 8. Because when you're getting aggressive, if you slip out of your position, if you slip out of that promotion bracket, things could take a turn for the worse.
It certainly will. Of course, on the second page of our standings, there are going to be majority of the teams from Group C, in fact, who are going to be playing 6 matches today. You mentioned it, Johnny. Revenant X-Pac is going to play their 6 matches. Team Seoul is going to be playing their 6 matches. But on the last page of the overall standings, we do see a couple of those names who are unexpected. You have Phoenix Esports, 9 matches played, just 35 points. Qualification to the grand final seems to be a little bleak for them right now. You've got K9 Esports as well. A team that has been feared, a team that absolutely was proving fire throughout the tournament. All of a sudden, come the semi-finals, they are struggling. Necro, you've been a big ardent fan of K9 Esports, and something is not really working out for them.
Exactly. K9 Esports has always been one of those teams to straight up just frag out, beat her on the first half of the board. But you know what? We'll continue the conversation about K9 Esports. We need to talk about these MVPs right now. Godin from the side of Wildfangs, slowly and steadily, Godin's position is now slipping away.
Yeah.
So he needs to continue that average. Hunters is climbing up. Sahil OP as well. Yesterday, the man was doing so good. Then you've also got Fierce climbing up from Meta Ninja, and Viscott as well, slowly and steadily on the rise.
I mean, I still don't understand about Koten and Wildfangs right now. He's sitting at the top of the MVP leaderboard. You've got Spraygod playing really well as well, but still somehow Wildfangs cannot really stitch together the partnerships that is required. But speaking of the best IGL, we do have Honey coming back into the picture. Learn from past yesterday was fantastic. Shadow from Evox has been doing really well. Manya from Godlike, Shadow 7 from Ninja, and Aiden from Troy the Million Esports. Johnny, of course, we do have the stats in front of our screens, but one surprise yesterday, I was expecting Roman to see on this particular list as well, because 6 matches played, 60 points. Reckoning Esports yesterday made a jump which nobody anticipated. What are your thoughts about that team, and do you think he deserves to be on this list?
Yeah, for sure. And I don't think he's going to be too far behind Aiden and the other lads inside the best IGLs list. Reckoning Esports yesterday, the climb was phenomenal. And I think the expectations were there for Reckoning. The one change we spoke about yesterday kind of worked out. They were subbing Godex back into the playing 4. And that man has delivered in the past. He was delivering yesterday as well. Hopefully Reckoning stick around with the same game plan, because you think about it, today is a very interesting day. We have a schedule on our screens, and as you mentioned, we see it on the schedule as well. Group C is playing all 6 matches. So today, at the end of the day, everyone will be able to establish themselves and figure out where they are headed. Everyone will end the day with 12 matches on the board. They will have remaining 4, which is going to be on the last day tomorrow of the semi-finals. But that is pretty much either you save yourself from getting relegated to the survival stage, or you're going to try and hunt someone down so you can take their spot away, and that's a very difficult situation to be in. So today, very important for Group C to try and get themselves a comfortable safety net inside of the top 8 if they can.
Hey, I want teams to be hunting down each other for the spot in the grand finals. That is exactly what we're here for. But talking about the caster predictions, let's find out what happens. Icy Baby going ahead with K9 Esports. Necro went ahead with Phoenix. Johnny, you went ahead with Nonix. And I, of course, with Revenant X-Pac. Nonix and Revenant X-Pac seems to be like a safe pick for both of us. Of course, we also have the Hindi casters prediction in front of us as well. Engineering going ahead with Revenant X-Pac. Spiro with Soul. Ravan with Soul as well. Ankybot going ahead with Soul, and Maisie with Visista Esports. Not much diversity, is it, on the Hindi panel, Necro?
It's like they had a talk with each other and they just like, you know what, yeah, let's go with Soul this time. But speaking of my pick itself, I went with Phoenix Esports, and I do feel a bit of that positivity around me today. So I'm really hopeful towards all the teams on the latter half of the board, including K9 Esports. And speaking of K9 Esports, they were probably the biggest surprise for me to be on the last page in such a way.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, there is a big calling for all the underdogs out there. If you have been an aspiring pro, if you have been an esports athlete and you've been thinking, how can I make this my profession? Then this is going to be your chance, because Krafton India Esports is bringing you yet another open for all opportunity. And of course, it is in collaboration with Upthrust Esports, and it is called India Rising Series 2026. Of course, it is going to have a prize pool of 10 lakh rupees, and you can register yourself at craftonindiaesports.com. So make sure you go out there and check it out as well, because these opportunities, they don't really come at you every single time, right? And I'm so happy that finally even with BGIS around the corner, it was the opportunity for all of these underdogs to actually prove themselves. Now they get multiple opportunities to come into the limelight.
And once again, you just got to make sure that you're quick enough because the registrations are already live. So head on towards the website, register your team, and I would love to see you guys in the future once again on the big leagues. But speaking of the big leagues, we've got Group B and C on the screen. Phoenix Esports, Four Wolves, K9 Esports, Sinaway, all these teams still yet to make that bounce back in the overall standings. Specifically Phoenix Esports and K9. There's going to be a lot of that pressure on top of them. If they do not perform in the 3 games, well, we already know survival stage is going to be the way.
Pretty much, and as we talk about it, just 3 games to pull it off. It is going to be a difficult journey, but same can't be said for Group C. They have 6 matches throughout the day. Group C is cluttered with some of the best teams in the country right now. You have teams like Victoria Service, Team Seoul, Revenant, X-Park, and according to me, like personal opinion, right now, Non-X with how aggressive the team has gotten within the last few weeks are a big threat to all of these big names. Hey, maybe he was just relaxed before the matches.
100%.
He was yawning.
You know, one team we have to talk about, and they are going to be playing this game, has to be Visista Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, Hector was in prime form, and this time as well, it seems like Somraj, Ataki, Aru, all of these guys, they are going to be absolutely pumped up. The first map of a Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting locked and loaded, and I'm going to see you on the other side.
The plane's going to be in the skies for the day 3 of the semifinals. This Erangel, it's going to mean a lot to a lot of the teams. Specifically for the teams inside of the Group B, it's going to be a glimmer of hope, and maybe the only glimmer of hope left alive for them to make any sort of moves in the overall standings. I'm speaking of teams like K9 Esports, Phoenix Esports, Sinaway. Now it's going to be your chance to make that bounce back in the overall standings, including Four Wolves XTOD. But still, a few teams are way too far back in the overall board. They need 30 bombers, Johnny.
Yeah, pretty much, and I think one of those names has to be the side of Wealth, who are sitting dead last in the overall leaderboard right now. And I think yesterday it was an inspiring day for the teams that are struggling on the leaderboard, especially with how we saw 2 of the worst performing names bounce back. Visista Esports, they were sitting 21st at the end of day 1. They did quite well for themselves. And then following them up, we had another name that made a big leap towards the top of the leaderboard. That was Troy Tamil and Esports. 2 chicken dinners secured on day number 2. Phenomenal start to their journey. Phenomenal comeback initiated on day 2. But, Necro, day 3, I have to say, is already, with this game starting off on an interesting note, on an intense note, we have a flight path leaning heavily towards the northern half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, this plane flight path, it's definitely a little bit unfair for the teams that do want to head all the way down south around Sosnoka military base, so it is definitely going to be problematic. Four Wolves heading on towards the entirety of Pochinki, and then you've also got Phoenix Esports around that spectrum. But I highly doubt Four Wolves is going to be stopping around Pochinki because they're just trying to glide all the way down south. They're just hovering over Pochinki as of now.
In fact, it's a 2-2 split coming from the players of Four Wolves. As you said, 2 players, they did glide over Pochinki. Could have been spotted out by the players of Phoenix Esports, but the other lads are quite close to the players of Revenant X-Park. And you can see shots being taken on Bhalu from Four Wolves DOD. I wonder if he will be able to stay alive. We can tell from the map he has gotten a vehicle, but instantly gets knocked out. That's going to be the first pick of the game, secured even before we transition into the in-game POVs.
Off to a bad start. It's so unfortunate to get eliminated in such a way.
Yeah.
That's why you always need to have a backup plan in the lobbies. Always. And considering they played that way, you already know for Four Wolves now starting things off with a 3-man squad. You're so far back in the overall standings, it just gets even worse. At least for a team like Phoenix Esports, there's still a glimmer of hope. But for a team like Four Wolves, man, they just need too many points to establish that comeback. And for Phoenix Esports, if they get 125 bomber, they're already there.
Yeah. And I think that is what they are going to be hoping for as well. Phoenix yesterday were able to kind of bring themselves back into the party. At least if they work well today, considering they have a few matches left, they can find themselves inside of a favorable spot, maybe even just chasing down the team on the 8th position. And Somraj as an IGL is someone who does well under pressure, who knows how to deal with pressure. But apart from that first casualty of Four Wolf DOD Bhalu, I think everyone else has figured out how to put some distance between them and the immediate threat. All the teams off to an early, decent loot start. But as we had a look at the map a few moments ago, Necro, I have a feeling that Genesis might end up doing quite well for themselves in this game. They're smack center of the circle, and Genesis, even during the league stages, was a team that did quite well if the circle favored them.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not just about Genesis, right? Any other teams, if the circle is going to be favoring them, they will do good. Be it Myth, be it Learn from Past, be it K9 Esports, they will perform.
Unless the circle favors you are out in the open, in an open field.
Or unless
you
you're
have to
Rising
move out.
Esports, you will find ways to throw that game, but they're not over here, so there's no point in talking about it. But looking at this whole knock, oh man, with just an iron sight, he was able to knock him out that far away. That's impressive.
They spotted him out too early. They knew exactly where he was going to drop. And if you notice in that clip as well, they had one more player right behind him. So Balu was pretty much surrounded in that position. No escape for him, but Learn from Past. Starting the early game from Boatyard, heading towards Rozok, and now finding a breaching point around School. They should be spotted out by the players of Seoul. Mid-rotation, but still too much distance to initiate a conflict. Seoul, they are going to stay focused on their own early game priority, which is, of course, going to be looting, considering this team is already inside of a decent spot of the play zone, present towards the northwestern edge.
Around the school and the school apartments, that's where Seoul is. And speaking of Seoul, I mean, in the overall standing, they're already doing pretty well. They're on the second page, but we all know Seoul's going to be playing all the 6 games today. So to mount that comeback, it's going to be easier than ever before. K9 Esports getting rid of that loot truck, getting their hands on some premium weaponries. So that's going to look good and feel good. K9 Esports is getting packed up and ready for the warfare that lies in the front. Still all the way towards Severny. It's going to take a while for them to rotate all the way down south in a good spot. And OG, look at this drop spot, Johnny. OG's someone who likes to head on towards Rozhok, but this time they drop towards Milta Power. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's the secondary drop that they have, and I think maybe they want to avoid the cluster happening towards Rozhok, because we also saw Learn from Past over there. OG is used to taking fight against Seoul in Rozhok early, but considering they are also desperate for points, still not safe, lacking placement points on the leaderboard, maybe heading for a safer early game start, but let's see how that turns out for them.
Yeah.
Phoenix on our screens now on the move, heading out of Pachinki, but a part of the cluster. You see on the radar the players of Nonix right alongside with them, and Learn from Past is up ahead as well. Does Arthur get away? I think he does.
Nonix wants to create a few issues, but Phoenix Esports, they're just going to have a smooth sailing. No problems as of now, but Arthur, oh my god, he still wants to be a problematic foe. His vehicle, tires, he needs to be careful. They can be busted open anytime soon. Arthur was taken down pretty low. Luckily enough, he still skates away, so it's all good. Nonix is going to be safe as of now, but the moment I say so, Rapido falls down. That's going to be Genesis Esports claiming that elimination point, and Viper, he says thank you.
Yeah, these open fields aren't easy to survive in, and Genesis Esports having control of the central position from the very start will definitely try to gatekeep any late breachers inside of the circle. Nonix spotted out again, a spray committed from Viper, but not enough damage. But maybe Huntez, he's going to find a few extra points for his team. Arthur finally hits the floor. Finish claimed by Genesis Esports. And Nonix, not the start they were hoping for. Already down to 2 players. Oh, no, they're down to their last man.
Unfortunate. How does this even happen to Nonix? But you know what? Luckily enough, Nonix has all the games to play today, so they can afford one lose game. It's okay. But hopefully it's not going to be affecting their mindset too much.
Yeah.
Because that's when you can see the ship starting to sink. Nonix still has a decent bit of foundation inside of the overall standing. 63 points in the span of 6 games. That's really good. So Nonix can still work upon to it. It's okay.
Having matches, I think, is definitely something that Nonix is looking forward to. And even in this game, if they walk away with just a few extra points, that's just going to be a booster that they need. Well, dead last in the overall leaderboard, still looking to climb their way up, but it's not been easy so far for Welt. And again, begs to question what happened, unable to adapt to the way the aggression has picked up the pace from the online stages to the semifinals, which is quite a rare thing, by the way. Ideally, when teams transition into LAN, they tend to be a little bit more passive, but this time the BGIS 2026 has been quite competitive. And the shift of the circle towards the southeastern quadrant. Where did OG go? I think they're going to be upset they left Milta Power too early.
Yeah, I mean, once again, they can retreat if they want. It's all good.
Vanguard maybe is not going to allow them. Let's see.
Oh, that's what OG's doing. They're trying to retreat. They're trying to fall back because they know the position that they had before was definitely decent. Medinid's on the opposite side of the spectrum. Speaking of them, even they're going to try to retreat and fall back towards a better spot, maybe inside of the city itself or a little bit around the outskirts. And that's what's going to be the game plan. Look at Learn From Past, so quick with that rotation. This is one of the main reasons why Learn From Past is just constantly getting those points, and you will always see this team in the final few.
Yeah. They're one of the first teams to move inside of the play zone outside of Genesis Esports and anyone else that dropped directly towards the eastern half of the map. But as we look at the radar, OG, they were trying to make that move, but a lot of bodies around them. K9 instead are going to be the ones moving in for Milta Power, but they're not going to be alone. Chased by the side of Soul. Survival is going to be tricky, and also Nonix completely eliminated from the game. The last man, Anonymous, also spotted out and finished off. But OG, they kick things off. A man dropped. But are they going to be able to secure that point?
Oh no, it's unfortunate. Phoenix Esports, they cannot afford on losing out on Somraj. They need that man back up. And I guess the rescue operation is going to be there too soon. Phoenix Esports is not too far away. What's going on here? Why are they not going towards Somraj? He can be saved. Oh no, Somraj out in the open, still knocked out. I'm pretty sure Phoenix Esports is getting eager. Basista Esports is Hector getting knocked out and confirmed. These loose stragglers, this time not being spared, no mercy.
Too much open space into this play zone, and it's difficult to make that move. Somraj still waiting to see, is Phoenix going to do anything to try and bring him back, or are they just going to accept that they lost their IGL? They are going to try and go for a revive, but still Somraj gets shut down. And now this rotation, this move made by Sim, look at the amount of smokes they had to use very early into the game. The point stolen by the players of Wealth. OG, this is going to be an upsetting piece of news for them.
So unfortunate. And for Phoenix Esports, especially when they needed the most amount of points, now they've lost out on their IGL. Now they're pretty much going to be like the headless chickens. 4 bolts on the screen. Right next to Soul in the close proximity. Then you've also got K9 Esports working up from the sidelines. I really hope K9's going to pop off in this game. I want to see them on the first half of the board, not in the bottom half.
An interesting split coming from the players of K9. You see 2 players up front and Knight and Slug forced to play back. But Soul, they were following the players of K9 Esports all the way towards Milta Power. But now there's 4 Wolf DOD between Soul and K9. The circle again shifting towards the massive cluster that occupies Milta. I want this circle to now take a southeastern shift in the next one, because that should force all these teams that are in the Milta city to flood out, to find and vacate the premises, move out and start taking fights. Although Necro towards the northern edge of the circle, Victorious Somus against Vanguard. That's going to be an interesting fight. Victorious Somus, the late breaches.
Yeah.
Vanguard will have the info to work with, but the problem is I think they are going to be on the slope of the hill and not on the high ground.
I don't think VS is going to go for that fight. Just doesn't make any sense. If VS takes that fight, it's already a lose-lose situation. There's probably going to be a third party as well loading up, so going for that fight does not make a lot of sense.
They are going to have to take one fight at least. You can't really avoid conflict and move in inside the zone, especially with how the teams on the edges are positioned.
Oh, there we go. They are going to just ram their vehicles on the compound of Soul. Victorious Somus looking to take it up close and personal against Soul. Utilities are also going to be tossed this time, but that one's not going to do anything. The nade was definitely close enough. Joker's going to back away. Respect the opponent, but Knuckle, there we go. The man already kicks things off. Knuckle was situated on an off angle, and he was able to find the first knock, but now Soul, they start to regroup. Did I just see that right?
Yep.
Joker threw a pan in that window.
I mean, ran out of util, had to throw something, just lobs a pan. And Victorious Somus, I have to say, a brilliant counter rotation coming from the players of Soul to pin down Victorious Somus. 3 players in the same building, and Soul is trying to choke them out. Always He's trying to see if he can find some breathing room to work with, maybe find a counter knock against the players of Seoul, but it's not going to be easy with Knuckle in the back and Goblin making the pounds. Joker also building up pressure from the other side of this house.
Oh my god,
that's a knock.
utilities exchange for both the sides. Goblin, the man's pinned down, but there we go. Joker and Legit moving in tandem. Soul, they seem so coordinated. Victor Sumas just completely trapped. This nade, it's gonna find a knock, always gets down. And now you've only got the final two men standing for Victor Sumas. Such a clean sweep coming through from Soul. This is what you like to see. This is what you call team play at the maximum potential.
What a team ace coming through. And Victor Sumas, no answer for that play, but it's not over. Spotting out the players from Team Tamila. Shots fired from Joker, damage dished out, but now this could be another team that gets suffocated by Soul. They're controlling these houses in quite a wonderful manner. And look at this, Knuckle and Goblin always rotate for an off-angle position, just trying to see if they can manipulate the opponents into thinking that Joker and Legit are the only duo present in that building. They want someone to push that house.
Team Tamilas, it's not a good spot to be in. Just a matter of seconds when Team Tamilas will be eliminated. There we go. The moment I say so, the first nade just tossed right on top of them, and Aim God, he's panicking. Tossing out another nade to get the revival on the fallen comrades. A few more utilities tossed out. You cannot even go in the back because then you've also got Soul taking those shots. Vanguard from the top. Yeah, Team Tamilas, at this point, it feels like they've just mentally given up.
Yeah, this is not a position that you survive from. Mr. IGL somehow barely still ticking away, not completely finished off, but now the pressure, it drops to a whole new low. As Team Soul, they've closed in the distance. Legit with the spray, the distraction for the players of Team Tamilas. Now it is a very critical decision Team Tamilas have to make. Who do you counter pressure? Do you deny the control of this fight to Vanguard, or do you try to turn around and pick off the players from the side of Soul? Neither move is going to be an easy one, and this is why finally the finish secured by Legit. Vanguard missing out on a crucial point.
Soul, the teams around them, definitely do possess a bit of that threat, but Team Tamilas, what am I even watching? You can't be serious. Another elimination point just taken away like that. I mentioned this as well. It's just a matter of seconds when Team Tamilas will be eliminated from the game, and that's what happens. I don't understand what sort of an analysis you do when you place yourself in that spot. Come on, you've been competing for years. You cannot be making mistakes like that, especially in a terrain like this.
I like Team Tamilas the way they were playing during the league stages.
Yeah,
the
they were
blind
so
aggression,
good.
Yeah, it was working out as well. You see someone, you take them out, just a simple game plan. And this is what we have been talking about these players for years now as well. They are mechanically gifted, mechanically sound. Some of the best players in the country. And yet they tend to overcomplicate simple situations. But hey, this is not going to be easy now for the players of K9 Esports. Another early exit. And this is one of the worst games we have seen from K9 in the semi-finals. Just a single point from this match.
Learn from past. Players around that compound. They're always one of those teams that just seems real refined. But as of now, they're outside of the circle. So what is going to be the game plan for Learn from Past? I'm pretty sure they will try to find a way, which is the safest. But if they do have to go for a fight, they're not going to shy away from that. Might be a potential fight brewing up soon. Rush Boy gets knocked out by Phoenix Esports. That's an important knock. Wiper as well follows up instantly. Learn from Past. They're getting slaughtered, but they instead grab their vehicles on top of Sinaway, and they at least find a bit of that breathing room.
Yeah, at least some points on the board for Learn from Past, and this is a team that is not dealing with any pressure. They're sitting at 94 points, and Necro, you and I will be having this discussion earlier on during the day of broadcast, of course, as to where we expect the cutoff to go. You said between 115 to 125?
118, I would say. It's not
That's
going
the
to go more
exact
than
number.
that. Yeah.
All right, I think it might be between 120 and 130. But nonetheless, Learn from Past do not have a lot of distance to cover. A standard performance of about 5 points per game, and they still should be able to push through. They have gotten 2 already in this game, just 3 more points needed. And It could be anyone they go after. Maybe it could be Phoenix Esports, who are also 2 players down, present south of Learn From Past, or maybe they're just going to keep on pressuring Sinaway. But as you look at the map, Genesis Esports more likely to pressure Sinaway, Learn From Past instantly, positioning their crosshairs for Phoenix Esports. 1 more player shut down, and it is just down to Simp now, the only hope remaining for Phoenix. On the other side of things, OG Orangutan. I think this should be the chicken dinner OG were looking forward to all this time.
Yeah, I mean, OG has been popping off since yesterday, so I'm not even going to be surprised if they do end up getting the chicken. They deserve it. They have been trying real hard.
Yeah.
Sinaway on the opposite side of the spectrum. They've only got 2 men standing. Vishu and Rexboy. Genesis Esports in the front. Hunters, Vipers, Fury, and even Gravity. For Genesis, if they want, they can even spread themselves out. That's how much good spot they've found. The surrounding territory is not even being contested by anyone. They can literally just spread their wings.
Plus, they have the highest position on the slope of this hill. They should be able to spot out the threats once they get the sound cues of where the shots are coming from. But again, Genesis, let's see what their strategy, what their moves are going to look like. So far, they want to go after Sinaway, and the opening is going to be found by Fury. A nice, easy nade coming through, but Genesis under pressure. Hunter getting knocked out. 4-Wolf DOD in the back lines.
Yeah.
Even with 2 players, 4-Wolf DOD. Well, this is a do-or-die situation for them. Either they perform and qualify for the Grand Finals directly, or they are headed to the survival stage. So I can't argue with the moves they are making right now.
To be honest, qualifying from the survival stage, the odds are better. There's only 16 teams in the top 8 move up.
True.
But as of now, for 4-Wolves DOD, this game was just a complete waste, getting 4 points. That's not going to make it a lot. And for Genesis Esports to find that crucial knock against Sinaway, that meant a lot. But are they going to move up and go for a head-on-head fight? That's my question. If they do so, they're going to find themselves a lot of that good territory. Molotov tossed out right behind that tower. Oh, they're getting real close, and eventually a nade. It's going to find the knock on top of Vishu. Sinaway, they're hurt.
This is looking tough for Sinaway. Oh no. Necro, even OG have the line of fire for these lads, and well, the spray down comes through. WizGod. Do you see how confident this man was that he was going to get that finish? He let them think that they could get the revive in, reloaded his mag, and then went after them.
Yeah, but the problem is Genesis is making a mistake. They should move up and take that control. What? Revenant X-Park getting absolutely spread down by Orangutan. And now it feels like it's the Doomsday on top of them. They just can't survive it. Revenant X-Park, the player's in a lot of trouble. Trace is the only person who's right next to Pain who can give that revival. There is a man in the back lines, but that's going to be Ninja. He seems quite helpless, forced by the blue to make a move inside of the circle, and Apollo is going to knock him out as well. Some laser beams fired from Metaninja, and even Ninja falls down. Trace is now the only glimmer of hope left standing.
For Metaninja, the objective is simple. Try and surf past, learn from past if possible. This is the name that's cutting down the difference at the top of the leaderboard, and with Learn From Past and Metaninja doing so well, it is creating, again, a very, very tiny difference for the qualification bracket. But Necro, one more thing we need to focus on is Welt Esports. They're still present in this game with 3 players, and they are starting to build up some form of momentum. 6 eliminations have been secured by Welt, although, again, a reminder, a big leap is required for them to be a part of the qualification for the Grand Finals. Welt is sitting at around 22 points. They need 40 to get close to the top 8. To get close, not even in it, they need about 40 to get close to the top 8.
But the problem is Genesis Esports is going to be a wall that will be unreachable. So how do you even make it inside of the circle? And there we go, already another man falls down. But Welts, they do reply back pretty well. Fury gets knocked out as well from Genesis Esports. Yes, a few problems now on the board. Welt Esports trying to make it, but one well-placed nade from Genesis. That's going to put the nail in the coffin. Genesis Esports, they've got things in control.
That Wizard Tower, I feel, was constructed by Orangutan just to bait teams into fighting Genesis so they can get a few extra free points in this game. They've only managed to secure one, but the crosshair has been pinned there for a while, although we have Metaninja going up against the side of Vanguard, and Vanguard are just crumbling down. White Tiger picking up another man, the revive coming through on the stairs. He just makes the bounce. The Tiger hunts all of them down. Metaninja wiping the floor with Vanguard. in a split second.
White Tiger popping off on a whole different league. And his wrath continues. As Fierce is going to find another knock on Revenant X-Park. And Pain is going to feel a lot of pain after that one. As he gets eliminated from the game. Metanenza's White Tiger. He's making some waves in the game this time. But Apollos is knocked out. Now the difference is going to be the man knocked out. So he needs to be capitalized and brought back up onto his feet. And that's what Metanenzas is working on. But as of now, still, there's a big threat in the name of OG.
Well, there are a lot of big threats. There's OG that's controlling the southwestern quadrant, Genesis up north, and Seoul controlling this eastern quadrant of the map. These three teams, I think one of these three is going to win the game, but hey, Team Tamila smack center, this could be the opportunity to try and capitalize on all of this chaos. Maybe a few extra finishes inside of this match, but again, stuck on the Wizard Tower. Reaper and Fox OP, the moment they make some noise, shots from every single direction are going to be on top of their heads.
It felt like OG was firing on all cylinders, but they've only got 2 finish points secured.
That's what I said as well. Like, it's surprised because Genesis was lending a helping hand. Genesis was securing so many knocks in the same position, and 2 players from the side of OG had the line of fire for that exact spot.
Yeah.
It was Wiz and Atanki, and yet I think they just chose to let Genesis take away all of those points, and they just focused on the southern side for some reason. It could have been a lot of free eliminations.
I know, right?
Yeah.
OG with only 2 elimination points. I generally thought that OG could have actually crossed that 10 points marker, but I guess it was Genesis Esports reaping the benefits off of that fire.
Good for them.
It worked out pretty well, yeah. They've got a 3-man squad still left standing, and even if Genesis Esports makes it till the top 2, that's going to be more than enough.
Yeah, Genesis is already in a comfortable spot inside of the top 8, so I think the chicken dinner, yeah, of course, that's what they're playing for, but as long as they're getting these 10 points per game, they are going to be happy with that map average. Oh no, Apollo from the side of Metanenza hits the floor yet again, and now this could be trouble for Metanenza. They just have to move a few meters to get themselves inside of the play zone, but it is not going to be easy by any accord. Every single player from the side of Seoul and Genesis has a line of fire for that building.
No. Oh no, that vehicle. They're getting shot at from the underneath. It's quite unfortunate. That little pixel is more than enough to keep on punishing the boys of Seoul, but now they're on the move. They want to reposition themselves towards a better spot as they just back away, retreat from that position. But they're also on the edge of the circle. They found those trees as cover, a few rocks as well. That's going to help them survive for a bit longer. Seoul, and the fact that they've also got all the 4 players still alive is just a cake on top. Metanenza moving up. Slowly and steadily, even they're trying to move around the edges. Not even go for those risky spots. Instead, just place yourself around cover or any sort of ridges that you can find.
Also, I think the big turning point for Metanenza that we did not talk about enough was Fierce. Fierce is living up to his name. His performance is quite fierce, and we did see him earlier on in the list of top performing players. A lot of aggression is what this man was known for, but that sort of faded away during the lake stages. Glad that he is back on LAN. And now Metanenza, it seems like they're getting eager to make this bounce against the players of OG, but Seoul and Genesis have kept them at bay. OG eyeing up the players of Team Tamila as they got to be cautious about their backlines, which have been breached by Metanenza.
OG and Seoul has the most amount of men alive. Team Tamilas, they have been placed in that same spot since the start. The moment they lost out on a few players around the Lumberjack vicinity, they have been just inside of the center, trying to keep their heads tucked down. They've got no position points yet. I mean, of course, a few placement points are there, but when it comes to the elimination points, they've got none.
And I think they have missed out on the opportunity to secure a few extra eliminations as well, but maybe this could be it. Nades lob towards OG in tandem by Team Tamilas and Metanenza. They've secured a knock, but no finish conversion from either sides. This could be bad. OG now in favor of the circle as well. Could build up pressure on both Team Tamilas and Metanenza. Just try and flush these players away, but OG moving towards Team Tamilas instead. Seoul putting pressure on Metanenza, and they've closed in quite a lot of distance.
Oh my God!
Charge with a nade, finding an opening as well. Metanenza, I think this is going to be the end of their journey in this game.
Yeah, the nade's fantastic. Another one lobbed pretty much towards that same vicinity, but now White Tiger, he needs to hold off the entirety of OG. The amount of nades that are being tossed by the boys of OG, but none of them find the right mark. But this Molotov, it's going to be placed to perfection. White Tiger, though, Even he moves pretty quickly, repositioning himself towards a safer spot. That ditch, it's still working out well. But slowly and steadily, even the Blue's going to be on the move. So White Tiger, he needs to reposition himself even better. He's also getting pounced on by the entirety of OG, and he just can't fight back. Too many players to deal with. As Seoul, they shift their focus on Genesis Esports, and it's just one man alive from Genesis. It's going to be the IGL himself, and even he gets dealt with.
Knuckle is back in his prime now, leading the team to the best performance we've seen in this tournament from the side of Seoul. Well, one of the best runs we've seen. 9 finishes on the board. They made it to the top 3, all men intact, but now it is going to be time for the big fight. One against the players of OG, and WizGod putting up so much pressure, but Team Tamilas, they are going to be the ones finding a knock, and on the danger man from the side of Seoul. Goblin eliminated from the game. OG, they steal that point away.
Oh my god, Team Tamilas, the remaining players, they need to thank these two guys for saving the day. But Fox OP, he gets knocked out anyways. It's Orangutan and their unstoppable firepower now against you. Reaper is the only person, but soon a well-placed Molotov or a utility can actually seal the deal on that player. Reaper is just barely alive behind that little cardboard box inside of that tower. But for how long, that's the question. Shrouding himself inside of the smoke as well. He moves outside of the window. Tossing out a few more smokes. He wants to be around the safety. And OG, they retreat.
I think they are trying to place themselves to see if they can spot out the entirety of the side of Seoul. Legit was spotted out on the slope of the hill. Joker was in an opposition, but Knuckle, he's going to get knocked out, and this could be bad for the players of Seoul, but Legit with the nade, he's looking for an opportunity to strike. 1 knock secured. They are going to need a few more. Still the top 3, and it is the end game. Blue zone collapse in this match, stage 9. Team Tamilas finally forced to vacate. It's down to Seoul versus OG.
Oh, look at WizGod. He's got the off angle, and he's going to be surprising soon. This is what I'm talking about, WizGod's position. Oh, it was unchecked for a long time, but eventually Seoul, they still make it happen. OG got real close. WizGod almost had it in his hands, and he actually does secure that game as well.
What a final circle. Absolute cinema here at BGS 2026 semi-finals day number 3, ladies and gentlemen, where Team Seoul, they snatch away the winner chicken dinner from the grasp of OG. It never looked possible, Johnny. I almost thought that the numbers advantage is going to give them the favor, but that did not really happen.
I think OG, they played the end game pretty well, and as Necro mentioned, WizGod, that was a cheeky move, by the way, because he was out in the open, just standing in that smoke, and even Seoul did not expect it. They expected the last man also to be with their team, because I think they just wanted that 2v4 to happen in a straight line so they can line up the players maybe. That didn't happen. WizGod, and especially with the MG, man. MG is such a broken weapon. The DPS is high. The rate of fire is insane when you switch it to the second mode. It just worked out quite nicely. He knew well as it was. Just shot him in the face.
That's the best part, right? The man literally just used his brain. He was just proning down constantly. WizGod knew that there is going to be a right opportunity. He struck, and he secured that chicken dinner for OG.
Well, to be honest, it was a much-needed game for Orangutan. It was also a very much-needed game for Team Seoul as well. Team Seoul, of course, they are going to be playing 6 matches today. But more so, I'm so happy with Team Tamilas actually making it to the top 3 and also Esports finding those 7 frags. It kind of seems like these two bottom teams, they are looking to make that comeback going on day number 3, Johnny.
I mean, both of them are sitting in their 20s, I believe, right now. So they need about, let's just say 15 to 16 points per game if they want to push through. It's not an easy task at all. But I think the best you can hope for now, since you have the momentum in your favor, is a respectable finish and maybe a momentous transition from the semis to the survival stages.
So Team Tamilas only had 1 finish, and I think they placed in the top 3. So it's not a lot of points that they got, right? Just 5 placement points, so that's going to be 6 points in total. Still, it is a lackluster performance in my opinion.
Absolutely, 100% sure. But look at Orangutan, of course. 5 between AKOP and Athanki, 4 between WizGod and Aru, 9 eliminations in total. Orangutan, they're looking solid, and this was one of their textbook styles to try and keep their numbers safe. They usually dominate the logs region, they usually dominate the woods region, but this time, OG, they had I would say formidable opponents in the form of Team Seoul, who were looking pretty good, to be honest.
I think they had a formidable opponent in the form of the circle itself, because they started from Milta Power, rotated very early towards the north of Milta, towards Lumberyard, and then all of a sudden it hits them that, hey, it would have been better if we stayed in the back lines. And you saw the damage numbers to finish conversion from the side of OG as well. Me and Necro were talking about this during the game. This could have been a very high fragging game for the side of OG, but I guess they just kept their numbers intact and it all kind of worked out in the end. But I was expecting around 10 to 15 eliminations this time though.
That's the funny part, right? When OG only had 2 elimination points, I thought, wait, OG might have just crossed 10 points marker.
Yeah.
But then I looked at the DOA status and I'm like, what? Just 2 eliminations? How does this even happen? Because OG was just constantly doing damage inside of the lobby. They should have gotten more finish points.
Absolutely. They were doing so fine on the overall standings just before this game as well. And now they potentially are going to be, you know, galloping forward, maybe taking down, learn from past, taking away the #1 spot. Of course, we still have to go back to the mathematicians on board and find out where exactly does OG stand. But of course, one thing is for sure, that action is heating up, ladies and gentlemen, on the map of Erangel. It was OG. On the map of Myanmar, who is it going to be? We'll find out after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
As promised, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a short break, and this time, of course, joining me alongside on the panel is going to be Icy Baby 1-2 and I Super Johnny. It was a fantastic game on the map of Erangel. Of course, Icy, I want to know your thoughts. Orangutan just steadily galloping towards the #1 spot on the overall standings. What do you think? Is there going to be anybody who challenges OG now?
You know, when it comes to OG, day 1 making content is the specialty, but day 2 we saw a little bit of bounce back and of a comeback coming from them, and you can see their game face were put on yesterday. But today they went all out. They were out for blood. They were just hunting everybody from the sides here.
Absolutely. And speaking of hunting, ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk about this particular player who was the MVP of that last game. It is not from OG, it is from it is from Genesis, in fact. Hunters from Team Genesis, 4 eliminations, 676 points of damage. Johnny, I think Genesis had been one of the most consistent teams inside of the semi-finals, performing in day 1, day 2, and now inside of day 3 as well. The start has been phenomenal. Hunters is looking in prime touch. Viper is looking back in form. What do you think is working out for Genesis right now?
I think Genesis, they've been the most consistent team, not just in the semi-finals, but overall in the entire tournament, because Genesis every single round has been finishing and playing their best. Even in this semi-finals, we see them in a decent spot inside of the top 8, 14 points in this game. And as Icy was saying, I think OG, yeah, they were building up a lot of pressure on the teams moving the slope of the hill, but the benefits were primarily reaped by Genesis and Welt of all of that pressure. OG, by that point, were sitting just at like 2 or 3 eliminations. They got the other 6 in the end game when they pushed up. Meta Ninja, Team Tamilas, and Seoul.
Hey, I mean, one thing is for sure. I mean, Orangutan and Team Soul, they've been consistent. Genesis has been there as well. But Meta Ninja has been in a different touch ever since semi-finals just began. Look at that overall standings. It is Orangutan at the top. They move past Learn From Past right now with the 96 points. Learn From Past with 95 and Meta Ninja sitting at 88 points itself. Still, Reckoning Esports yet to play their matches. Genesis is going to be there in the 5th spot, 73 points as well. The top 8 looking fabulous. I see any surprises from the top 8 so far. For me, I think it has to be Myth Official because I did not expect this team to perform so well.
I think Myth Official and Troy Temple Esports is definitely one of the surprise factors coming into play as well. I think in particular, Genesis was kind of a big letdown for day number 1. But after seeing that game just now, to see them finally back in their usual comfort zone here of playing the macro aspect, playing it as a team, and it's very, very nice to actually watch them as well because the only other team thus far in the semi-finals that are playing at the same level, in my opinion, is Learn From Past based on their performances in these past 2 days.
Hey man, I mean, all of that is fine, but look at the third page on the overall standings. Johnny, points of concern for these teams out there. Mad Kings 9 matches played, 45 points. K9 Esports once again yet another game. They're going to be playing 3 matches today. 1 match is done and dusted. They did not get a lot of points and now they are sitting at 38 from 10 matches played. This is their worst average inside of BGIS 2026 in any of the rounds in particular. What exactly is going wrong?
Again, I think just a lack of positional awareness and no coordination in team fights, it seemed like, because this has been happening since yesterday that K9, ideally they like to play a 2-2 split, a duo engages and the other duo is just busy doing something else, maybe too far away from the team. In this particular match, both the duos were engaged in 2 different fights entirely and both of them lost their significant 2v4s. That sort of strat, I think, is backfiring on K9 Esports. And I think a big reason is the underwhelming performance we've seen on LAN from Knight in particular, because this man, during the online stage, were the cornerstone where the aggression for K9 Esports came from, but on LAN in the semi-finals, it's not there.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well here. I'm a little bit disappointed, but hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here for the map of Miramar. It is a little bit more breathing room because they have been caught out a lot of times during rotations, and maybe this time we'll give them a little bit of a chance.
Well, we'll see who actually makes the most out of that opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Team Soul was there. They're pumping up the crowd. We are pumped up as well, and I hope you guys are pumped up as well. This is Miramar for all of you guys.
Day 3 of the semi-finals begin here for Game 2 itself. And this is going to be the map of Miramar. And this is going to be a very, very hot game itself here. We saw some bounce backs in Game number 1. Will that trend continue in towards Game 2? We shall see. Because now, starting things off here, the flying path is going to be coming from the west side of El Pozo, passing through San Martin, and then ending towards the outskirts of Truckstar. A pretty northern shift. And so far, Johnny, I have I would say, intrusive thought that I would like to share as well, because it seems to me here in the semifinals, in day 1, day 2, we have had so many unorthodox circles.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, so what is your intrusive thought right now? Do you want to see like a prison circle in this game?
I want to see the 2 islands again.
It can't. It's so rare, man.
Yeah, but we saw it, you know, on day 1.
Yeah, we saw it. You got to cast it as well, right?
Again.
Yeah, you want it again. You're a greedy man, I see.
Yeah. I want to see them suffer for some reason.
Greedy and sadistic, I guess, is now we know IC's 2 personality traits. But anyways, if we're talking about sufferings, I think prison is also going to be an entertaining end zone. But let's see where the first zone pops up. I think I have a feeling this is going to be a little bit of a letdown on Miramar. We have a northern, pretty standard flight path, kind of the same one as we had on Wrangle earlier. And we have a circle between Chumasera and Los Leones. So we are in for an interesting game in the late stages maybe. But first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, Miramar means Picardo drop clashes. And in the big reds, this time we have, again, round 2 between Sinway and Revenant X-Pac.
Well, Revenant X-Pac was able to clean out Sinway the last time. This time it is going to be a little bit of revenge. And I'm surprised that Sinway hasn't given up yet. This is going to hurt some points, but this time this is going to be a little bit bounce back. Ninja was able to find the first knock, but he is dropped down pretty low. They haven't found a confirmation yet. Payne is able to find another trade here, so it is going to be 3 versus 3 as of yet.
Yeah, it's an even fight between the 2 sides, but one man from the side of Revenant X-Pac again dropped low, and the knock is secured, but the trades are back and forth. Ninja still left. Wishu in the backlines from the side of Sinway, but Ninja is going to have to fight a 1v2. Ninja is going for those frags. He does not want Revenant X-Pac to have a complete reset, but Punk from the flank building up more pressure. Sinway also looking to bring their players back, but Revenant X-Pac are going to be the first team to have their numbers up over Sinway.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in here. Sinway, they've got 2 knocks. They have to push this as well. But seems like they've got 2 players really down low. March and Ninju has no mans to actually push up. They are on the low ground. Revenant X-Pac, they may have just lost pain for absolutely nothing. The full reset is coming through, and Revenant X-Pac, they're just afraid of pushing this. This is quite concerning here. Punk does have the off angle, but he needs to pull a big one, and Sinway knows exactly where he is. Has to be careful with the Tommy. Sees the free fire, doesn't land the shot, and Mox is able to cross over.
Yeah, this could be bad. Those few missed shots could mean that Sinway gets a full reset and Revenant X-Pac are going to be gone. Mox, the nade cooked to perfection, and Punk! He is going to be the man getting punked over here. This is why it's important to hit your shots. It's the same guy he whiffed the shots on that resulted in him getting knocked out.
Mistakes were made. And now Revenant X-Pac, they may have just gotten a reply here from Sinway Esports. They are not giving up a Picado. It is going to be a 1-for-1 as of yet, but it's not over until it's truly over. Ninja and Trace got forced to play the high grounds as of yet. March going to be on the other side of the Parliaments here, looking for an off angle, but Punk is still alive down below. He is knocked up, but he will have information here from the sides, but it seems like we are going back into the stalemate. Both teams doesn't really want to overcommit. Revenant X-Pac wants to make Sinway pay a maximum value before taking them down. It's going to be a tricky spot to play, though, I would say.
It is a tricky spot, but let's see if Sinway succeed, or is Revenant X-Pac going to just completely demolish them in this 2 versus 4? Although I have to say, I have something that I need to do. It's very important. I need to clip this fight and send it to Visista Esports to show them how Picato drop clashes work.
Okay.
Visista is invalid, Elmar. They've just completely given up on Picato.
Fair enough, but again, are they playing for top 8 or are they just playing for bragging rights? Because right now, they are fighting for home. And Revenant X-Pac, they're down 2 players. Sinway pretty much clean out the house, and considering that this is still circle in favor, which it is still a little bit uncertain whether or not will it shift back down towards the north side, but it feels like it is going to go towards Los Leones. We are going to be seeing that urban warfare coming up really soon, but Sinway, they're taking a bit of a long time here, and this may actually hurt their rotation out of the way, but seems like March, they've given up. He is going to try and loot up here and look for a potential vehicle outside before actually cleaning out Revenant X-Pac.
Yeah, I think they just let Punk bleed out to his eventual demise. And they are aware of the fact that 2 players from the side of Revenant X-Pac are pinned on the 4th floor of the building. Maybe they've just sent out Mox to look for utility. If they have nades, then the execution of Trace and Ninja becomes a whole lot easier.
Well, it could be, but as of yet, for the rest of the teams inside this lobby, they're pretty much already looted up and on their merry way to actually hit for the zone. Even for Vanguard, who ironically during the wildcard stages was one of the most dominating teams coming into the semifinals. We had a lot of expectations coming to play, but seems like nothing happened. But seems like Sinway finally makes the call. Mosh has grouped up his teammates, brought in some utilities, brought in bigger guns, I would say. And this time, Revenant X-Pac, they have to challenge this. Level 3 helmets on Vishu as well. This is going to be a tricky headshot for Revenant X-Pac.
Oh, of course, it's gonna be a 4-man roster of Sinway that's now getting very eager to make this bounce. Trace is 12k, not enough HP, and it seems like no heals as well. He's not brought his HP back up. Ninja has to be the main playmaker, the one finding the multiple knocks to try and deter Sinway from just making the bounce on the top floor of the Big Red. But hey, I mean, both of these lads are mechanically gifted. They are considered some of the best mechanical players in the country, I see. And that leads me to believe this fight could swing any way. Trace spotted the first, but whiffs their shots. And now it's down to Ninja, who gets naded. And Sinway, they get their revenge, picking off Revenant X-Pac very early in the game. But to be fair, this fight, I think Revenant X-Pac is not going to be troubled by losing or taking an early exit in a game like this. Sinway, on the other hand, this could be the start of the momentous build-up. Last time they landed in Miramar along with Revenant X-Park, they got finished off right at the bat. This time they get to survive and they get 4 extra points.
Yeah, but at the same time, so this rivalry between Sinway and Revenant X-Park hopefully doesn't bite Revenant X-Park down the lines here of qualifying towards the top 8, considering that we've seen teams that had rivalries like this eventually hurt each other and not making the cut here. So this is going to be a very, very big slap here for Revenant X-Park. Great comeback from Sinway. But let's take a look at where the circle is going to be shifting as well. We do see a lot of teams already migrating their way down to the center in between Chumacera and Los Leonas. Seems to be a habit between a lot of teams, except for Genesis, who has been playing edge zone for the longest time.
Yeah, even yesterday on Miramar, Genesis was, well, we had a circle towards the northwestern quadrant and Genesis made a very late rotation. They've been playing it slow. Unless the circle is on top of them, which is what we saw on that previous game, the map of Erangel. But let's see how this one turns out. Although we finally have Vasista Esports, we were talking about them. Change and drop, moving from Picardo to getting a little bit more dynamic. I think just making sure they walk away as far away from the flight path as possible and just have a comfortable early game start. This time starting from the southwestern island of Prison, Minas del Sur, and now finally crossing that Partona bridge. And well, luckily for them, the circle also takes a western shift towards Minas del Valle and Chumacera. So Vasista Esports, they get a very easy breaching point from the southern edge.
Yeah, at the same time, OG's got to be scratching their heads as well. Who would have thought the circle actually pushed back to their home city, and Welton does have the high ground, so that is going to be a tricky spot for them. But they do have those road sign compounds for them, as teams coming in from the east side inside Los Leonas now is going to be making for a desperate mad dash into the zone. Learn from Pass going to be taking the highway down south to try and find a little bit of space, which is ironically not my personal favorite. It's not directly pushing through the center, but I think they are looking for audio cues to try and find a safe spot to try and punish them and capitalize on potential third parties here, especially second circle here.
Well, still a slow stage of Miramar, stage 2. But that gives us time to recap the collapse of Revenant X-Park from this game early on. Again, it was a decent start. At a certain point in the game, we felt like maybe Revenant X-Park was going to 2-0 Sinway. But I see very clearly we can find out the moment where Revenant X-Park fell apart. One bullet whiffed from Punk, and then Mox with the nade just got his team the advantage, the edge to win that fight. But do we really hold that shot against Punk, or is it just one of those moments that just happens? Unfortunate.
I think it's just a very bad day here for Revenant X-Park here.
Yeah, fair enough.
Game number 1 looked kind of good, but after getting picked apart, things did not recover. It seems like morale is an all-time down low here for Revenant X-Park here in day 3 itself. But let's see, the game goes on. K9 Esports haven't been making their bounce back yet here. It's been 10 matches in. And the only way K9 Esports stands a chance to qualify for semifinals, it starts from this game. If this game is another flop, they're pretty much done for.
Also, I want to know from you, me and Nico were having this discussion about the cutoff, what the top 8 is going to look like. He felt 118 is going to be the cutoff. I feel it might be, I have a bracket 120 to 130, so let's go 125. What about you?
150, you're safe. 100%.
Yeah, by that logic, man, 200 is comfortably safe, right?
Yes.
Guaranteed spot in the finals if you get 200.
100%. But it depends, right? Like, if the top teams are being one of the, are creating a vacuum, we are going to be seeing like 130, 140. Ooh. But if we see a potential comeback from, let's say, teams from K9, from Phoenix, from Sinway, starting from this game onwards, then it could go down low, maybe 115, 118.
Oh, man. I mean, and with how the teams at the top are playing, it's highly likely that we are going to see the cutoff drop, especially with the competition getting tight, with OG also joining the mix. But Victoria Sumas present towards the northeastern edge, and Sinway right alongside with them, still in Picardo. I think if Sinway has controls of the buildings towards the south, they should be able to spot out Victoria Sumas, but then you will have to go against K9 and Seoul, who are present towards the northeastern and the northern edges of the play zone. And man, oh man, I'm scared for K9 again with the 2-2 split.
Yeah, that's going to be a very risky play here. They are playing a little bit on towards the edge as well. Seems like 4 Wolves now going to be losing Noob towards Vanguard. They were trying to push towards edge. Finds a random straggler, takes him out. That's going to be a point in the bag. And the Arsenals having a little bit of a small accident. Fortunately for them, nobody is around to actually capitalize on that, which is good. Meanwhile, let's talk a little bit more on the potential cutoff once again here. Just now, there was a brief replay here of Nonex getting picked apart. Nonex is part of the upper echelons, and this past 2 games hasn't been looking good. So I think the cutoff may actually drop because of this performance.
Pretty much. Even Erangel wasn't the greatest outing for the side of Nonex, and it's turning out to be the same on Miramar. And it's not just them. Meta Ninja today, well, the first game was quite nice, to be honest. A top 4 finish for Meta Ninja. But in this map of Miramar, when did they lose 2 players, man? That is the question, because I think we kind of skipped out on Meta Ninja being a part of the action. And where are they inside of the play zone as well? All right, they're quite close to the players of K9 Esports. So threat still looming over their heads.
Well, speaking of a threat here, I think Seoul was the one that actually punished them as well. Meta Ninja was actually smack middle of the zone during Circle 1 itself. But let's see how Victoria Summers plays this as of yet. Victoria Summers is a master when it comes to situations like this, pushing towards edge, finding opportunities, but considering that now there are a lot of people that have been picked off and there's still so many compounds inside this circle, I don't think we are going to see that major fights here. So teams that love capitalizing on third parties is going to struggle to find opportunities as of yet.
You are going to have to try and make your own opportunities to engage and to fight, catch players off guard. But it seems like Victor Sumas could be the one caught off guard away. Look at Awais. He went up to scout a spot inside the edge of the play zone, but was spotted out and shot at by the players of 4-Wolf DOD. Awais forced to fall back, and Victor Sumas forced to find a new way inside of stage 4 play zone. They still have about 40 seconds to tank the damage of the blue, but Sinway opting for a very wide rotation. They are moving along the edges of the blue zone from the eastern side and could get sandwiched based on where they are headed between Victor Sumas and Vanguard.
Oh, at the same time, we've got a Yippee-ki-yay situation here for Sinway Esports.
Yeehaw!
It seems like Ninja is going to try and find a little bit of off angle. Sinway's stalemate with Revenant Expert may have cost them a lot of information. They're coming into stage 4 completely blind. It seems like Ninja is going to try and jump his way through. Scary Jaw takes a couple shots and decides, wait, that's a horse. Let's not take a shot at that. That's very, very difficult to actually track from this range.
Hey man, it's the desert. The Cowboys are out, but the trigger finger is not quick enough on the players of Victor Sumas. So many opportunities to pick up that man just running around amok on that horse, but from his POV, this at this point is a highlight moment.
Wow.
He's still alive.
He actually survived this as well. Nice little bit of mobility here, but it seems like they will continue on their merry way to push inside the zone. Victoria Summers missed their shot. 4-Wolves missed their shot. Team Tamilas hasn't joined the action yet. But speaking of that, as soon as I say this, seems like we do see a little bit of a casualty here. March was picked off, and Team Tamilas, they were training far from far.
Yeah.
But it is going to be a soft reset here coming from Sinway. Team Tamilas not looking to try and push out, but the zone is going to force them down towards the west side. So teams like Seoul right now is going to be having a lot of control inside the zone, but they haven't exactly found a good spot to kind of hunker down. They're kind of out in the open, and now Nonex is able to find this pick-off.
Yeah, the revenge play coming through from the players of Nonex, and Rapido should get that clean-up. Joker pinned down out into the open, nowhere left to go. There's the nade. Oh, and it's just going to be a bit off. Joker still has an opportunity to get a reset. Now he's going to bleed out. Knuckle from the backlines is trying to see if he can shut down Rapido and maybe find a breathing room for his team. Oh, that could have been close. But finally, the finish point is going to be secured by Nonex. Although on the other side, we were talking about Sinway, and look at that. Sinway are losing players. They got sandwiched. They got into an awkward spot. They did manage to dodge Victor Sumas, but Vanguard is making them pay.
Well, seems like there is a lot of casualties here happening left, right, front, and center. So again, they do have some sort of center control, but they do not have a good spot to hold. But Victoria Summers now getting pushed from K9. Now the sprays comes in. Scarajot connects a few shots through, but they're all outside the zone. I think K9 should be taken out by the zone like this, and yes, they do. Victoria Summers actually clutches it big time, shutting down K9.
Yeah, but they're going to be the next ones losing players because both the teams ended up fighting in the blue zone. And well, things keep getting worse and worse for K9. 2 points from this game, sitting at that 40-point marker. And as we were talking about the cutoff, I think they are way, way off where they need to be.
A little bit of a tricky spot to be in, I would say. From the west side now, versus the Esports has to descend from the Chumasera Mountains here. Scouts a little bit of a moment here coming from Phoenix. As Smoker has to disengage from their fight. They have to descend. Versus the Esports is going to be having a little bit of a truce here, as both sides will agree to come down safely. don't want to risk getting third party. Meanwhile, Victor Summers, they both denied a point here to K9 because Scary John was knocked off, but he was intentionally picked up to deny the point to K9 and then, well, say goodbye to the zone, I would say. That's pretty much what they did. Left him to die outside the zone.
Yeah, left in peace.
Yeah.
Or pieces, depending on how you look at it. But anyways, now I think this match is about to get a little bit more intense. Sinaway. Time for round 2 between them and Victor Somas. But there's a third party coming through. Team Tamilas, look at that. They've closed in a lot of distance. Shots from Oasis. Information given away, and in fact, Sinaway. They are going to be the ones with the opening now. It's just down to Venom. Smoke lobbed out. The revive should come through as Sinaway get distracted. They forgot about Vanguard for some reason and are getting punished again and again and again.
Yeah, I was very surprised that Rex Boy actually decided to actually push up close as well. So getting the knock on Oasis was nice, but at the same time at the expense of his life. And Team Tamilas is able to clean up Victorious Summers just like that. So nice little spot there. But Team Tamilas seems like they are looking strong. They clean out the entire northeast corner of this map. But now they've got a new problem. How do they push inside the zone here? Weld does have one of the strongest compounds on the north side. And Learn from Past again. How do they find spots like this every single time?
Oh man, I mean, Learn from Past, they have been phenomenal. But in this game, the only thing that can change their fate is going to be Genesis. Because we didn't speak about them ever since we saw them very early. Still sitting around in Porto Pracio. But Genesis, they've found an incredible spot to work with, I have to say. Learn from Past and Genesis are right now controlling the highest terrain inside of this map. The only thing that can ruin the day is a shift towards the north, but I think that is still going to be highly unlikely. They should still find a decent spot to work with. And along with them, Visista Esports also has prime position and all 4 players intact.
Well, speaking of being intact here, OG also having 4 players. They do have the highest positions outside the zone on the north side. They are applying a lot of pressure for teams trying to rotate in, and this is actually hurting a lot of teams because based on the DOE status on the east, on the right side here, you can see a lot of people actually getting picked off because of all this edge camping coming from all these teams. And this might be the new trend here for semifinals. It's not about center control, it's all about cleaning out the edges before going in. And OG Genesis, perfect example of doing so. But as soon as I say this, Phoenix Esports trying to take a page here. They do find a knock onto his Aru. No backup whatsoever. Suppress fires are coming from AKOP. He needs to connect those shots, but no shots has been connected. So Aru is pretty much left to be gone for. But no, they continue to pepper shots here. Tanky actually finds a knock, and that is going to stop Phoenix right now.
I don't like the position Phoenix is in. I see this is the direct line of fire, and they don't have enough cover to work with. And OG is a team that gets hyper-aggressive when their back is against the wall, when they have nowhere left to run. Atanki and AK, look at them on the move. We're still on the flank, and they're building up a lot of pressure on the players of Phoenix Esports. But OG, how much util do these players have? Because AK is about to fall. He runs off position, still gets knocked down. Atanki falls as well. And OG, they get punished for overextending in an off angle. Phoenix, this could be the build-up. Even in the previous game, Phoenix was able to secure a decent amount of elimination. In this one, it's looking brilliant. Now they control the entirety of the northern edge.
Oh, beautifully done from them, but at the same time, they left their backs completely open. Visista Esports were their neighbors for the longest time. They heard all these commotions. Now they take the high ground. They get the knock on Somraj, and now Phoenix, one of the worst possible spots to be in. They need to get out. Smokes has been set up, and Salme continues to try and get a couple shots in. Phoenix, they need to get out, but oh, the smoke dispersed at the wrong time. They're pretty much stuck. Their entire vehicles has been exposed. Slowly getting decommissioned here by Visista Esports, and Phoenix, they're pretty much stuck out in the open with no backup whatsoever. They're pretty much done for.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is going to be done for. Visista eventually will find their position and eventually get these finishes. As you mentioned, the misplay for the smoke. It was just a few pixels, but they were going to be enough for Visista to find the exact location for the players of Phoenix, and eventually they are losing bodies, just down to 2 now. Although a few moments ago, Genesis, they were able to wipe out the side of Learn from Past, and Genesis also, again, a prime contender for the winner-winner chicken dinner, as we're finally down to the top 8 of this match.
Wait, huh? Genesis wiping out Learn from Past? How did that happen?
Yeah, they just ended up forcing a fight. Learn from Past were distracted, I guess.
Yeah, that's we gotta wait for the replay here before we actually find things out here, because that was really interesting as well, considering that Learn from Past has a very, very good solid spot. to work with from south side. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for the inevitable death here of 2 players from side of Phoenix who's still stuck. Viper is pretty much inside the zone here coming from Phoenix, but even then, it's not exactly in. It's still barely on the edges, out of the process of Basista, but now the Arc trying to make an attempt here, trying to make a mad dash. It seems like Phoenix, they should be able to get out. Sim actually goes down to the zone, but for some reason, they were able to find Smoker out to safety, but he swings wide and try and push Basista Esports.
I mean, he's again swinging in that crosshair. What is Smoker up to? But hey, Phoenix, they're still left with 2 players in this game. And Smoker has to regroup with Viper, although as soon as they try to cross the hill, Welt will have a position from where they can take their shots on the players of Phoenix as well. But we switch focus. We've looked towards the north. We spoke about the southern edge. Now we look towards the eastern edge where we have Seoul gatekeeping the players of OG, but they forgot about the south. They forgot about Genesis. And this is why you mentioned Learn From Past has the prime position. This is why I wanted to talk about Genesis as well, because this hill, it allows them to see the entirety of the open space up ahead. They take out the men from Seoul. Team Tamalas is going to be next, but all of this commotion helps out OG in getting a few extra placement points from this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, WizGod has to spot it out as well. Hunter sees him, gets a nice headshot, but at the same time doesn't get enough to take him down. His buggy is pretty much done for. Goes for a second time attempt, and that's going to be OG taken out with Hunters cleaning out the rest of the competition here. Genesis Esports definitely on form here for day 3 of the semifinals. They are here for the top spot.
Yeah, I mean, now they're playing like they want the throne. Now they're playing like they want to move as the top contenders for the grand finals. 6 eliminations on the board for Genesis, and a brilliant nade from Hunters. Reaper, can you reap Genesis out of existence? I don't think so. The spray from Hunters is
oh my god,
and the finish is gonna be secured. Make it a Genesis heading towards double digits. And Hunters, I think it is gonna be a back-to-back MVP for Hunters.
oh my goodness, Genesis, just absolute domination here for day 3 of the semifinals. They are here to take the crown, they are here to take the throne. Can they push themselves into the semifinals? Based on this current trend, it seems like they are on the right track as well. They've got 4 players alive, they've got a majority of the high ground in control, and what a shot as well from Genesis. Fury was around to get the knock, but again, they're just shutting down every single team in this lobby, and we're finally down to this final 4 team. How did this happen? Everyone was just mass scrambling.
Yeah, very chaotic matchup. But I think Welt, they have to be grateful for this level of chaos. I believe it's one of the reasons that Welt is still in this game. No one has contested them. They've been going after those loose stragglers. But I am surprised Basista Esports just have a single finish in this match so far. And I don't think it's going to be easy for them to grab a few more from here on out. Genesis already eyeing their position.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, let's take a look at the replay here and what happened here with Hunters. He had the perfect line of sight and was able to connect every single shot that mattered the most as well. Those pixel shots are so extremely crucial, and this is the difference between a team that is on point and pretty much just spraying for the sake of spraying, because this is where precision counts the most in the map like Miramar.
Oh, and now finally, this might be the end of the journey. Fury has gone to the low ground to finish off what his teammates started. 10 finishes on the... Was that a nade, or did he just lob out a smoke? Oh, that has to be a smoke. Now he lobs out a nade towards the players of Basista Esports. It's going to fall a bit short. But Genesis, they've created a beautiful path to close in for these shacks. And I believe once they have this position, they should be able to gatekeep Wealth. And the last player from the side of Seoul on the edge to go for the chicken dinner, Basista Esports. This is going to be the end of their journey on this map of Miramar. The first nade made contact, and the second one is going to clean up Hunters. Another one on the board, goes on a rampage with 7 eliminations secured in this match.
Oh, but at the same time, Viper was left alone to defend the high ground. Welt is coming crashing in. He takes one out, but there's still 2 left alive. They trade 1 for 1, but that is that enough time for Genesis to actually provide the backup, the return fire here? Justy has been knocked, and Welt looking to try and pick him up. Genesis Esports is not happy that they have lost Viper. They are driving in, they're crashing through to try and capitalize on this, and that's going to be another knock, and Genesis looking for the chicken dinner. Proton stuck outside his zone. 3 down now for Welt.
Yeah, and now the cleanup. It is going to be easy for Genesis. What a brilliant performance coming through. 15 points on the board, 4 finishes, and the chicken dinner finally secured. We were worried that late rotation out of the Porto Palacio is not going to be easy, but the circle shifting towards the south allowed them to dominate this match in the mid-game stages, and they brought it to completion with the chicken dinner.
What a masterclass coming in from Genesis Esports. A literal frag fest coming in from Hunters, from Vipers, and the rest of the lads as well. Genesis Esports looking solid. Yet another good performance on board as well. And I see it's been very consistent performance, a very consistent start for two teams, Genesis and Team Soul. The first game as well, they played really well. This time as well, they are fragging out of their minds right now. Team Soul, they're making steady climbs towards the top. I think Genesis already has a #1 shot, and I think Team Soul will be there around the top 5 as well.
I think from Genesis side, this is where we finally saw a glimpse on how they performed during the grind stages, to the round stages, to semi-final, quarterfinals, and now here the semi-finals as well. This is them in their comfort spot as well. And having the IGL gravity taking charge here and making sure they do the things, but it really feels like Hunters is the one that's making all these kind of plays. But the way how all these 4 plans actually understands each other's roles is just phenomenal as well. Viper was intentionally left behind on top here, especially in this particular moment on this bounces to try and provide cover, while Genesis is looking to clean up. And as soon as that happens and realize that, hey, Weld is pushing up, gets a knock, forces Well to actually reset for like 5 seconds, giving enough time for the rest of Genesis to actually come back out and retake the hill, which was really, really impressive comms here.
Absolutely. And then there was the scare that came in from Weld Esports as well, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's been a very long time ever since we've seen Weld perform at this level, of course. Something which they've done in the past. We'll put a pin on the thought for a while, as we do have the stats from the chicken dinner. Hunters with 8 frags, 1,061 points of damage. Then, of course, you've got 3 frags on Gravity and Fury. Each makes it 14. Viper with 2, 16 eliminations. And 10 points from the chicken dinner. That is 26 points from just 1 match by Genesis.
Yeah, and Genesis, I mean, even in the previous game, they did quite well for themselves. So, as I said earlier at the start of the day, this is the most consistent team in this entire tournament. You mentioned it. They played well in the grind. They played well in the round stages. They're playing well in the finals. We've seen every single team be out of form. We are seeing K9 be out of form. We have seen OG out of form. We have seen Soul out of form. But Genesis, they've been consistent. Although, this will also mean that as they head towards the grand finals, which I'm sure Genesis is already moving towards, like, I think they're in a comfortable position, they will have a massive target on their back.
Exactly, but at the same time, so let's talk about the current trends on rotations as well, because a lot of teams has been prioritizing on center control. Genesis is the only team that has made edge rotation works since the entirety of 2025. We've seen Revenant Extract try, we've seen Hero Extreme Godlike try, everyone fail, and Genesis coming 2026 is the only team that has somehow made it work, and it's great.
Even if they had actually played the edge rotation, I kind of felt like Weld Esports, they were all around the park in that final circle. I thought they were going to walk away with the chicken dinner, but that did not actually happen, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are going to continue with 2 maps of Rondo after this, which can be a big bounce back. But for now, we're going to take a small break. Don't go anywhere.
पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know. कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार? रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बड़े कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations, and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of BGIS 2026 semi-finals, day number 3. Once again, my name is Salty. I'm going to be your host, and joining alongside is going to be a small switch-up. I have Icy Baby 1-2 on the panel, and joining alongside with me, my best friend Necro Man is going to be here. Necro, this was not expected, especially with the way Genesis have been playing in the first couple of games. Tonight, what are your thoughts? What do you think? Is there anybody who can stop this bullet train right now?
I mean, look, for Genesis Esports, they've always been in their own heads, just doing whatever they want. It's not just about this land, right? Even in the previous couple of lands that we've witnessed, even in the previous couple of stages in this BGS itself, Genesis is unstoppable freaks of nature when they wake up. And that's what's happening. Hunters with 8 finishes all by himself. Now, that's an iconic performance.
Yeah, that's going to be back-to-back MVPs coming from Hunters as well. This is just phenomenal gameplay. But joining him is going to be Fury as well as teammates. However, there is a little bit of a dip here just because of the fact that the finishes from every single player in this lobby in particular was kind of spread out evenly between the teams as well. You can see Seoul having their fight, Team Tamilas, Vanguard versus the Esports, Phoenix, and even Sinway. They're just gobbling up all these small little points, except for Genesis, well, in this case, cleaned out everybody from the southeast corner.
Absolutely. They have 16 finish points, 1/4 of the entire lobby, I see. And that is one of the reasons why you see those 2 huge towers forming on Genesis Esports. One team I have to be very happy about has to be Welt. We have been talking about the problems, we've been talking about the LAN experience, Necro, but finally it seems like Welt Esports, they are adapting themselves to the rest of the lobby, aren't they?
Yeah, they're waking up slowly and steadily, but considering their spot in the overall standings, waking up slowly and steadily is not going to get them anywhere.
Yeah.
They need a lot of points, major chunks, and as the overall standings pop up, you will see Learn from Past, Genesis Esports, Orangutan, Meta Ninja, of course the top 4 unshakable, since OG's first game was insane. But if you move on towards the bottom 4, I would still say there's a big chance that it can be switched up soon.
You know, a very important thing is going to be the fact that out of the 16 matches, 11 matches for the top 4 has been played already. And it seems like they have almost booked their slot for the grand finals. What remains to be seen is how many slots are still left behind, as majority of the teams in the second page sit here with the 9 and 8 matches played respectively. There are going to be problems for sure. I believe the Wild Fangs are going to be waiting very patiently for their matches. Victorious Summers plays 6 matches today. They are going to have a very important bounty on top of their heads. But the last page, I see this is where problems are going to lie. K9 Esports, they keep going tumbling down, and this is not expected.
Exactly, and at the same time, you know, after this performance coming from K9 Esports getting taken out here, I think they're pretty much done for as well. The chase for the semi-finals is pretty much done for. They have to do it from the survival stage just because they do not have enough matches to complete here. But of course, if every single game from this point onward, K9 Esports mathematically chicken dinners with 20 finishes per game will get them through, but they've got to pull a miracle though.
I just had an important observation from the overall stats for K9 Esports. They do not really have a problem with the finishes. 35 finish points is not really that bad, but 5 position points from 10 matches played, that is going to be a point of concern.
Yeah, exactly. For K9 Esports, let's be honest, the ship is sinking. I understand we want to be as positive as possible. We want to be as diplomatic as possible and, you know, promote K9 Esports, and maybe still they can make it. But as of now, the survival stage is way too close for them. And at this point, you might as well just start preparing for it.
Potentially, but look at these boys preparing for sure. Revenant X-Spark, Orangutan, they are going to be absolutely locked in. This, of course, is going to be the final game for Revenant X-Spark. Not really. They are going to be playing 6 matches today. Pardon me for that, ladies and gentlemen. 10 seconds before the first rondo of the evening begins. One last chance for all of these teams, maybe for K9 Esports as well, to come back. And, of course, we are going to be seeing you there. Rondo, over to you.
It is the map of Rondo, and it's supposed to give you a lot of opportunities to make that bounce back. And as we know, this might just be the second last Rondo of the semifinals, so you have to respect it, and you have to play for the elimination points. And these teams on the latter half of the board who are struggling, they don't have any other options either.
Okay, seems like when it comes to the semifinals itself, we are going to be seeing diabolical shifts, and here I have a little bit of a plot twist here in the map Rondo, all the way for the southeast corner, and only one flying path instead of 2. So every single team is going to be coming from the same spots. I think we are going to be seeing a lot of early aggressions towards Dancheng and Neox Factory, but I don't think they should be fighting this a little bit risky here, because it is, number one, a little bit too crowded, and the places for recall towers, yes, there is a lot of place to go, but it's still very far off as well, so you have to make every single player count in this situation.
Pretty much, K9 Esports is Omega heading towards Meiran, so that's going to be a smooth glide for the man. Then you've also got Vanguard's Stream heading toward Lo Huaxing, so even that man's going to be around the safety blocks. A lot of these teams are going to be dropping around test tracks in Neox Factory, a major cluster as well around that southern side where we'll see Learn from Past, Weld, Sinaway, Revan, and X-Bar as well just duke it out. And speaking of Learn from Past, the action already kicks off. Meta-Ninja, unfortunately for them, they were not able to last for too long as Learn from Past puts that nail in the coffin.
Yeah, nicely done here from Rush Boy. He was able to get those guns first while everybody is looking to try and knife each other out. Things weren't looking too good for them. Meanwhile, here we do see have a little bit of a four-way showdown. Learn from Past and clean out with the rest, but around them is going to be a lot of teams as well. And even for Neox Factory, we have K9 also losing a trade here from Team Tamilas. Non-X on the other side, Knight is going to be on top as well. Ninja Boy a little bit split off. A very risky spot to be in here, especially for Knight. Maybe shot from the main building themselves. He does have an STRP, needs a little bit of backup. But on the finish feed as well, we do see Welt also losing bodies in the process. This is very, very awkward showdown. But again, this is bound to happen as well in the map of Rondo, right?
And I'm liking this aggression from Team Tamilas, finally realizing that now it's better to focus on the elimination points, and that's what they're doing. Elimination points are desperately needed. Any sort of points for Team Tamilas is going to help them pretty much bring themselves back out from the grave. While K9 Esports still with a little bit of a fighting chance, but they're way too close towards that survival series. But at this point in time, you already know, K9 Esports, they are the Hungry Lions. They're not going to be shying away from this fight. They have to go for it. They have to come out on top. And Ninja Boy, he finds that first strike. Uzi up close and personal. It's going to be a shredder. Now pulls out the nade. Wants to follow up with the second.
Seems like he's going to line it up perfectly as well. Team Tamilas in a little bit of trouble. Does do a little bit chip damage and actually getting the knock as well. Ninja Boy going to be cleaning out Team Tamilas. That's going to be confirmation points in play. Knight trying to provide a little bit of backup, but was taken down. Ninja Boy is all by himself. Needs to win his trade. Misses the timing. Gets swung out by Fox and takes him out. That's going to be K9 losing the trade-off. But Team Tamilas, they are hurting. They get some points. But here comes another fight that's about to happen as well. It's going to be Welt rushing into his non-X. But Arthur single-handed takes two out here with the trade.
Yeah, that crossfire was brilliantly placed. Arthur knew exactly Welt is going to be making that mistake and a pre-fire around the corner. Arthur shuts down the second man. Insane stuff. Welt just completely sent back to the recall tower. This is some brilliant stuff coming through from Arthur, taking down the entirety of Welt all by himself. 3 elimination points secured. He says thank you. But now as you move on towards Phoenix Esports' Smoker, he's looking to push up close and personal against Goblin. He's the only person that's down in the Ox Factory for Soul, and all the shots whiffed. Goblin messed up big time. And Smoker capitalizes. That should have been a knock.
Oh, that should have been a free knock here coming from Goblin. Smoker wasn't even prepared for this. But at the same time, there's still hope here for Soul. They still have those recalls available. Nako is trying to go in for recall. He picks him back up, but Hector is there to stop him as well. That's going to be a free point for them. But while this is happening as well, Vasista Esports, Hector, he is going to try to gatekeep this and camp this out. So Goblin needs to be a little bit careful while he's descending here.
He indeed will be. But Sinaway now close and personal against OG. And that's going to be another man down from Orangutan. Even the Apes not able to survive the wrath. For Sinaway, yes, we are seeing slow and steady moves, but Sinaway needs a lot of points as well. They are slowly and steadily lacking off and slacking off in the overall board. Sinaway's going to struggle.
Yeah, but at the same time, on the finish feed as well here, Joker was able to find Hector. So fortunate for them, Goblin is able to descend safely for them. But on screen now, 4 Wolves on the run here. Phoenix Esports getting a little bit of scuffle here. Viper getting the knock on 4 Wolves. They may be able to pick them all apart. Avnish out in the open as well as another knock comes through. Phoenix is able to find 2 mid-rotation just like that.
Exactly, Phoenix Esports on the prowl and 4 Wolves. Now they're on the run. The last man, he just wants to escape the grasp of Phoenix Esports, but his position is also compromised, and Phoenix is not going to let go of him just like that. They're trying to hunt him down. They're trailing him right behind him, just like the Prowlers they are. And Phoenix Esports, they're desperate for the points, so every single elimination point will be chased down and hunted down.
You know what's crazy about Phoenix rotation right now is that 3 of their players are pushing in without Somraj, which again, Somraj was pretty much left intentionally outside the zone for recall tower to try and pick them all up. But because 3 of the players did not die, they've decided, you know what, let's not waste the recall here. Let's just push in and go hunting.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of hunting, Palu, oh no, this man, he just can't get a break. Constantly getting chased by the boys of Phoenix Esports. Even from the sidelines, he's also catching a lot of hurt, but where do you go? You need to hand out the recalls to your teammates, and you're in the smack center of the circle. Palu with nowhere to go, the man's trapped, and soon he's also going to be eliminated from the game. Speaking of Team Tumulus, yeah, the woes continue. Unfortunately for them, they lose out another crucial member, which means Team Tumulus is now going to be wounded deeply.
Well, as of yet here, Non-X, their first two games wasn't exactly a great start here for day 3 itself. Seems like today it's in the map Rondo. They do find themselves a little bit of mojo, but they're still going to be cleaning out a couple of loose stragglers here. But seems like they do see a lot of parachutes here coming from 4 Wolves as they pick themselves up. Balu was able to get their compadres back. But we do know there is a loose straggler here. It's going to be Cheyenne from the side of Basista Esports. He's been left intentionally alone. Where's his teammates? He needs backup. Going to be cooking a couple of nades here to try and buy time. Non-X is going to try and clean him up. Preemptive nades has been lobbed over, and he was able to find Rapido. Now looking for a second, but goes down instead. Non-X is able to clean it up.
Yeah, the cavalry is too late for Basista Esports. Xian was the only person, and he gets dealt with without even breaking a sweat. Phoenix Esports, though, the fight continues this time against the force of Sinaway. As Sinaway, they found themselves on the receiving side of the spectrum. Viper, he's once again popping off from Phoenix with 4 finishes already accumulated. Phoenix Esports, it seems like their aggression is not going to be stopping anytime soon. Smoker, where are you looking? You're supposed to be a little bit more careful off the sidelines, and Smoker, he gets decapitated instantly. Sinaway with a second chance to fight, and they're going to try to make the most out of this one.
Oh, they are going to try and find a little bit more here. Vishu hasn't been picked up yet. Sinway pretty much trapped in those corners. Nades being blocked over from Viper, trying to go for confirmation. They find another knock. Sinway loses 2, and the flush comes in. Somraj going to be leading charge, pushing in, looking to confirm those points, and Phoenix is able to clean out a majority of them, but it's not truly over yet. There's still 1 player left, and Rexboy is still running through the cracks. It seems like Somraj may have lost his way through the smoke. Hasn't exactly found Rexboy yet. Oh, it's not going to be in this building. It is going to be on the next one as of now. Pre-nades clear coming from Rexboy, looking to try and clip him off, but Phoenix, they're taking a little bit stop here to try and gather their bearings, apparently.
Yeah, Rexboy trapped in a corner. Nowhere to go, tossing out the utilities, hoping for the best. Smoking himself out as well. He knows Phoenix Esports, they might just be a living nightmare for him at this point. Sinway, with the way they started things off, it's out of the semifinals. We thought Sinway, they're off to a great start, but then later on, we saw the brakes being applied. And after that, Sinway's downfall started. While for Phoenix Esports, yeah, the graph is going up, but it's too slow. They need a lot of points on average. And Rexboy, since the man is still trapped in a corner, he's just tossing the utilities to delay the push for as long as possible. Another smoke tossed out.
Yeah, this is going to hurt each other as of yet here. Sinway doesn't really have a lot of recall left. They only have 2, pretty much done for. But for Phoenix, they haven't exactly burned through everything yet. Smoker and Sim is still outside the zone, but this 2 inside for Phoenix cannot afford to be losing right now. Just because of the fact if they start re-looting outside, they're pretty much done for. But as soon as Sadie's Viper getting things down, this is not good for Phoenix. Rexboy might be able to just spoil the plans for Phoenix of trying to find a way to push back inside the zone just because of this.
Oh no, he's taken down real low though. The cover fire from the sidelines. Rexboy does not survive with a lot of HP, but he's still constantly just maneuvering around. Moving in a different building. Somraj, he's not able to catch up with that man from the side of Sinaway. He's too quick with those repositioning.
Oh, no.
And somehow he shuts down Somraj as well. Phoenix, they mess up big time. But now it's time for Genesis to go for a quick third party. Genesis is here to grab that elimination point, and one well-placed nade is going to capitalize onto it.
It took less than 3 seconds for Genesis to clean them all up. Wow, for Somraj, almost a good 2 minutes to look for him. Meanwhile, on screen, Basista Esports now on the hunt. 4 Wolves getting naded through, but here comes the push down towards the ground floor. Avnish is able to find a trade, a 1-for-1 trade, but it's still a 2v3 situation here. The rest of Basista Esports now in a little bit of trouble here, but Cheyenne gets sprayed through the smoke. Avnish takes him out.
Basista Esports, now they seem miserable. Somehow their limbs are cut off and they just can't fight back well. There is that one man from Basista in the front lines, but the way Avnish is playing is really making it tough for them to deal with. 4 Wolves DOD, down to that one man. Basista Esports as well, that final glimmer of hope. Can he really save the day? And yes, will be the answer. Basista, they're still fighting in the game, but Salme, he might just get capitalized.
A close call there coming from Salme, but learn from past, they know he is weak. May consider trying to go for the third party, but it seems like they are going to try and play the macro play Thermi still deciding whether or not if he wants to go in and push this. It is going to be a 1 versus 1 though. But doesn't want to take a chance here, knowing that there may be potential third parties lurking around to try and third party them. Seems like they are going to try and potentially go for it, but it seems like they are calling a little bit of a backup here to try and loot up a little bit more. Seems like they need those utilities, and they are going to try and clean him up. Salme going to be in the second floor. Was spotted out here by Thermi, so they know where he is. And they are going to try and lob nades here to try and take him out. Salme trying to smoke off every alley here to try and create a maze, but it doesn't matter. Thermi with the nade finds him. And that's going to be the cleanup and a full restock here for Learn From Pass.
Oh, look at the circle, though. Shrinks right on top of K9 Esports, and once again, that split. I'm not a big fan of it. K9 Esports, they need to regroup. Just in that one single spot, maybe be around the centric part. That's going to get you the most advantage, and that's what maybe K9 Esports is looking to do as well. All the 4 players in that one single compound, K9 Esports can definitely fight back. But around them are so many teams. There's a splash of colors inside of the circle. Phoenix Esports, a 3-man squad. They're seeming good and dandy, and they're once again back around the playing structure.
Well, seems like Learn From Pass. Stage 3 going to be playing on the edge here, trying to gatekeep those compounds. Genesis still on the hunt from the outside. But let's take a look at the replay here and how things actually happened for Vasista Esports. It was Salme, they led the charge, found the opener, but it was Avnish that actually made Vasista Esports pay a very hefty price as well. Salme was just doing individual brilliance for him, and Avnish was just doing the same. It came down towards a final 1 versus 1, which resulted in Salme winning, but it shouldn't have gotten to this close at this point, to be honest.
Learn from past. Look around. From the back lines, from the sidelines, learn from past. They are going to be pressured. And there we go. All the 4 players now around the centric part. Max is the only person who's left in the back. Maybe he's just looking at the back lines, making sure no one is going to be backstabbing them. The position that they have, it's not the best, but it is something they can work with if played their cards right. Phoenix Esports, with all the 4 players, they have been tanking a lot of that damage from the blue, but I just hope they've got enough utilities and enough loot.
Well, it all comes down to just finding those timings here. But as of yet, Sinway Esports, they do get those resets. Helmets are pretty much exposed still level 1s. They haven't been able to get those restocks yet as well, which eventually will get out-traded in a direct fight later on. But for now, Victor Summers, they're barely on the edge of the zone on the north side. Seems like the tables has turned in the trend here. Everybody is not pushing for those center just because there's not enough space to work with. Vanguard now trying to defend, but the counter needs here from Scary Jot is able to scare him off. Vanguard doesn't want to risk getting pushed out in the open. And Victor Summers seems like will be able to spot out Dreams and Far Horizon here from Scary Jot outside his zone.
There's just that one man back in the blue for Vanguard. He's also getting suppressed fired. That's going to be Dream. Have a look at the replay of that fight once again. I mean, overall, with the way it kicked off, you saw 4 Wolves DOD just dominate this entire compound, and then later on, we saw what exactly happened. It was Vasista Esports third-partying them, which went downhill pretty quick. And for Vasista Esports, if you look at the overall standings, they're not doing too bad. They still have a fighting chance. While Learn From Past, a team like them, they've already crossed that triple digits, which is insane.
Well, they're very close towards qualification. Same can be said for OG, I would say. But as of now, on screen, Victoria Summers pretty much stuck outside the zone. Venom pretty much tagged out pretty low. They're trying to rotate between Genesis and Soul, and I'm surprised no shot has been made. Venom actually takes a hard pit stop here to try and reset. And I'm not sure if this is a good sign, but it seems like Venom will find a little bit of temporary sanctuary for now. But on the finish feed here, Joker is able to find the off angle. The backlines has been exposed as soon as the Sadie Scary Jaw down, Aways Usu down. Victoria Summers finally pays the price.
Indeed. And Soul, their position, once again, seems pretty decent. Solid around another side. Soul is just trying to mop the floor. Whoever moves up close and personal, Soul will try to eliminate that player. Genesis Esports, Phoenix in the close proximity, and Genesis, it seems like they don't really have that good of a compound. Out in the open, they've only got those ridges to play with. Genesis can also be shot from the back if they're not careful enough. But the same thing can be said for Phoenix Esports as well, because a man from Learn From Past is moving close. And that's going to be Honey on top of that hill. Clues on the move. Both these teams, they need to buckle up and make it inside of the circle. The safety line, it's still pretty far away.
Tricky spot to be in, I would say. It seems like Genesis, they've heard a little bit too much commotions here, a little bit too much gunshots. They are going to try and take advantage, try and move off, but they can't move on completely because Phoenix Esports also gets a couple of fadeaway shots outside the zone. Phoenix realizing that Genesis has disengaged. They are also trying to make a rotation push inside the zone, but while they're trying, Smoker getting shot at from Learn From Past, who's trying to stop them intentionally here from Learn From Past. It seems like the fadeaway shots from Learn From Past is just to force Phoenix to slow down, and because of this small little interaction, Phoenix may have just wasted a little bit more time, and they are actually swinging down south instead. This is going to waste a lot of time here for Phoenix Esports.
Yeah. I mean, the overall game has just been really messed up for Phoenix. The way they got eliminated inside of the circle, then all the way went back in the blue, got the recalls done. Now it's out of the circle once again. I'm pretty sure they're going to be sacrificing a lot of loot along the way. And at the same time, they're going to be struggling with the utilities, which is a bad thing. But Phoenix, as of now, they have found a bit of that clear breaching point on the bottom left. If you move on towards another side, though, for Seoul, they're just surrounded with too many teams. You've got Vanguard, you've also got Genesis Esports around that proximity. But the moment Vanguard takes those shots against Seoul, there's also going to be the instant third party coming through from Sinaway, and they're already there.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in. Again, Joker, ooh, may have a... Well, seems like he's a little bit in a trouble here as well, because Vanguard goes in for a slam, and he seems like it was this small little mistake here may cost him his life, but legit tries to go in for the save, and he also goes down. What was that? It seems like Vanguard was able to punish Seoul for the small mistakes of being caught out in the open.
Yeah, that's what you call a coordinated fight. Nothing was properly planned, nothing was properly coordinated, and Vanguard, they realized that the only possible way they can survive is by taking fight against Seoul, and they did it. But now Vanguard is also going to be sandwiched between Genesis Esports and Sinaway. From the back, it's Sinaway. From the front, it's Genesis Esports. How do you deal with them?
Oh, did Viper? Okay. He literally tried to throw a pan here, hoping to get a little bit of a lucky shot here. Dreams was spotted out. Eventually goes down. The counter is there, but Genesis will be able to clean them all up. Unfortunately to say, this is not a high fraging game yet, but they are trying to make it into those endgame zones. Viper now will be picked up, but they're not exactly safe from the zone yet as well. Not exactly sure what Viper was thinking as well, trying to throw the pan.
Sinaway on the move. And for Sinaway, they're trying to play for the map control. There is that one man all the way separated from the block on the right side, and then you've got the remaining players on the northern side. So Sinaway is clearly trying to play for the map control. But there we go, a man from Genesis Esports closes his distance against Sinaway. That's going to be Hunters, up close and personal, leading the pack in the front lines. While Sinaway, they're also trying to take a different fight on top of the boys of OG. Those shots are definitely devastating as OG, AKOP gets knocked out. There is Witzgod in the front, shots are taken against him as well. The Blues on the move. Sinaway, even they need to be on the move. Make it inside of the circle. The cover is not available, but you need to make something out of nothing.
Oh, they've got to make everything count. But as of yet, we're now finally in towards the top 8. Revenant Expert was just eliminated, just shy of those placement points. And now placement points in play for some of the teams. Can they pull the big win here? Phoenix making a miraculous comeback as well. Taking a little bit of a late nosedive with the late recalls. They are able to make it to the top 8. Now inside the zone. It seems like Sinaway again getting peppered with shots, getting completely pummeled. Genesis is able to find knock, but they're still finding zone, and Genesis, they are losing a lot of space, and K9 finally rises to the occasion. Finally, a placement points for K9, I would say.
I mean, the way Genesis is placed. Around another side, Genesis Esports. Things can be shaky, and there we go, K9. They start a strike. Viper knocked out. Ninja Boy from the sidelines, he's realized now it's time to activate yourself. K9 has been playing a passive game, trying to slip under that radar, trying to survive for as long as possible, but now K9, they need to start unleashing their wrath on the lobby. And this is also going to be the last game for K9 Esports, so it has to be a nuclear performance, which means K9 needs to secure every single finish point that lies over here. Phoenix Esports, they're in deep trouble. As learned from past, they just straight up ram their vehicles against him, but Phoenix can still fight back. The fight's taken down on one-on-one. Simp up close. He gets that finish point, and there we go. Delivers a knockout blow for the two players in the front. Learn from past, his cavalry arrives, but Simp, he eliminates anyone that stands against him.
What a time to be alive, Phoenix Esports. What a domination, but the Esports comes into play, and that's going to be K9 Esports that shuts them down, shuts down the moment of glory for Simp. But Phoenix Esports still a very dominating performance this game here. A great outing, I would say.
Indeed it was. But still, the position Phoenix Esports has in the overall standings, they need a 30-pointer to even stand a chance to make the comeback. Way too far back, and there was also the last game for the day. So you can say now Phoenix Esports are going to be the spectators. And as I mentioned, right, for all the teams on the last page, the survival stage is real close. Circle taking a curveballing shift once again towards the top right. Exposed grounds, which means teams now need to use the vehicles as cover and maybe a few rocks if they are lying out in the open. Genesis Esports, they continue to shut down the Ports of Sinaway. They're cornered. Ninja is exposed. Position is compromised. Genesis Esports playing a bit of that advanced strategy.
Hunter's just playing absolutely out of his mind. He might be a top contender here for tournament MVP after this past 3 performance just because of this. I don't know what is happening here for Genesis Esports, but they're just playing absolutely out of their mind right now. On form, rotations on point, comps on point, everything is literally on point now coming from Genesis. And same can be said for OG as well. In 2 days, despite a very disappointing D1 start, guess what? They're now in top 2. They're matching Learn from Past alongside Genesis, trying to take the throne. And it seems like the top 3 at least for now to try and qualify to the grand finals is pretty much set in stone, I would say.
Oh no, VS, they start to strike back. Victor Sum is doing a significant amount of damage against OG. OG wanted to contest that centric part, but slowly and steadily, they're being snatched away. It's Victor Sumus who's got a clear line of sight on top of them. But VS Alston needs to go for a recovery. And that's when OG can capitalize and maybe eliminate them from the game. OG is stepping in a little bit closer. AKOP wants to create the off angle as well. So he's going to once again move around that same ditch where his teammates got punished from. And there we go. He's found that tree to play with. He's got himself a decent spot to try and take those shots against Victor Sumus. But the boys are still pinned behind that vehicle. The Blues also going to be on the move. So VS, they need to buckle up. They need to be a little bit quick. The man was out in the open, gets sprayed down and eliminated from the game.
K9 takes a point, OG takes a point. Down towards the final 4 team as of yet. Genesis still fighting with all their might here. Still have 3 players. Viper already setting up shop up towards the north side, and K9 is going to try and close the distance, try and take him down. But it seems like they can't really do too much here because K9, Omega is split from the pack as of yet. He is in a 1v3 situation against OG, gets spotted out by Aru, and he may be in a little bit of trouble here as well. Aru lobbing for those nades with the circle pushing in. OG, they need to make a mad dash. Ninja Boy from the far horizon provides cover fire, is able to get the knock on AKOP. This might be the shutdown here from K9 Esports. Omega with the nades, needs a little bit of time to cook him as well. Smokes being set up. OG, they're scrambling. Aru getting spotted out, but no knocks yet. There is a little bit of chip damage, but K9 Esports, they are going to be focusing and trying to save Omega as of yet.
Oh, look at Aru tossing another nade in the front, but Omega still fine. Shrouded inside of that smoke. Position isn't compromised. They know he's up close, but do not know where exactly he is. OG from the back lines now spotting out Knight. The cover fire cut off as of now. They're buying enough time to make some move against Omega from K9. But the circle is going to shift out in the open once again, catching everyone off guard. Moves away from Genesis and Sinaway. Sinaway was trapped. Genesis is also going to be trapped, which means K9 Esports, they stand a chance to rack up all the elimination points, but it's a bit too late to wake up.
Yeah, but as of yet, the zone is going to force them to push in. Ninja Boy does have a very, very dirty off angle as of yet on top of this emergency deploy covers. Has vision onto his OG, has vision onto his Genesis. He's doing a fantastic job, but it seems like OG, they've decided to stop chasing onto a Ninja Boy and push for the zone, but WizGod was able to find Knight instead, and that might be the opener here to try and shut them all out, because as of yet, OG is finally making the zone. They've got a little bit more time, and it is on K9 to make the move. Ninja Boy trying to go for the save. The sprays are coming in. Seems like he is able to get towards a nice position, but the problem is Genesis going to third party this as of yet.
Yeah, the fight's down to a 2-on-3. He wants to hand out the revival as well, and OG's just constantly spamming inside of that smoke. Omega up close, he can't even make a move. He's just trapped in that same corner, but Omega, he needs to let it go and soon move inside of the circle. The Blues not going to be having any sort of mercy on anyone. And Aru, look at the man. He's already moving deep inside of the circle to play for that control, but he's also getting shot at by Omega. That's going to be a crucial knock. Situation taken down to a 2-on-2. K9 Esports still with a fighting chance. It's down to a 2-on-2-on-2. Even with Genesis Esports, this is going to be a tough conversion. 7 elimination points racked up by Genesis. K9 Esports now in the smack center in a big sandwich, and Genesis needs to be careful off the sidelines. They need to be careful off of OG.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Viper's got them pinned. Ninja Boy sees him out in the open. They are going to try and take him out first before OG makes the move with the zone pushing in. Viper pretty much stuck on the tree. The Molotov is there. He's going to flush him out. That is going to be the knock here. K9 Esports finally bounces back, but they will sacrifice Omega here to try and stop OG from dominating. But it seems like they are able to pick Aru up here. The most important knock for K9 was to shut down Aru. It was picked off, and now K9 has to do it all over again.
Around another side, that's where they're pinned. And how did OG even get that reset? How were they even allowed to go for that revival? Unacceptable. K9 should have capitalized, should have pushed up, and now the circle just tossing on top of OG. The stars are now starting to align. OG is supposed to win this game. It's supposed to be a game served on a silver platter in the final few moments, by the way. Before that, OG has done a lot of hard work. They have put in a lot of efforts. But for Genesis Esports, Hunter's the only person. And as of now, Hunter's goal is not going to be to disrupt any sort of flows. It's just going to be to survive till the top 2. That's the best he can do for his team right now.
Well, he does have 70 bullets here, and he is going to be the kryptonite for OG. OG knows exactly where he is. But it seems like Genesis has to make the first move through. Same can be said for K9. OG is just waiting for something to happen. So Hunters may look to try and work together with K9 to shut them all out. Or unless K9 betrays him and takes him out and takes top 2 instead. So OG really wants those massive points here to take top spot. What a day to be alive here for semifinals here for OG. Masterclass performance, but Hunters going to be the point of focus here for AKOP. K9 trying to move in inch by inch, but with the zone closing in, Hunters will be the first one to get taken out. No openers yet, but Hunters will take a jab on Ninja Boy, gets the knock through, but it does not get the point though. OG now going to try and clean up the rest of K9.
K9 Esports, oh, Knight has already taken too much damage, and I highly doubt K9 Esports can do anything. A game that should have been K9's gets stolen by Orangutan. What a well-played chicken dinner that was. The way they placed themselves around the circle, the way they went for the map control, in the final few moments exactly realized when the brakes needed to be applied. Everything was played to perfection.
There's just one word for this performance so far, and that is perfection coming in from Orangutan. The most consistent team from last season, from last year. Come the land stages, Team Orangutan, they are performing once again. And what a day to be alive for Orangutan and Genesis fans out there. If I give you numbers, Orangutan has scored more than 40 points from the 3 matches, and Genesis have crossed that 50-point marker from the first 3 games itself. I see Hunters is in top form right now, 17 frags from the 3 matches. What do you have to say about this guy? Because I think he's invincible today.
I think he has one of the biggest shots to actually hold a tournament MVP here if they follow this current trending and track here into the grand finals here. But with that being said as well, 3 teams pretty much in mind right now to be a top contender for the semifinal, for the grand finals right now. It's got to be OG, it's got to be Genesis, it's got to be, well, Learn from Past as well as of yet.
Learn from Past, Meta Ninja, they all are going to be there. But next we'll have a look at this. Victorious Summers, they've been trying too hard, to be honest. K9 Esports, one final performance finally in being inside of the top 3. I feel like K9 Esports are trying really hard to survive and not really go for those finishes, but that is just contradicting to their natural play style, isn't it?
Exactly. That's the main problem with K9 Esports. If you like to go frag heavy, just go frag heavy. Why are you switching up the play style when it matters the most? And now since K9 Esports is trying to execute that survival gameplay, you can clearly see the elimination points in the overall standing suffocate, which is not a great thing. The winner chicken dinner stats popping up. Aru was not able to contribute a lot, but it's fine. The 3 guys, they did phenomenally well. Every single call, every single decision was made perfectly.
Absolutely. WizGod and AKOP once again just being the frag duo out there. Atangi also did get those 3 crucial elimination points. 9 shared between WizGod and AKOP. This has got to be one of the best performances of Orangutan so far inside of the land stage. And now it seems like Orangutan are one step inside the grand finals already. But you talk about the rest of the lobby, you talk about Group C in particular. Non-Eggs, Victorious Summers, Vanguard are supposed to be playing 6 matches today. 3 matches are done and dusted, and they are supposed to be seen nowhere.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough stretch here for them, but again, by the end of today here, we are going to be expecting half the lobby pretty much preparing themselves towards the survivor stages as well. And as the game goes by, especially coming in from the next game onwards, where the group shifts actually happen as well, we are going to be seeing a lot of wow factor X cards coming into play. And I think you guys were talking about K9 Esports here and why this sudden shift. I like the direction that K9 is doing, but they need more practice in this comes to play style, because whatever they're doing right now is what Genesis is already at their comfort zone right now. So they are preparing for the survivor stage.
To be honest, since you said they need more practice, it seems like K9 Esports will get more practice because they might just be moving on to the survival stage. 2 more days of wild gameplay action.
What do you mean, Mike? They're already moving towards the survival stage. Tomorrow is the last day. There's no way K9 Esports is going to be able to pop out with a massive comeback. It's just impossible unless they get 30 points in all the games, which is impossible.
They certainly have the capability to actually get 30 points in all of the games. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, form is not in the side of K9 Esports. It definitely is going ahead with Orangutan and Genesis. But of course, we will come back after a very short break. Stay tuned.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Time for switches in groups, time for switches on the panel as well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English broadcast of BGIS 2026 semi-finals, day number 3. And of course, now I've got back Super Johnny and Necro on the panel itself. Johnny, we discussed this with IC already. It's a different level of performance coming in from Orangutan and Genesis, and I have no words to describe it. Do you have anything to say about it?
Yeah, me neither. I think Genesis is a big surprise. OG, considering, is considered one of the strongest teams in the country. We expected them to do well. But Genesis, well, they showed up out of nowhere and are putting all of these big names in check. And it's not just Genesis, by the way. Learn from past as well have been quite phenomenal.
They certainly have been putting a lot of these big names in check, but have a look at this. Big man Viper from Phoenix Esports, 6 finishes over there. Finally, some signs of life for Phoenix Esports, Necro. Do you feel like recovery is going to be possible? Because I feel like Phoenix Esports, they just took too much time to get warmed up inside of this lobby.
Phoenix was my pick, and I'm saying it right now. Phoenix is moving towards the survival stage. There's no saving them. That was the last game. Phoenix Esports, they bombed the last game as well. I highly doubt anything else can be done. Yes, they did secure those 15 points, but it came at the cost of what? 15 points came too late. Genesis Esports consistency's delivered. OG, nothing to say. They're just the freaks of nature. Then you've got K9 Esports getting 11 points. Another team heading towards the survival stage is going to be K9. So, yeah, not a lot to be said over here.
not a lot to be said, but a lot on the finish and the damage report. One final time you get to see all of these teams together in a lobby before the switch, of course, and you get to see so many big towers, big build-up by Visista, by Phoenix Esports, Orangutan, as always, being consistent, and that is one of the reasons why they are topping the charts on the overall standings. Orangutan displaying consistency that we haven't seen in the Indian circuit for a while now. 120 points from 12 matches and an average of 10. Johnny, spectacular performances coming in from them, but now Godlike comes into the picture. They also have a good average setup for themselves. 69 from 9 points. Seoul with 79 from 9 matches as well. What are your thoughts about these two teams?
I think they have been phenomenal, especially Seoul, because we were waiting to see those big numbers and consistent performances. Yes, we did see big numbers on the board, but the inconsistencies were also there. Today, they've been playing quite well. Although now I'm quite excited to see as we move to the second phase of the leaderboard, because we will have Myth official Krafton and Esports stepping back into the action. Evox as well is going to be playing the rest of the matches, and these teams have had a continuous flow of points since yesterday. So that top 8, it's still not stable. The top 3 are safe, but everyone else, they still have to try and protect themselves. And the only way to do that is secure 10 to 12 points every single game.
So in the upcoming big game, we're also going to have teams like Nebula, Wildfangs, and then even Mad King stepping back inside of the action, which is going to be interesting. Speaking of Nebula, they have been struggling too much. Recently, the form is not exactly with them. Mad Kings, the same thing can be said. Wildfangs, their strong suit has been firepower. Their game plan has been firepower. But I really hope that this time it works out.
Absolutely. I think for Wildfangs, one thing is going to be very important, and that is balance between their aggression and their positioning as well. You get to see Spraygod getting his Vipers as well. You get to see Goten on the MVP leaderboard. But somehow Wildfangs are not being able to get the points on board. But switching the conversation over to Nebula Esports, since you just mentioned them, I had a brief conversation with Kratos at backstage, and they and the boys are pumped. They are saying 3 matches, we are going to score about 50 points. I'm not sure that is their words. I feel like it's possible.
Listen, I added a bit of a fuel to the fire as well, you know. So Reckoning Esports made a little bit of a statement and a post on their Instagram account, and I showed that to Nebula Esports. It was basically a meme put up against Adi, and Adi was mad. He's furious. So, yeah, the fuel on the fire, it's definitely going to be interesting. I'm so excited for it.
Villain Johnny is potentially coming around as well for Nebula Esports, but that climb to the top first page of the overall standings, it's not going to be easy. How do you see Nebula Esports do that? Maybe go just all guns blazing like last season?
Yeah, pretty much. I think yesterday we had a sign or an inkling of the same performance from the side of Nebula as well. Adi, as an individual, played extremely well for himself, but you need to keep the ball rolling, and that is what is going to be important for Nebula Esports. But hey, if you're wondering what you're seeing on your screen right now, well, while we are on break, there are special giveaways happening inside of this arena. Salty was giving out prizes yesterday as well. Today we have the panel from the Hindi desk doing so. So if you want some exciting goodies, simply just drop by and say hi, and of course wait out. If your number gets called during the giveaway, you get something special.
It actually has goodies which help you become an esports athlete, a better esports athlete. So I feel like it's a great initiative coming in from Krafton India Esports to actually support our grassroots as well. And like we did suggest, there's also an open tournament coming up as well. I mean, you want to give out a little bit of the tea?
I mean, the registrations are open. 14th till the 21st is when the registrations are happening. This is going to be an open tournament powered by Krafton India Esports called Upthrust Esports India Rising Series 2026. And of course, go ahead and register for yourself. You might not get to see the top teams over there, but this is an opportunity, a big opportunity. And trust me on this, I mean, we kind of know what's about to happen after the Open for All tournament. You guys don't, but it's going to be big. So make sure you participate with your team if you really want.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure that there are going to be some teams, some players, in fact, who will get scouted. So it is an amazing, amazing chance for all of you guys to showcase your skills. But coming back to the conversation, this is where teams like Nonix, teams like Vanguard, who are sort of dipping down, Necro, this is their last 3 games, because tomorrow is going to be the final day of the semi-finals. You don't really want to have too much pressure on your shoulders, don't you?
Yeah, Vanguard is panicking for some reason, and it's not a good look. If you look at the way they played that previous map, Rondo as well, I do understand you were stuck in a sandwich situation, but that does not mean you just start to panic and place yourself in awkward spots and get caught off guard by the teams that are moving in slowly and steadily against you. Specifically speaking of Genesis Esports, Genesis is comfortable in the overall standings. They can afford a lot of risky plays, but a team like Vanguard right right now, given the stance in the overall standings, they cannot afford a lot of risk. And since we've got Group A making a comeback, we've got teams like Mad Kings, Nebula, and even Triton Esports who can do a lot better. And even Wildfangs, they need to pull off a comeback.
Absolutely. One team, though, that has to be on a roller coaster of form has to be Reckoning Esports. Yesterday was phenomenal for them. 6 matches played, 60 points secured. I feel like they are going to have that momentum rolling, but the same can't really be said for someone like a Wildfang, someone like a Nebula Esports. Johnny, one big surprise, in my opinion, has been Myth Official. The kind of composure these young lads have showcased on the big stage in front of the crowd, it's scintillating to watch.
Pretty much, and Myth did not have a great start to their journey in the semis. I think that's the most surprising thing, that they were able to readjust on the fly, and drawing parallels between them and Troy Esports. I think day number 2 was where we saw these teams in their true form. Even Troy Esports at the end of day 2 were a part of the top 8. They've slipped out, but can they get back in?
Oh, look at the crowd just getting riled up. This is, of course, the boys in yellow back on the stage itself. Mad Kings as well come around. But, of course, we have seen a lot of teams looking to make a bounce back. Only few have managed to do so successfully. Can Nebula bounce back? Can Revenant X-Pac bounce back? Can Team Tamilas come back from the ditches from the last page of the overall standings? A lot of things on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Rondo on the other side of this.
As Rondo boots up once again on the screen, this is going to be the last Rondo of the semifinals. So everyone on the latter half of the board, this is going to be the final wake-up call for you. This is the only map that can help you establish a major comeback if you're way too far back. It's a wake-up call to Nebula, it's a wake-up call to Mad Kings and Wildfangs. They need to pop up and buckle up right now.
For sure, this could be the map that gives them the momentum for the day as well. So it's quite nice that this is going to be the first map that a team like Wildfangs ends up playing. But we also have to talk about the other group, Necro. They're going to be playing 6 matches in a row. Welt has been doing quite well for themselves throughout the day. And if Welt ends up having a big performance on this particular Rondo, then this could propel them inside of the top 16 bracket, which I think, considering Welt is starting from the last page, is going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the amount of teams that are actually heading towards the entirety of Yungu, maybe. We're seeing Mad Kings, Evox as well, right next to each other. The man from Reckoning Esports. These are the individual players wanting to hand out the recalls to their teammates.
Yeah.
And Johnny, if the backup plans get eliminated, the main players aren't going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. The recall players, if they end up getting taken out and the 3-man unit ends up taking a fight that they lose, it's going to be troublesome. But Mad Kings versus Reckoning Esports, I think that's going to be the first 1v1 that we get to witness. And even Shadow from the side of Evox is not alone. There's someone else with him.
There's someone else in green, and that's going to be the man from the side of Godlike. It's Manya. So yeah, a lot of fights happening. You've got Weld on top of the building, Revenant X-Pac as well over here around the same spectrum. Triton Esports as well against the boys of Godlike, and Triton Esports is also dealing with the boys of Soul. There's so many fights breaking out at the same time. Team Tamilas for them, it's just Fox OP for some reason. Where's the remaining men?
Well, Triton Esports, they get an easy reset for themselves, and as you were talking about Team Tamilas, I think an unfortunate turn of event, Fox OP, he will get hunted down, but look at this lineup. Soul, Team Tamilas, Triton, Godlike, Revenant X-Pac, and Welt, all fighting for controls of the apartments right next to Stadium, and it's not going to be easy. But on the finish feed, Necro Reckoning taking on Mad Kings. That is an intense fight.
Yeah, but as of now, as Mad Kings, they try to fight back. It seems quite deadly. It's a fight for the recall tower, by the way, on the right side that we spoke of. And Reckoning Esports, they dropped in with full force, bro! That's not a good idea! Just waltzing inside of that building like that is, of course, going to make sure that you will be eliminated from the game. It's such a bad idea to be executed. And he gets executed himself from the game, which means Mad Kings, they do not have a backup plan available. And it's just one man standing. Mad Kings going to be eliminated off the rip.
I think that might be the player that went for the recall. So Mad Kings, they're going to be back on the board again. But let's see what the fate for Welt is going to look like. Choked between two sides. And again, early casualties for Welt. They are going to have to force these resets as quickly as possible. One man still left standing on the rooftop, Justy. But I think it might be time for Godlike to start picking apart the side of Revenant X-Pac.
Yeah, Mad Kings is back in full force, but Weld, they start to dish out a lot of damage against Revenant X-Park. That man from Weld gets eliminated from the game, and Revenant X-Park is now going to try to hand out a reset around Test Track. Looking at Godlike and Troy Timlin Esports right next to each other. Godlike has got the most amount of men alive, and they can actually just go on a spree and mop the floor.
Well, Revenant X-Park, their resets, I believe, are going to happen a little bit up north, since that's where Punk is. But Wildfangs run into the players of Ewoks. They found an opening. One more man still standing in the corner. Spray just being cautious. Sprays the shotgun inside of the smoke, but now finally information given away, and Ewoks, this could be risky. He's cooking up an aid. Spray got closed in the distance just around the corner. Still waiting for Ewoks to fumble up, and they do as they push outside the room. The choke from Wildfangs is perfect, and Ewoks do not end up doing well in this fight.
Uncalculated moves from Evox, and they need to pay the price for that. Should have calculated things a little bit better. Nebula's ball burning through the recalls. Even they've taken hefty damage. Troy Timlin Esports, 2 players down and eliminated from the game. It's Godlike knocking on the doors. Godlike is done playing it passive. Now they just want to push up and maybe claim those elimination points that lie around them. Keep this thing in mind, even Soul is still alive in the proximity. So Godlike, the fight's not done yet. It's going to be a Herculean climb for them.
And that isolated player from the side of Revenant X-Park in the backline will also have a line of fire, but Myth going up against Nebula. We spoke about Nebula on the last page of the leaderboard, and even now the fights are not turning in their favor. Trades do come through. They might end up wiping out Myth over here. They have the upper hand. The last man from the side of Myth, Lucifer, also has been spotted out. Not an easy position for Myth to be in right now. Nebula, with 2 finishes on the board, are hungry for more.
Yeah. Kratos should just push up, shut down your brain, and just push it up close and personal. That should be the game plan. That's a good nade, but not exactly on the mark. Lucifer is on the opposite side. His position is uncontested, and he shuts both of them down! How does this happen, Nebula? Completely lost. Do not even know what's happening around them. Surrounding awareness lacking, and Lucifer, what a great pop that was. The second man was not able to react in time, and he gets punished.
He should have been on the line of fire already when Kratos moved in the door, but the trade failed from the side of Nebula. Nornix also taking a beating at the hands of Visista Esports. And again, it's the point exchange happening in the early stages of Rondo, but here they come. The danger duo from the side of Revenant X-Park, and they're knocking on the doors of Godlike, Trace, and Pain. Godlike, they have the upper hand as far as this building is considered, but they still need to win the aim duels.
Yeah, they've got much better stance. Godlike is placed in advanced positioning. And there we go. They're not even moving a single muscle, so they do not even know what's happening around them. And Mino, he was just laying prone. And Revenant X-Park, they crack him open. Now the fight's taken down to a 2-on-2 between Godlike and Revenant X-Park in this vicinity. And on the opposite side is a man from Seoul. Goblin pops up. What was that? A rookie mistake and gets handed out a death blow. Revenant X-Park, they're not done with the fight just yet.
I think, as you mentioned a few moments ago, Godlike, since they haven't moved, Revenant X-Park are still on the lookout for 2 players. Now Jonathan has given up footsteps, and that is going to be enough for Revenant X-Park to make the pounce. But S-Power from the backlines, he finds the trade. It's down to a 1v1. And now the damage trade is also there. Pain, can you beat out the Prodigy before you? S-Power tucked away in a corner and finally shut down.
Wow.
Revenant X-Park, the cleanup is there.
Wow.
6 eliminations on the board.
Just insane. Just insane. Revenant X-Park, what a quick turn of events that was. First taking down Admino, then later on isolating that duel towards Jonathan.
Yeah.
And then shutting down the last person as well. Solid stuff.
Let's see, second fight in tow. Can they come out on top in this one as well? Quite a million numbers to work with. Still doesn't work out. Pain opens things up. 7 eliminations very early on the board for Revenant X-Park, and they still have 2 recalls up and running. In fact, make that 3. Punk, he was playing far away from the team, so he never got involved in the earlier fights. And it seems like finally Pain shows up to drop the same pain he was dropping on the teams in the earlier rounds during the grind.
Wildfangs around dueling. They've been taking things a little bit slow and steady, calm and composed. 3 finish points knocked out. And the way they are also placing themselves, constantly patching themselves up, while Fangs is trying to play for a passive game, which is uncharacteristic for them. Nebula as well, they got heavy beating handed out to themselves around New York's factory, so now even Nebula is trying to situate themselves around the centric part. It's not the idealistic playstyle for Nebula, but it is something that can work out if played right.
I'm worried about Nonix. You see them on the map, that split. This again gonna fall prey to the players of Myth. Not really having a fun day today, the players of Nonix, but this rondo could help them go for a reset. Teams at the top aiming for the century today, and only 3 have succeeded. Next in tow, Reckoning Esports. Recap of the outplay from Revenant X-Park. Godlike just falling prey, did not even react in time.
Couldn't do a lot there. Revenant X-Park had him pinned pretty well, and I feel like it is Godlike's mistake to give those isolated duels in the first place. First Admino, then Jonathan as well, just all by himself. No proper trades, and that's why Godlike struggled. As Power did move up from the back, but he was just too late. The damage was already dished out by then.
And they lost to 2 versus 3.
Yeah.
Which just makes it sound a whole lot worse, but I think again with resets up in play, the teams should be able to find a way out. Godlike on the other side, not there anymore. Early exit. But we have Vanguard on our screens. Again, today not kind to the players of Vanguard. They have moved in the wrong direction, now finding themselves in the bottom 3 of the overall leaderboard. It's going to be a very difficult climb to make. 39 points, just 2 finishes in this game for Vanguard.
Dionysus, Crypto, and Dreams. I mentioned this too a while ago. Vanguard has been panicking recently, which is not a good thing. And let's not forget the way they qualified as well towards semifinals. It was nice. In the first 2 days, Vanguard was able to secure so many points inside of the wild card. But then in the latter 2 days, we did see that crack in the wall. There was the inconsistency hitting them. But right now for Vanguard, they're just too far back in the overall standings. They need a 30-pointer. That is the only way they can initiate the comeback.
But look at this, the center of the circle right now. The cluster looks very interesting. We have Mad Kings towards the north of the open fields. Team Tamil has just spread everywhere. Ewoks also moving into the cluster. Soul controlling the western edge. If the circle does not stick around Tooling, then every one of these teams is going to be in trouble when we find that out. Now, it's going to be a northern shift. Not too much trouble, but Revenant X-Park now all of a sudden find themselves in a decent spot. The only team playing the northern half, the northwestern quadrant. And Nebula sitting smack center.
Tribal in Esports on the bottom left as well. You can see still outside, backs against the wall. Team Tamilus, they're playing with a big split. Today they were playing all the 6 games. First 3 games down the drain. But now the latter 3 games, maybe Team Tamilus, they can buckle up if they want. But the way they've been playing, I highly doubt. I've given up my hopes. Evox spotting that man from Myth. He was just all by himself. Lucifer eliminated from the game. Now they know the bridge is not going to be a safe way.
Myth overshot the circle by quite a lot. This reset of theirs not really working out too well. Now this is going to be a big punish. They are going to be gate-kept from every single direction. Even swimming across that river is going to be a big challenge with Nonix having control of the shorelines towards the east. On the other side, Ewoks, few shots fired, but information given away to Wild Fangs. If the circle does not stay on their heads, it's going to be difficult to survive in the mid-game for Ewoks.
Shadow in the vehicle. Evox with 3 finish points. Okay, well, you know what? Team Tamilus, you've got to be kidding me. I don't even know what's happening with them. It feels like they're just lost. And if they do not really patch things up as soon as possible, then from the survival stage, Team Tamilus is a guaranteed name that will be eliminated.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're on the same path as Welt and Vanguard. Like, all three teams just underwhelming performance. And a massive drop in firepower in the semi-finals.
It's been so long since Mr. IGL has been out of form.
Yeah.
He's been competing since 2023, and the best performance we saw was in 2023 itself.
But it's not like the other players from the side of Team Tamilas are doing any better. Even they aren't winning their fights. And this is when I think we really loved this time the league stages from Team Tamilas.
I also feel like it's all about the placement from Team Tamilas. The way they position themselves inside of the circle just has been way too risky, and maybe that's one of the main reasons why I'm blaming it on Mr. IGL.
I mean, we will eventually find out what the flaw was, but in this match, the presence wasn't even felt, but you can definitely feel the presence of Ewoks as they are turning into the absolute wall on towards the southeastern edge. Vanguard taking a massive hit at the hands of Ewoks and Wild Fangs as Vanguard are finally down to their last man in this game.
Wild Fangs, though, this slow and composed aggression is actually working out. They're playing just the way OG was, right? Playing for those scrappy points, initially just secure as many scraps as you can, and then maybe in the late game think of securing the game itself. And Wild Fangs, as of now, outside of the circle taking a shift away from them, it's going to cost them a lot of problem. But for Nebula, the stars are aligning.
Pretty much, man. This shift of the zone gives them complete control of the center of the circle. And look at the cluster towards the south. Those teams are going to end up fighting themselves. I think along with Nebula, Revenant, Xpark, and Victorious Somas also have quite a decent position to work with. Both of these teams in isolated spots, but Victorious Somas could be in a clash against the players of Myth. Look at the radar. Venom has closed in quite a lot of distance, and Myth, I believe, are aware of his position as well.
Oh, Victorious Somas taking those shots on top of Myth. Myth has been trying to pull off some risky rotations. Mad King's on the opposite side. Clutch God is going to be the prey as the man gets knocked out. Welt, up close and personal. Luckily enough for Welt, all the four players are on the block, and Mad King slowly and steadily, they're getting melted and will be eliminated from the game as well.
Well played from Welt, but unfortunate turns of event for Mad Kings. It seems like everyone from the bottom of the leaderboard has just started to crumble, and it's just Welt who are forced to play catch up to everyone else. They have kind of caught up. It's not enough, but Ewoks, a shutdown comes through, and Nonix, Aim War, is going to be the man hitting the floor.
This man being the IGL has just been quite mesmerizing. His performance every single time just surprises all of us. And now for Nonix, they need to be careful of Shadow. Shadow is pushing up, but eventually Rapido, he's the one who instantly hands out the death blow. Evox, they mess up, but for Nonix, the climb is not done yet. The remaining men of Evox, they're here to get the vengeance and the revenge. And they're not going to let go of that last person from Nonix. It's Rapido.
Well, compared to the other rondos, this time we are seeing a lot more aggression from these sides, a lot of fights happening, and you see the beautiful spread of finishes throughout the entirety of the leaderboard. But Ewoks, oh, Carlin, how did he lose that fight? I thought Nonix was done for. Rapido was the last man left standing, but Ewoks, a misplay coming through, and they end up taking an early exit on Rondo.
Yeah, they just dropped the ball straight up. Evox, they choked that fight. I guess the communication was definitely lacking there because Shadow was busy making his own play and Kalana was busy making his own stuff. So that's one of the main reasons maybe why the entirety of Evox just crumbled like that.
Yeah.
But Revenant and Xpark, they have got a great foundation set up. Pain with 6 frags. In total, they've got 7 finishes. It's a great game for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's turning out to be a dream game for Revenant Xpark. And again, since they weren't playing their best earlier on now, sitting there on the leaderboard with 63 points. We're going to see if the miracle for Revenant Xpark works, but Troy Tamil and Esports, Necro, the momentum build up from yesterday has faded away, and Troy Tamil and Esports are on the verge of taking an exit.
Yeah, and even Welt, for some reason it feels like they're just knocking themselves out. So many fights breaking out at the same time for Nebula from the Smack Center. Yes, they're raining down death and destruction. They're raining their wrath against anyone that stands in the open. But Johnny Welt, they were their own kryptonite. 2 players got knocked out by themselves.
By the way, not the first time from Welt. It happened on the Miramar before this.
Yeah.
Like the first Miramar of the day as well. So, yeah, I think Welt on the day that they're doing well, self-sabotage is why they might be a little short on points. But,
Hey.
oh man, yeah.
when there was a question asked to Welt, who do you consider yourself, or who do you consider as a competition in the future? Welt said no one, and now it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because they're their own competition, yeah.
Yeah. The ultimate flex, right?
I know, right?
But anyways, I think a really unfortunate day for Troy Tamilian Esports as they get shut down at the hands of Nebula. One player, Hespero, still controlling the center, but Reckoning Esports, as Salty mentioned at the start of this game, Reckoning Esports yesterday, I don't know how they made it happen, but that leap to the top 8 was very impressive, and it seems like even right now, that controlled pace of Reckoning is giving them an edge against everyone else. They find themselves between Nonix and Wildfangs, but Nonix is just down in players, and Wildfangs is playing a split, so it's free reigns for the Southeastern Quadrant to Reckoning Esports.
Reckoning Esports, it just feels like recently they have amped up the aggression.
Yeah.
And that's maybe one of the main reasons why they're also having a lot of confidence in the fights, because their hands are just warmed up. They're just playing better. Soul getting eliminated from the game, if I'm not wrong. That was another man from Soul just put to sleep, and even Joker gets eliminated. That's it from Soul in this game, just securing 1 point. Nonix messes up as well. Another man down from Nonix and eliminated from the game. For Nonix, this has been a well-stabilizing game.
Yeah, it kind of has been, but I think Nonix would have definitely liked to cross 100 points with this particular match, considering, again, they have played the first 3 games of the day as well, and things haven't looked good, but things are getting worse and worse by the second for Revenant Xbox. One player knocked down, the other man Pain extremely low, and Scary Jord is aware of the position of the players. Ninja is about to fall, somehow dodges the damage, still stays alive.
That was kind of funny. Ninja just peeks outside of that compound wall, instantly falls back in. But now the utilities are something the man needs to deal with. Victoria Sumas have already taken too much upon them. 2 players knocked out. Revenant Xbox somehow flipping the odds and flipping the tables. Victoria Sumas, how do you crack under that pressure? How do you choke a fight?
I have no idea, no answer to that question, Necro. Victor Sumas had the upper hand over here, but now down to the last man, and he's down to a pixel of HP. This is going to be the end. Revenant Xbox, 10 eliminations on the board, just a few pixels away from the Molly. Venom is so lucky to stay alive, but Revenant Xbox, look at how brutal this is.
Oh my God, the entire arena witnessed it live in 4K. That's got to be one of the worst feelings. Oh my God.
Hey, at least with Welt, we weren't seeing these moments. They were happening off camera.
Everyone was just surprised. And we definitely heard a lot from the crowd. Oh my God. I would never want that happening to me. It's just such a bad feeling.
Yeah, not on stream or anything.
Yeah. I mean, on stream it's fine, but especially in the arena when the crowd's watching you and you get eliminated in a heated situation like that.
It's not just the crowd in the arena. Almost like, I don't know how many people are tuned into our broadcast overall. Every single person saw that. The observer was on him when it happened.
Oh, that's just so sad. But Nebula, oh no, even they're starting to fall apart, Johnny. For Nebula, it's like the bells are now starting to ring once again. It's the death bells that are tolling. And Nebula, with a 2-man squad, they can maybe still head back to the boys of Vasista Esports. Vasista strengthening their grip around Nebula, closing their fists, and they just want to deliver a knockout blow. But Nebula is also going for a reset.
Yeah, and the pressure from Wildfangs actually might allow Nebula to get a reset going. Vasista Esports, they are distracted. Hector still trying to find an opening, but now this 3-way showdown happening towards the southern edge. Necro, this is going to get critical because Welt are looking to get involved as well. Look at Proton, he's just on the slope of the hill. If he's actually able to make that climb and lob an aid, maybe he's going to be the catalyst that forces these teams to push into each other. And what's the best part about this fight is that it's kind of a 3 versus 3 versus 3. Beast is all the way in the backlines from the side of Vasista Esports, and maybe that's the reason Vasista become the first team to lose a man in this fight.
Nebula can actually clutch this one out. Somehow there's still a chance they can win this fight. The fight was down to a 4-on-3, but now it's taken down to a 3-on-3. It's perfectly played. Table sort of flipped. Nebula, they're already taking too much upon them. The damage as well dished out. Phoenix just peeks outside of the smoke, and he's able to find a second knock as well. Nebula, where is the cavalry? There's a bit of a disconnect between the players, and that's where Vasista Esports uses it to the maximum potential. Sama is making that pounce. Kratos backs away towards this house. Kratos, he needs to stop that revival from coming through. There's too many teams around them. Even Welts is right around the corner. There's going to be a third party coming through.
Oh, and this is going to get intense. I think Vasista Esports. Oh, I thought they were going to be the ones falling prey to Wildfangs first, but it's going to be Nebula. And now Vasista, they are going to feel the brunt of Wildfangs. 9 eliminations on the board for this team. They're looking for the 10th. Goten spots out the last man. Oh, he thought he was done. Goten assumed Some was done, but no, Some stays alive. That level 3 helmet protects him from getting taken out.
That was so awkward.
Yeah, he just ran back in.
Turns his back onto that man like that, and the fact that Sama was not able to retaliate, it just gets even worse. Wildfangs, though, still with a chance to shut down the entirety of Vasista Esports and put them back in the coffin. Sama is the only person that's keeping this team alive, and the amount of chaos we've witnessed so far in the entirety of the lobby around this compound, it's insane. But Myth, with all the 4 players standing, they're just waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, they have the entirety of the western edge of the circle to themselves. You see it on the radar as well. And this play zone is a little too small to deny them the man advantage. But Welt, again, consistency on display, Necro. I think the first 2 games, Welt, they were underconfident, but now since they have basically nothing to lose, today has been phenomenal. Consistent points throughout the matches. Even in this game, they make it to the top 6, 8 eliminations secured, and might just be the squad that end up fighting Some. Oh, he sees him. Not enough gap through those windows. Some on the run. Now finally Some, he's going to struggle to find his way in this 1v2, but the first man makes a blunder. He gets knocked out, but somehow, well, they do stay alive. That was close, man. You do not want to give Some fights like that. You do not want to give him isolated 1v1s.
I was about to stand up from my chair. I thought it's going to happen once again.
Would you have thrown your stool over here? In the back?
No, I would not have. There's audience, Johnny. I do not want to hurt anyone.
Not with the audience.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe I would have. But what would I have said on then? But you know what? Let's move on to the conversation.
Just a scream of aggression.
I guess.
Annoyance.
Hey, but Wildfangs, though, they've got a bit of that dip. At the moment, Welt Esports just looks around that entire structure. They're going to find that man of Wildfangs just proning. So it is definitely going to be an easy shutdown, but there's also Myth from the back providing the cover.
I think Wildfangs should have stayed on the top of that hill. The positional trade with Welt might not work out for them, but Welt too eager to get inside the circle. The punish comes through, and even Myth are having a phenomenal start to their day. 11 finishes on the board, but Necro, my 2 favorites in this game have to be Myth and Revenant Xbox.
Johnny, those elimination points got stolen by Revenant Xbox.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
RNTX took those elimination points away. Wildfangs, though, yeah, still concerns now start to rise. As the nades from the side of Myth, they're crawling up real close. Troytomilin Esports is still alive with that 1 man, and now for Wildfangs as well. Their lifeline is cut short, but Revenant Xbox, they shift their focus on Myth, as Daddy's going to be the one to hit the deck first.
Still waiting to see which team walks away with the chicken, but Hesperos, look at him causing trouble for the players of Myth. As he finds an opening, 1 player from the side of Myth has been shut down. Now it's 3 versus 3 versus 1 versus 1. Wildfangs and Troytomilin Esports down to the last man. And it's quite surprising that Hesperos has managed to stay alive all this while. He has been the last surviving player for Troytomilin Esports for a long time in this match.
Utilities tossed out. Troytomilin Esports is Hesperos. He's taking that chip damage, but the chip is not enough to get the man out of commission. And once again, Johnny, when you see Troytomilin Esports in play, somehow that man is able to deliver consistency. 5 elimination points with an okay amount of placement points as well, potentially will be grabbed.
Oh, yeah. But Revenant Xbox. Oh, this team has phenomenal firepower, but they've lost their best man. But here comes the push from Myth, and it's going to be a blunder! Ghana! He has opened up the floodgate for Revenant Xbox. Those 2 takedowns, they are going to guarantee the win. 14 eliminations on the board. Myth, can they go for a reset? I don't think so. Punk just realizing what has happened. Hands the death blow, the nade goes out. And I believe the damage should be enough for the cleanup.
Yeah, I don't think Revenant Xbox is going to be struggling with this one.
Yeah.
They've got him by the necks, and they choke him down. Myth eliminated from the game. And Troy Timberland Esports is now going to be the only thorn in the way, but it's just one man from Troy Timberland Esports, and he's already done a lot. He's already made the best out of the worst. That Nate's going to find the final frag, and Revenant X Park, what a way to bounce back. But Johnny, this has been the most entertaining game so far, the most entertaining game of Rondo we've witnessed.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Aggression from the start till the very end. Mistakes made, in fact, hilarious blunders made by a lot of these teams, but Revenant X Park, I think this is what we were hoping for. This is what we wanted to see from this team today.
Absolutely. They had to play 6 games, the first 3 games not really going in their favor, but then on the map of Rondo, Revenant X Park finally rediscover themselves. It's not just RNTX as well, there were a lot of other teams, Myth Official as well. I think it was a very high frag heavy game, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, but Myth have been very consistent. I think Myth just slipped out of the top 8 because they were not playing their matches. But this was an impressive comeback. It seems like Myth was already warmed up, locked and loaded and ready for action.
So I'm really happy for Welt as well, because we are definitely seeing that graph go up, but it's a bit too late. The amount of points they're getting, Welt needs a massive blow of points in the overall standings, and that is the only way they can potentially bounce themselves back. But as of now, they're just getting 7, 8, 9 points on the board, which is not going to be enough for them to initiate that comeback.
In my personal opinion, I'm so sorry to cut you off there, Johnny, but I feel like they're going on a positive run. They're going on the positive trajectory, fixing their 1v1s, fixing their 4v4s. Their trade game is sort of getting better. Yes, for sure, they are very far away from the top 8 right now, but if things stand like this, potentially they will have an opportunity in the survival stage as well. But then you look at Wildfangs, all of a sudden somebody pops off and the entire team shift their gears. This time it was Goten and Kana leading the charge, and of course Revenant X Park, they were just on a roll. What a performance coming in from the young lad Payne, Johnny. 7 to 8 eliminations being secured. Have a look at that. 7 on Payne, 5 on Ninja, 3 on Trace. This is bombing the lobby from Revenant X Park.
Payne was literally just clapping out of happiness. He was so happy that finally they've secured a massive game. And I mean, these aren't the type of moments that the teams try to chase, right? Especially when you're struggling. A massive game can be a table turner, and that has been delivered by Revenant X Park.
Pretty much, and I think an impressive performance overall from Revenant X Park. We spoke about Myth. I completely agree with you as well, Necro, by the way, with you, what you were saying about Welt Esports. I think, all right, 7 to 8 points per game from the side of Welt. It would have been fine had they been getting 7 to 8 points from the very start, but now it's too late. Although they have gotten themselves in a position where maybe a 20-point chicken dinner can grant them opportunity for tomorrow. But given that 20-point chicken dinner, they also have to, again, get 7 to 8 points in the remaining games afterwards.
I feel like Welt Esports right now are making up for their lost matches in the first 2 days. They're sort of trying to climb up, but they are keeping themselves at bay. One big performance, in my opinion, can actually put them in contention for the top 8. It's still very far away, though.
I mean, it is still pretty far away,
I was about to say, I think they've played 10 matches till now, and I believe they're going to be somewhere around the 50-point marker, if I'm not wrong, in the mid-50s. So, I mean, if my calculations are correct, and you were the one who was saying 118 is where the cutoff is going to be, they need about, what, like 70 points, 70, 80 points?
That's a lot to ask for, man. Considering the amount of games they've got, it's pretty much
6 matches left.
It's pretty much like 15 points per game. That's what they're searching for. And yeah, survival stage are close. So.
Survival stage is close, definitely, for sure.
I don't think it's possible, man. I'm just trying to be realistic. Yes, I am really happy that they're finally getting the wind of the sails. It's a good thing that once they move on towards the survival stage, they will have a great start. So at least the momentum is with them. But moving on the conversation towards Victor Sumas, we all saw that. That self-made, it was just caught in 4K. The camera was on him. The entirety of the crowd was laughing.
I mean, it's been happening with Venom for a while now. And we were discussing that in the talent room as well. Like, what on earth was that moment to be? It was a 1v2. The nade just lobbed in, just did not really go in the right place. But it's completely fine, though. Myth Official has been the standout inside of the semi-finals so far. Detrox and Daddy, 2 real brothers making their way inside, potentially going into the grand finals. I'm so happy with Myth Official. What are your thoughts about their performance?
I wonder what the older brother feels about, or how it feels about taking calls from his younger brother, because Detrox is the younger brother and he's also the IGL of the team, so yeah.
Well, a lot of these conversations are going to keep happening, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move on to a short break.
One skin, infinite power, on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to BGIS 2026 semi-finals, day number 3. And of course, with that Rondo being done and dusted, just 2 more matches left for the end of the day. Of course, just 1 day left inside of the semi-finals. Chances for a few teams out there, I say it seems like it's coming down slowly and steadily, especially for the ones who are playing their Group C matches. They had to play 6 games. Revenant, X-Pac and Soul seem to be the only ones who have kind of made amends. What about Non-X? What about Vanguard?
Hey, man, the fight for the top here is going to be brutal as well. It is going to come down towards the wire here. Every single match counts. And in particular here, Revenant and X-Pac taking the chicken dinner and winning that fight early on as well. I smell a statement brewing up, but I'm not going to say it until if they make it to the grand finals and if they win it.
Hey, Johnny, did this Malaysian get a taste of Indian controversies? RNTX versus Godlike, he is tingling the right nerves out there.
I see. Why don't you really say what's on your mind?
I plead the 5th. There's no comments, no statements coming from me. It will happen when it happens.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it will certainly happen when it happens. And Bane got back on form right in the nick of time. This is, of course, the semi-finals. Spain getting those 7 eliminations. First MVP for this lad in the first official LAN event that he's participating. 7 eliminations. Brilliant run in that game. Goten as well for Wildfang, just leading the charge, letting the rest of the team as well, having that flow, influx of numbers. Myth official has been brilliant. Welt Esports, it's a welcome back to form as well. But Troy Tamilian, Vasista Esports, Johnny, has been silently creeping in and positioning themselves inside of the top 8. Nobody's looking at those flashy performances, but Troy and Vasista might just be the ones to actually nick through to the grand finals.
Yeah, I really think Troy Tamilian Esports, Vasista, and Myth as well, I think, because Myth was sitting outside of the top 8 before this game, but now with these 16 points, will find a safe haven in the top 8 again. Wildfangs, I would love to see how consistent Wildfangs can be, because Wildfangs day 1 was horrible, day 2 was better, and day 3 also kind of starting on the same note as day 2. So if they keep this point average, maintain it till the end of the day, Wildfangs could also be a big threat to teams that are struggling at the bottom of that top 8 bracket.
Yeah, I agree. And at the same time as well, they went back towards the roots. Just take any fight they can, just win as many as possible. And it's the same here coming from Revenant and X-Pac as well, because ideally, was this a macro game coming from them? Not necessarily here. It came down to just firepower, just demonstrating that, you know what, if you live life with no fear, no one can stop you. And that was pretty much a very good example coming from Revenant and X-Pac.
That was a great goal coming in from you, IC, but looking at the overall standings right now, 120 points for Orangutan. Since we are at the cusp of death for the semi-finals, let's just have a conversation around the cutoff, because we are expecting it expect to be in the high 120s. So Orangutan, they're almost there. You had the few teams at the bottom of the top 8 around that 80-point mark. You have Troy Tamil and Esports who slip up on the overall points tally. 78 points for them as well. Non-X Vasista, there's going to be a little bit of concern because consistent games are not really coming. But this is going to be one of those teams I'm talking about, Team Tamilas, one of the most consistent teams in the online matches. Come the land stage, all of a sudden, the entire power seems to have vanished, Johnny.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's not just Team Tamila. Sinaway as well, not doing well. Mad King's not doing well. These teams need to take learnings from Wealth. Wealth, absolutely, I mean, down the drain, bare bottom of the leaderboard. But now, 50 points. They need 70 points in 6 matches. So roughly about, let's say, 11.3 per game, maybe 11.4 per game, which is still doable. I think Wealth, with the way they are playing, they need one big game and then the other averages can stay the same of 7 to 8 points.
Well, that's going to be a big ask here, I would say, considering the fact that you have to count on everybody else doing poorly. So I would say for Wealth,
pretty much,
it's not impossible, but they are on the right track. That's for sure as well, because day 1, day 2, it looked like they were lacking in terms of confidence.
Yeah.
But now, today itself, we are starting to see a little bit of build-up as well. And confidence is going to be the key here. And as of yet, obviously, we do see moments of brilliance coming from Joker, moment of brilliance from S-Power, which in this case has been oozing in confidence, but can they translate it into the end game?
It is going to be, of course, a matter of pride, a matter of consistency. Semi-finals have been heating up, ladies and gentlemen, and next up is going to be a pretty hot map, the map of Myanmar.
Ladies and gentlemen, here, Game 5 on its way here for the semi-finals day 3 itself here. The competition is getting closer and closer, and eventually only 8 teams will directly advance into the grand finals here from the semi-finals itself. Who's it going to be? Well, every single match counts here. But now, starting things off in this map here, the second Miramar for today, it is going to be starting towards the outskirts of Protona, ending towards the outskirts of La Cabrera. A pretty western shift, I'd say, Johnny.
Yeah, it's quite a western flight path. And again, I think considering it is El Pozo within the flight path range, I wonder, are we going to see an early fight towards the northwestern quadrant? Or maybe we are going to see another drop clash happen for Picado. There have been quite a few. Ren X-Park is still there. Sinaway is still there, so yeah, that fight is just going to take place. Oh, Sinaway isn't there in this game. My bad, my apologies.
Well, Revenant X-Park, at least this time they do get to play the map of Miramar, considering the fact that they were snapped back in the previous round here by Sinway. Hopefully that match doesn't stop them for their potential comeback to try and push through into the top 8 here. Fortunately for them, the Rondo just now was a little bit of a saving grace. They are one step closer towards the top 8. But can they pull it all the way is going to be the question here. But it seems like Vasista Esports is going to be dropping on the north side of Power Grid. We've seen this happen yesterday before, and they have gate-kept Revenant X-Park for that endgame. But I don't think the circle is going to allow them to do so as of yet, because it is shifting towards the east side. 2 islands still in play. I don't think it's going to happen there this time.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we might just get La Benedita or Truck Stop Circle, or maybe towards Impala as well. But look at Victoria Sumas, I see. It seems like they aren't the only ones dropping for the isolated spot. They're going to be joined by the players of Reckoning Esports, and this is going to be an all-out war right off the bat between the two sides. No vehicles available in this spot, I believe. And it's just those scramble, pick-up weapons, whatever you get on the floor, that they're going to have to use to find an opening and then potentially go for a wipe early. And luckily, Always finds an M4.
Well, this is going to be a tricky spot to work with here, especially for these two teams. Victoria Summers pretty much down in the gutter. And with 4 more matches remaining for them to actually try and push in towards the semifinals, the chances are looking pretty slim for Victoria Summers. But for Reckoning Esports, this is going to be a very important fight, considering that they are so close to the top 8.
Yeah, Victoria Summers, access to the garage gained, and now they have a vehicle to work with. Cordex, oh my goodness. That could have been a very awkward knock on him. He's somehow still there, and I think with that one vehicle into Victoria Summers, they might just look to regroup all 4 players, but it's not going to be that easy. Once all 4 players are in the same car, Reckoning Esports will have a tactical advantage because they can spray all of them down. But top the hill, I see Troy Tamil Esports, a brilliant off angle, and a Mini 14 as well on Auction.
Well, a little bit of a third-party action coming in play. Auction has been a little bit sneaky in trying to farm points, but Victor Summers disengaging is going to be a smart call here. That does give a little bit of breathing room for Reckoning Esports, but they did snatch away a vehicle off them. So Victor Summers, they are going to get out of safety. They are going to leave Troy Temlin Esports to kind of handle Reckoning Esports as of yet. Which in this case, yesterday was an amazing comeback coming from Troy Temlin Esports. Can they continue to do so today? Well, we shall see. It's going to be tough. Hesperos was able to make it in the top 2 just now, but not enough finish points, unfortunately. Gives them a decent amount of placement points. But for Victoria Summers, they might be running into a little bit of trouble here as well, because it seems like they are running towards the direction of Hero Extreme Godlike. Meanwhile, for Troy Temlin Esports, Oxen still looking to try and pressure Reckoning Esports. I'm not sure if this is a good play. He does have an 8-axe, meaning 14. Don't think this angle is good with an 8-axe as of yet.
Yeah, I don't know if, I mean, Reckoning have spotted out Troy Temlin in Esports or not. Because if Oxen manages to catch even one of the players of Reckoning off guard and not get knocked out, he can buy his team enough time to make this rotation and 3v4 the remainder of Reckoning Esports. But that all depends on whether Reckoning know where he is or not. But Victor Summers, while they were trying to get away from the players of Reckoning, a little bit of an awkward contact made against Godlike. Both the teams mid-rotation and neither has complete loot, I believe.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think Hero Extreme Godlike has pretty much been looted as well. They've got 4 vehicles available. I'm really surprised they decided to actually back off. And Victoria Summers, they are looking to try and snatch away those loots away. And Mino has been isolated, and they are going to go make the pounce as well. Skyry John gets a little bit of chip damage here, and Mino needs a little bit of backup, but the rest of Hero Extreme Godlike is nowhere to be found. Seems like was spotted out by Always. They almost went for the commitment, but it seems like Always from the back lines actually said that, no, let's not do this.
Yeah, I think Victor Summers back away, but Nebula Esports, they run into the meat-grind of the trap that was laid out for Revan and Xbox Springs, and Nebula are the ones crumbling under pressure, but they also make Reckoning pay. Reckoning Esports down to the last man they go. Phoenix with the cleanup, and Nebula, they are still gonna stay alive. Reckoning Esports, the first team to get eliminated from this match, and Nebula could be the second, because Troy Temlin Esports now realize that there are 3 points in these broken buildings.
This is devious of Troy Temlin Esports as well. They gatekept their compound for the longest of the time, forced Reckoning to stay there. And as soon as Nebula Esports tries to drive by, forced them to take a hard pit stop and then crashing into his Reckoning Esports, taking out a competition. Troy Temlin Esports, they have just such a cunning master plan here. Yes, there was not a lot of points stolen away by Troy Temlin Esports, but that's a way to tend the herd from the northwest corner. Nicely done from them.
Pretty much, and I mean, Troy Temlin Esports have been doing quite well for themselves, so this is not going to cause them a lot of harm, just missing out on 1 measly point. But let's see how things turn out for Nebula now. I mean, Troy Temlin also has a positional advantage when you look at the path towards the play zone, so I don't think Nebula will be alive in this game for long. But Welt on our screens have had a comfortable time in this game so far, going for the loot and now rotating along the southern highways. Although the path that they're following, Icy might just force them either into Myth or Vanguard towards the southern edge of the play zone, which is going to be a tricky situation to get out of.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tough spot here. Well, this shows signs of life here in day number 3 here. When it comes towards the foundation, they need a massive game today in the next 2 games, including this game as well, if they want to stand a shot to actually push for the top 8. But as of yet, let's talk about Mad Kings here. Great start of day number 1. Day 2, day 3 has been a little bit of a disappointing run here for them. It seems like they are slowly slipping away. Maybe trying to make preparations here for the survival stage is going to be in way here for Mad Kings. Same can be said for Team Tamilas, which in this case is going to be trying to get a little bit of a map control down towards the center. But they do not have a compound yet. They're still a little bit uncertain here on where is going to be the good spot to be in. Vasista Esports already ahead. Wildfang's also going to be joining the fray. Team Tamilas, they are pinched between 2 teams. It seems like Team Tamilas, they are going to make the call there to actually regroup and settle with the compound that they have. But Goten scouts out Fox OP out in the open. Might get the knock, and they do find him. And that's going to be the confirmation in play as well, as Team Tamilas actually loses a player for that overextensive scout.
Yeah, that overextension from Team Tamilas backfires. And again, it's not like we can blame them for this. Team Tamilas, the tactical players have been off, even struggling in those 4v4s. Wildfangs, they're going to be happy with this one single point, though. Kind of can help them build up the momentum for the late game, but Wildfangs is stuck in a cluster, and they're playing a split formation, which can be risky to regroup in.
Well, as soon as I say this, guess what? Spray God actually getting punished as well. This seems like the split formation is not going to do them any good. A lot of loose trackers has been picked off as well. But Zone is about to close in here for stage 2. Myth going to be taking a little bit of pit stop here before they make their way through, and seems like the circle is going to shift back towards the west side instead of the shoreline. So we are starting to see a lot of clusters down towards the east side. Hiroshima Godlike expecting it to be his truck stop, but nope, it is going to be denied as Labadita, the craters are still pretty much unoccupied. We have Lost Leona still in play as well. Nonex and also Revenant Expert having somewhat of a control from the west side, while everybody from the east side is going to try to make a push inside the zone.
Oh, this is going to get intense. Fight on this hill. Team Tamil Nadu spotted out by Welt, and Welt has the option to go for a hunt. But Vanguard, they have their back as well. And Myth is in the follow-up. Myth is in tow of Vanguard. So once the fight begins, it's going to be a bloodbath. But Godlike, middle of nowhere, running into Mad Kings. Shots fired. Manya trying his best to drop that man from Mad Kings on the run. And they do finally find the knock. Shadow OG picked off by his former team. And that's going to be an easy frag secured by Mad Kings. And no way Mad Kings can make Godlike repay.
Nicely done there, coming from Amino, save the day. But interesting enough, Manya actually going for a SKS in this situation to play a little bit of DMRs. But unfortunately for Hiroshima Godlike, they do not have high grounds. But Manya is going to try and scout ahead here to try and find a little bit of contact here to try and apply long-range pressure. A very interesting switch up in playstyles here coming from Hiroshima Godlike. But they are going to be on the northern quarter of the zone. Let's talk about the south side as well. Myth official, they barely are at the edge of the zone. Seems like they are hearing a lot of gunshots ahead and also beside them, and they are going to try to deviate their rotations through Los Leonas to try to find a different entry point from the west side. Good call coming from Myth official. Not exactly sure if it's the right call, but it seems like with the threat at hand, this seems to be the safest option here for Myth official.
Pretty much. I mean, I was expecting Myth to actually take the fight against everyone up ahead because of how comfortable they are in the overall leaderboard, but I guess they want to pin down their qualification and replay from the earlier fights that happened. Nebula Esports, they really did not expect Troy the Million to be sitting on the flank and Reckoning Esports also to be pinned down themselves. I think they just assumed that Reckoning was playing the early stages, buying time, and went for the slam, but yeah, that wasn't the case, and it hurts Nebula more than it hurts Reckoning to be taken out like this. Reckoning is already at 84. They're doing quite well.
Yeah, but it is going to put them a little bit of a small hindrance here to try and give for the chase. But I agree with you. Nebula definitely has to pull a big game. Meanwhile, Myth, we did see a little bit of glimpse here. They are inside Los Leonas. Soul, however, smack middle of the zone. And for some reason, this time they have a very decent amount of compound, unless the circle stays otherwise. Nako already on the move here to make a little bit of preparation in case Los Leonas is going to be in the shift here. But no, it does not. It shifts back in towards La Badida itself. So Soul is going to settle down in those compounds while everybody else is going to be fighting for space. Basista Esports controlling the east side while Wildfangs, they are in no man's land apparently. Oh boy, that's not a good spot to be in here for Wildfangs.
You see Nebula as well. I mean, they are going to stay safe in the mid-game stages, but late game, if the circle centers on them, then they will be the line of fire or the center of attention for everyone.
I think Nebula is going to be fine, just because there is a city inside itself. It's just that they won't be having a lot of wrecks, because everywhere around them does have an off angle to chip away on them. So we're not going to be expecting a lot of finishes, but we are going to be seeing potentially an endgame appearance for them.
I mean, but Nebula really needs those frags. They need those finishes. Although Mad Kings, another player lost, this time at the hands of Victorious Sumus, and Clutch got knocked out. I don't think there's going to be a revive over there. Even with the nade, they can just go for an easy cleanup, and, well, they don't even need to wait for that. Mad Kings are falling apart one by one, losing individuals on the fly. Not really what we expected from them.
And they just couldn't find space as well. Well, what a snap coming from Scary John. And for the follow-up here, coming from Venom to actually take him down. Nothing much they can do. Your Extreme Godlike trying to go in for a little bit of a steal action, but unfortunately it was a little bit late to the party. As Power going to try and keep tabs on Victoria Summers, they are going to try and force the teams to be stuck on this road, knowing that it is a little bit of a pinch attack here coming from Godlike and also Victoria Summers. So a lot of teams are going to be trying to stay away from north side, but not a lot of action yet. Welt, however, having a little bit running here with Myth outside the zone.
And instantly 2 players fall, but they do end up fighting a trade, but Myth still have the upper hand, and the spray from Harshil. Impressive as always, well down to their last play, and a pretty clean win coming out from Myth. A couple of seconds, the fight was done and dusted. Myth, they have 4 eliminations, they lost 1, but I don't think it really matters to them what happens now.
Nice cover fire here coming from Harshil. But at the same time, Mad Kings, they were stranded. They had the same idea of Nebula. They are going to push for La Bendita City to try and go for placement points. But little did they know that Nebula is already inside, lying in wait. So have to be very careful here for Mad Kings, as Pro is pretty much left all by themselves. Nebula knows they are nosy neighbors, but does Mad Kings know that Nebula Esports is around is the question. Seems like even from Revenant Xbox, Trace God was able to try and sneak into the city. And interesting enough, Revenant Xbox is a little bit far off. Spread out, I would say, for Revenant Xbox in the minimap.
Oh, this is going to be tough, the regroup. As you mentioned, I mean, Nonix in the back. Up front, you have Nebula and the last 2 survivors from side of Mad Kings, both of them with the line of fire intact. And well, the shift of the zone right on top of Nebula again. Icy, as you said, I think they should be able to stay safe, but again, frags are going to be lacking, but frags are going to be picked up by the teams that surround Nebula's position, but outside the zone, while Fangs putting the hurt on the players of Myth. Punish coming through for the late station.
Shots are being fired though across the map. You can see the panic is going across the map itself. Team Tumblr's pretty much out in zone. And again, the biggest 2 threats from the south side and the east side here is going to be Vasista Esports and Seoul. Wildfang's also pretty much out in the open, needs to find a way to push into the zone. And it is going to be a little bit of a tough push here, but it seems like Vanguard is going to be the first one to take action as they try and close the distance against Vasista Esports, but they are getting shot from afar. Finds a small little pocket here to try and reset, which is good. But unfortunately for them, Myth is not looking in their direction, so this is going to be a temporary pit stop for them.
Yeah, pretty much. Because on the radar towards the south, Wildfangs is also present, and I think they might look to have a same rotation. Ewoks as well on the flank. Vanguard need to find a way out of here as quickly as possible, but Nebula finally a break in play, and what? Mad Kings, they end up coming out on top, and Nebula, they have been wiped out from this game. Not what we expected the result of this fight to be.
Yeah, but at the same time, so who was the one that actually got the other knock here? Seems like Cyrex did get the last guy, but I think Revenant X-Mark was the one that actually snatched one of the finishes. It was Ninja Jaw that actually got it. Now, they are going to be playing for a little bit of a cleanup coming from Revenant X-Mark, but let's take a look at the replay here between the rotations of Welt and Myth. Oh, they were trying to rotate away. Detrox and also Lucifer was inside the bench here, but this cover fire from Harshil forced Welt to panic and push in out of position and gets taken out. There was nothing much he could have done, so
yeah,
a little bit unfortunate here for Welt.
Quite unfortunate, in fact. I think, again, we were talking about their flow of points. We were expecting a big win, but now that is gone. Wildfangs on the other front, looking to move in. Players of Soul spotted out, but look at the radar. There's one isolated man from the side of Myth right behind them who can get some revenge for his team. But Troy Tamil in Esports spotted out the 4-man roster in a split formation. Victor Somas do end up getting the high ground, but instead of engaging into this fight, Victor Somas just charged forward to the low grounds of this bowl.
Yeah, it seems like even Troy Tamil in Esports is going to try and shove them away. And Victoria Summers, they are going to be playing on the eastern side of this high grounds here, while the teams inside La Bendita City is still trying to duke it out. Mad King's going to be the next point of interest here for Victoria Summers. And surprise, surprise, we thought there's not going to be a lot of high finishes. And it seems like a lot of people are trying to find sanctuary inside the city itself, and Victoria Summers comes knocking in.
Mad Kings, they've survived one big name. Can they make it two? Cyrex, impressive fight, could find the knock. Oh no, scary Jawed. Pixel of HP, can't deny it, survives all thanks to pure luck. But I think they might run out Victoria Soma soon, because Revenant Xbox are close enough to lob utility in their faces and find those finishes.
This is such a sneaky play coming from Ninja John as well. He doesn't not have any teammates to provide any kind of backup, but he's here to just instill chaos inside the city. But let's see how the circle shift. It does still include La Bendita City, and that's a good sign for Revenant X-Park because they have all the information. Same can be said for Troy Temple Esports for the north side. But let's talk about team outside. Vasista Esports has got a lot of heavy lifting to work with here. But Wildfangs, they were forced to take a pit stop because of Myth. Now finally cleans him out, but they've lost one vehicle in the process. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite tough. And I think everyone is just now lying in wait to see where Stage 6, Stage 7 forms, because if you commit like Nebula did, that plan could backfire. The La Benedita City is pushed towards the edge of the circle, and every other spot inside of this game is out into the open. I think Wildfangs, the Ridge they have to work with, kind of works out for them, but they need to be cautious of the side of Seoul and Vasista Esports on the flank. But look at the radar. Team Tamilas are getting very eager to close in from the south.
Ooh, seems like Victoria Summers was able to clean out the last player here coming from Mad Kings. The city has been cleared. Ninja John is still remaining inside though from Revenant X-Park, and ironic enough, nobody has been able to find him at all.
Yeah.
They know there is one guy around, and for some reason, nobody has been able to spot him out. Revenant X-Park, they're still not grouped up yet. They've pretty much shut out every single team coming from the west side, but for Victoria Summers, they have no information on how they want to get out. And on the finish feed here, Troy Temple Esports actually catches a knock here on towards Pain. And Nonex is looking to try and chime in and snatch that away. And Revenant X-Park, they are pinned. They can't get in as of yet. Ninja John needs to provide backup, but he's doesn't have vision at all. He's just stuck inside the city. This is tough here, coming from Revenant X-Park.
And still have to make this bounce. Nonex, Anonymous, how did they deal with him? This wall of smoke protects them for a few seconds, but that dip costed them 2 players. And now I think it's going to be difficult for Revenant X-Park to recover in this game. Just have to rely on Ninja John to walk away with a few extra placement points from this match. Ooh. And look at how slow this game is turning out to be. 20 minutes in, still we have 11 teams remaining.
Yeah, this widespread coming from Revenant X-Park may have just costed this game itself. Meanwhile, nice capitalization here coming from Nonex and Troy Temple Esports. Evox also going to be trying to sneak past here for Vasista Esports, and surprise, surprise, but Vasista Esports actually let them through. It seems like Vasista Esports just doesn't have the angles to actually catch any of these teams. They're just inside the house and nobody's been playing on the rooftop. And because of this, we are seeing like too many teams clustered up onto the east side. And this is actually not helping Vasista Esports anymore.
It's not helping anyone. It's not helping Evox. It's not helping Vanguard. And as you mentioned, it's not helping Vasista Esports as well, because you look how awkward this formation is. I think the one thing we are missing is someone playing the northeastern edge of the circle, because from there, I think there's a direct line of fire, and they could have potentially found a few extra picks, but that's not going to be the case. 20 million Esports present towards the northern edge, right alongside Godlike. And Asperos, well, that's brilliant. He is going to have information about the players moving around in the building.
Yeah, this is going to be the most important fight here for Troy Temple Esports here. In order for them to actually gain control of this high ground, they need to clean out Hero Stream Godlike, which is pretty much pinned onto towards their backs. So the moment they clear out Hero Stream Godlike, they should have free pathway towards the north side. Victoria Summers wouldn't be able to challenge them unless it is going to be a big major fight. However, the circle does include Evox in play. Vasista Esports letting too many teams through here now has to push out, and Evox is going to be surrounding them from the southeast corner. Soul also going to be outside the zone now.
Soul pushed out the zone, as you mentioned, but not too far away. Right on the edge, but every single meter that they have to move is going to cause trouble for them, because Wildfangs, I wonder if they will have a line of fire. Victoria Somas is not going to have a line of fire. They're playing the dip. Maybe Ewoks could cause them trouble. There they are, Soul on the lower ground. Wildfangs will have a line of fire if Soul steps out behind cover, but there's distraction for Wildfangs in the form of Team Tamilas. This has been going on for a very long time. This fight should have been wrapped up, I think, like 3-4 minutes ago.
Yeah, but Wildfangs, they're pretty much stuck here just because of the initial engagement with Detrox, right? Losing these vehicles, pretty much getting pinned out or open, and they had no choice but to lick their way from the south side. And that has been causing a lot of problems here because of this one man known as Detrox with Myth. But let's see. Now north side, Hero Stream Godlike, they make their first move. Troy Temple Esports got them pinned. A lot of smokes has been set up, but Oxen not able to find a free angle at all. And finally the sprays comes in, but still no connection. As power dropped down pretty low, but Troy Temple and Esports, they are going to try and give chase here. Hero Stream Godlike, they crept up to Troy now.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be bad for Godlike. Troy to million info and high ground to work with. Now Jonathan needs to be the saving grace, and he does manage to find a trade. A knock secured, converts the finish as well. The fight now happening at kind of an even footing between the two sides, except Manya is a little too far away, but doesn't matter. S-Power, he gets a revive. 3-on-3. Troy Tamil and Esports need to be cautious. S-Power is upset. And we all know his util usage has been quite impactful all this time. Lens takes a lot of damage. The nade from Admino does the trick, but S-Power overextended, still looking for a knock in the smoke. The shotgun spam, and S-Power goes down for the second time. No save for him this time.
Small little salvation here coming from Asperos, taking down S-Power, but the nade still comes through. It seems like Troy Temple and Esports, they are going to focus on picking up the reset here. They are barely at the zone, and Hero Stream Godlike is still out in the open. And it seems like Hero Stream Godlike, they are going to press the matter, knowing that time is not of the essence. They may get shot at the back. They are going to try and go for the push. And Manya comes in. He is the first to fall. Jonathan goes in for a swing by, takes down Lens. Now it's going to be a 2v2, but they're all out in the open. Oxen with a couple of sprays here. Admino chipped down low, but he is surrounded. He is pinned, and Hero Stream Godlike takes down the big bad wolf, Troy Temelen. And Hero Stream Godlike will also get the reset.
Well, they do get a reset, but not just the reset. They get a phenomenal position in the circle if the next shift is the northern one. And with that play, the crowd has gone wild. Jonathan, 3 finishes secured, 4 in total for Godlike. They've lost S-Power though, and we'll have to see the impact of that towards the end game, but at least they're still there in the top 8 of this match. But unfortunately for Godlike, the circle shifts towards the south. And unfortunately for all of these teams here, none of them are in the play zone.
Exactly. They have to push out. Hero Stream Godlike, they need to get into position to try and capitalize on this, because while everybody is distracted here, you can see a clear indicator of why nobody actually shot on Hero Stream Godlike. There's just so much cluster down to the southeast corner. And Vasista Esports, arguably having one of the best control just now, has kind of slipped away down towards the last 2 players with only 1 finish, and now they have to push through. So having full control on the south side has heard all the commotions, and they are going to take space to try and gatekeep everybody else.
Dionysus, oh! Ouch! Around the corner, a step, and well, he vanishes from the map. Dionysus, the clutch play for his team, but now Soul fighting for their lives. Wildfangs up in, and legit, it should be an easy cleanup for him. Goten in the front line, Sensei all the way in the back. Wildfangs do not get out of this alive. Goten knocked out. It's just a decision needs to be made. Ewoks either pick up that point or Soul secures it, and Soul, they get it to the board.
Exactly. Sensei was picked off by Evox here. They worked together to take him out, but Evox is going to be the next target here coming from Seoul, as they're not exactly in zone. Dionysus is inside those compounds. A nice little clutch. Needs to get out, and Evox was able to scout him out outside the zone, and eventually goes down, and Shadow Tan will take him out. Vanguard next to fall here. We're down towards the final 4 teams, and Seoul looking in prime position to clean out Evox as well. But it comes down to the final 4 teams. Who would have thought that this is happening? But Hero Stream Godlike with the high ground finally makes an appearance.
And again, it's going to be Jonathan kicking things off. Brilliant way to start these endgame fights. But Soul, they use the opportunity to put pressure on the players of Ewoks. Now shots fired towards Ewoks in tandem from 2 big powerhouses. It's going to be difficult for them to survive, but the turnaround comes through as Soul end up losing Goblin from the firepower. He gets knocked out. The spray from Admino as well. Finding more knocks, even more pressure on the players of Ewoks and the players of Soul. But Godlike, they still are struggling to convert the finishes.
And while this is happening as well, Evox looking to try and get a little bit of reset. Soul was taking a fight here with Victorious Summers, who's trying to push out his zone. Seems like 4 teams right now have their individual battles. But as of yet, legit gonna try to clean out Evox, who's pretty much pinned on the back of the corners between them and Hero Stream Godlike. And he cannot afford to be picked off by Hero Stream Godlike. Jonathan looking for a space, finding spots out Soul, but doesn't go for the shots here. The bigger target is gonna be Evox as of yet. They're stuck with only a tree and a car. Nothing much he can do. Now with the nades coming in from Legit, gets a knock, but where's the conversion?
Well, let's see. They are working towards it. Goblin again falls victim, but Legit is there. He knows the pressure from Godlike is immense. And well, Godlike are choosing to focus on the players of Ewoks. Ewoks eliminated from the game. The finishes shared by the players of Seoul and Godlike, the two giants working in tandem. Seoul still has a 4-man unit inside of the game. Godlike down to 3, and Victorious Sumis are just down to 2 players. They kept their head low. They've stayed out of the way of these two teams. But now it's going to be their time to strike.
But at the same time, what a save from Legit as well. Goblin knew he messed up. He overcommitted to that. Was able to get the full little bit of reset here, but he seems like Hero Extreme Godlike and Mino is going to try and push up to try and punish this. But it's a little bit too late. Goblin has been picked up and resetted as well. Victorious Summers still stuck inside the city. Needs to push out. And Nako is going to shift his focus onto his Oways. With only one way up, there is a couple vehicles for Victorious Summers. And the only way Victorious Summers survives this is Hero Extreme Godlike makes an opener for them.
Scary Jawed in the back lines. It's the end game collapse, and I think all the teams towards the edge, Seoul and Godlike, a little bit of a better position compared to Victorious Summers, so I think that's going to be the end game fight. But Legit, with the position of Godlike players compromised, I think that is where they want to pull the pressure. Joker cleaning up the surroundings in the meanwhile.
Tough play here.
From the new IGL, a gift to the former one. Knuckle nading away, still trying to see if he can shut him down, but doesn't really happen.
No, seems like Hero Extreme Godlike is not going to make an opener here for Victorious Summers. But in terms of space, it is going to be 50-50s between Godlike and Seoul. Godlike with the high ground. Goblin going to try and make a little bit of space here. Mino with the nades almost scares him off, but Jonathan finds the final player of Victorious Summers, and this is going to be the ultimate showdown here. 3v4 between Hero Extreme Godlike versus Seoul. As you can see, Seoul, they're circling around Hero Extreme Godlike. Manya needs to find the opener. Goblin closing the gap, and he's very close and personal.
Yeah, but Manya with the nade again, it whiffs, and this could be an opportunity for the players of Seoul to chime in. Another nade being cooked out by Manya. Admino on the flank as well. If Seoul lose a player, they're going to lose this game, but no, they find the opener. Manya falls 2 versus 4. Seoul have the upper hand, and Jonathan, whiff after whiff, switches the weapon, still falls. A cleanup by the players of Seoul, a chicken dinner to rile up the entire arena. And of course, this is what the fans were waiting for, not just from the side of Seoul, but also the fans of Godlike.
This is what BGMI's El Clasico gives in to you, ladies and gentlemen. Team Seoul and Godlike duking it out, and the crowd, they are going wild. Goblin versus Jonathan to finish things off, with Goblin taking the W. But it is both teams who had so many finishes to work with. This is a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Record it in your hearts, on your mobile devices, on wherever you want. Everybody loves the BGMI that they are seeing right now, I see.
Oh my goodness, what a showdown as well. What a little bit of recovery coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. But at the same time as well, this was a little bit of a big oopsie here, in particular coming from Hero Extreme Godlike as well. But Legit was almost taken down as well with 1 HP. But still, a great fight no matter here in this final for Day 3 itself. But you can see the crowd just making so much noise, and I think they want a rematch.
They definitely want a rematch. All right, so the crowd was cheering Jonathan before the game had started, but now they're cheering for Goblin. Just hear those chants out.
Hey man, I mean, every single time we saw these teams, they were cheering their name, and right now I think cheering for their favorite players, because Jonathan also had a decent game. 5 eliminations secured and 10 between him and Admino, so Godlike did quite well. Fans are going to be happy for them. Seoul was already doing quite well, so fans are definitely happy by the fact that they were the ones eliminating their arch rivals in this game. But these two teams, this was a masterclass of zone control, edge pressure on the teams down the center, and why not every single time you need to push for the center.
Exactly, but at the same time, so I have to give props towards Manya here. Was able to spot out that, hey, wait a minute, nobody's shooting on us despite being us out of position. Deciding to clear Troy Eminent Esports and then going for the fight was insane. But this battle between Jonathan and Goblin here, I have to say, Jonathan missed the entire clip of S12K and not taking down Goblin. with Goblin shutting him down. It was just really unfortunate here coming from Jonathan.
You know what? Everybody is singing songs for Goblin right now, but nobody is realizing that Joker had so much impact in that match.
True.
Man is just so pumped up right now, and so are the teams as well. Look at these moments.
Did you see Ace Power laughing after Jonathan missed that flip?
You know he messed up. You know he messed up.
But fair enough, if you are going to give your teammates moments like that, they are going to laugh in your face. And I'm pretty sure that would have happened from the players of Seoul as well.
Yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, a great performance here coming from Seoul. But eventually, Seoul was one of the victors in this game. But when we talk about performance here, Joker, 1,164 damages with 5 finishes. He was I don't know, man. He's undeniably the spray goat here coming from India itself.
100%. I think Joker right now has to be one of the top 3 on the MVP leaderboard. There's no doubts about it. Since the start of the tournament, Joker was the man who was leading the charge with Team Seoul, even when the team was not really performing at its best. We saw Goblin kind of struggle in the early phase of the tournament, but then Goblin picked up as well. Here come LAN event. I think Team Seoul, they are ready to actually make their slot booked for the Grand Finals.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's going to be exciting. And I just realized that was Joker putting in his best performance against the IGL that subbed him out as well. So, yeah, way to make a statement, I guess.
Way to make a statement, and Mania also did kind of take the fall, did take the L, the first one to actually fall on that El Clasico IC. It had Mania secured a couple of knocks over there. Potentially this game could have gone in for Godlike Esports and their favor.
Okay, I'm going to flip the switch a little bit here. Flip. Now, that moment coming from Joker, it gives me a little bit of blast from the past remnants as well. Are we going to see the BMPS 2024 Joker that single-handed clutched your way through and then lifting the trophy? Because we've seen moments of brilliance, ultimate goatness of that year from Joker himself.
You know, if there are anybody out there who would want to replicate Joker's search history on Google, I think it'd just be 1v7 on Vikendi, 1v7 on Vikendi, impossible clutch. It's going to be written all around, but I feel like this tournament, Joker has made impact more than he has ever done in his career. This man is the most decorated player in BGMI history, but still he comes up, performs every single day, and now Team Seoul, they are just really loving his service, aren't they, Johnny?
Yeah, pretty much, and I think they definitely owe him a big bonus after the way he's been performing in this entire tournament, because there have been moments where every single star player or the so-called stars have faded out in terms of performances. They've had slumps lasting 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, a year. This man has never seen that particular position. Either he was subbed out because they just wanted someone else inside of the team, or he was just playing his best inside of the top 4. He's a very fluid player.
He certainly is, of course, going to be a very fluent player. He already is, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, one more game remains. We'll come back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
पेट्रोल भर दो ना.
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता. अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन. Nation wants to know. कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे. रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार? रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बड़े कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में. रोंडो आगे. रन.
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations, and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the English broadcast of BGIS 2026 semi-finals, day number 3. And since we are talking about day number 3, one last game remains, of course. Joining alongside me, with me on the panel is going to be Necroman and Icy Baby 1-2. And Necro, that was a blockbuster. The crowd is still not over that game, that finale. I want to know your thoughts. You are smiling as well.
I was between the spectators, and man, what an electrifying vibe that was. The final 2, the showdown, everyone was waiting for. That is like every BGMI fan's dream, to witness these two duke it out in the final few moments when there's a lot of points involved, when there's a lot of money involved, and the stakes are high.
That was exactly what high-stakes matchup brings into the vibe of the arena as well. The top 5 players in front of our screens, and of course it is going to be Joker, Jonathan, Goblin, Edmino, 4 players from Seoul, from Godlike leading the charge, and then of course you had Kana from Wildfangs. Icy, Necro said something very important, the fact that there was a lot of stakes involved in that particular fight. Both teams had a beautiful platform to work with, and now look at those points, Seoul with 22 and Godlike with 16.
Yeah, this is a great performance coming from these two teams here, but that is going to push the overall leaderboard a little bit of a tight spot here on unpredictability. But let's talk a little bit more into the finished pitch report from that game as well. Seoul Godlike, masterclass performance coming from them, but everybody else was stuck trying to squirm their way in the zone. And I feel like one of the biggest factors here came from Vasista Esports dropping the ball in the southeast corner, which resulted in a huge cluster down to the southeast corner. But with that being said, Hillstream Godlike, with that performance, pushes in towards the top 8 alongside with Seoul, currently in the top 8.
Absolutely, but look at the top 8 right now. This is the time when we discuss the cutoffs. Revenant X-Park making it to top 8, 85 points. I feel like 100-point mark, if you reach at the cusp of 12 matches, you're going to be quite safe, Necro. But as we flip on to the next page, there are going to be suitors for the top 8. You've got Reckoning Esports, Evox, Troy Tamilian Esports, and Nonix, who are also within a reach of 20 points across on that 100.
I mean, it was also a decent game for Nebula Esports, Victor Sumas, right? A little bit of that mount in the overall standings. But once again, the question's going to be, is that going to be enough? Because the top 8 is now moving up with quite a rapid pace. They're securing those points. They're constantly there with the averages. And as you move on towards the last page now, let's just say that these teams are going to be heading on towards the survival stage, and there's no stopping them.
Absolutely. I think even they have understood that there is going to be no chance of recovery. Not really a lot of matches left for these teams, of course. But anything can happen. They can try and get better. They can try and cause problems for other teams who are potentially in the top 8. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, victors from the last game, runners-up from the last game as well. They're going to be pumped. Godlike might be looking for 100 at the end of today, Icy, but do you think it's going to be possible?
Well, it comes down to this one final game as well here, because this final game for each and every single team on the lobby right now is going to set the foundation for a potential comeback chase for tomorrow. It is going to be extremely crucial for them.
Absolutely, but Necro, Nebula's villain arc, it does not seem to be coming in through. Not really a lot of points on the board, 59 points on the overall standings. Can they make up on the last game is going to be the question, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, the map, it is going to be our home ground, the lovely little tropical islands of Erangel, and that is exactly where we see you there and all our athletes as well. See you on Erangel.
After witnessing such an iconic game of Miramar, now it's time to head on towards the final game of this entirety of the semifinals day 3. It is definitely going to be an exciting affair, as we know the plane's already in the skies, and this time the plane flight path is going to be starting all the way from the side of Georgiapol towards Milta. Now this plane flight path, it is definitely quite balanced. If the teams do want to move on towards Yasna Poliana, it will be a stretch, but not a tough one.
Oh, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in here, but we shall see. But as of yet, we do see a little bit of early drops here for Vanguard heading towards Zarki, Vasista Esports heading to North Jorf, Mad Kings down south towards Hospital as well. I don't think we're going to see a little bit of drop clash here. The teams have adjusted between all the groups to kind of figure out where the strat sits. Nothing super crazy. I think the only difference between day 3 here today itself and day 1 is that day 1, everybody was just uncertain on how the meta of rotations is going to be looking like in this group. It seems like edge camping has been a nice little recurrent trend, just because of the fact that a majority of teams has been struggling to rotate carelessly in the middle, especially in the early rotations in the middle of the game as well, which results in a lot of teams getting just picked off out in the open.
But I see now, let's start talking about the teams that are going to be barely on the cusp. This one last game is going to be their glimmer of hope to even push themselves around the top 8, or at least closer to the top 8. I'm speaking of teams like Nebula Esports, who are right there on the 16th spot, and Nebula can definitely make it, but this final game has to be a blockbuster. It has to be a nuclear one, because looking at the circle, it's going to be completely opposite to Nebula, heading all the way towards the left side. You've got teams like Nonix, Welt heading towards Quarry, Nonix inside of Gatka, Team Tamilas all the way towards Fairy Pier.
One good game is all they need. Whoever takes this match with a big amount of points here is going to set the cusp for the potential chase for tomorrow, because tomorrow's final 4 games is going to decide everyone's fate here for each and every single teams for all 3 groups together. But let's take a look on towards what things are looking here coming for Team Tamilas. It seems like they are going to try and secure this hovercraft for the end game. And fortunately for them, they are a little bit closer to the zone. Considering the flight path is coming to the west side here, Mad Kings will have dips onto the zone. Everest still in play for them. They can call this for that. Reckoning Esports was able to secure a chicken dinner from that vicinity yesterday. But seems like Soul sees something. Oh no, always. He's got nothing. Goblin gets a freebie just like that.
It's just unfair. He couldn't do anything. Dropped on top of that vehicle, realized the vehicle's just not there. Victoria Sumas, yeah, that's a massive blow now they need to work with and live with. For VS, it's just unfortunate. They wanted to start things off all the way from the side of Yasna Polyana, but that drop location just did not work out. And the man got caught out in the open. VS off to a bad start.
Well, seems like a VS. Now, that's going to be another bad start as well. Seems like a lot of unfortunate things are happening here coming from Victoria Summers. They will lose always, but they will continue their journey into this Nile. We've seen this happen before, that Seoul always finds a way to shut them out during the grind stages for Victoria Summers. But Goblin was able to find their in-game leader, which is good for Seoul, bad for Victoria Summers.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, no matter what, man advantage is something that's going to be vanished away from Victoria Summers. And looking at what's happening here, it's Team X-Park around the territories of Team Tamilas, and AimGod, the man is just prone. Not even moving a single muscle, but his teammate is definitely giving away those foot cues. And AimGod, soon this building is also going to be breached. He wanted to go for those shots, but then realized, man, the US is already too far away. He can't do anything about it. But I guess Revenant X-Park is expecting someone to be here.
Did they actually hear him as well? It's a very subtle noise here of him proning and standing up. And I don't think they heard him over the sound of the UAZ just now, so Revenant X-Park might not know that Team Dominance is around. They heard the hovercraft, they are going to be shifting for their focus there, but AimGod might be a little bit of a surprise here for Revenant X-Park. Tricky spot to be in. It seems like Revenant X-Park, they want to actually bail out of this fight. They don't really want to overcommit their stay. They want to try and push inside the zone, but they are getting surrounded by Team Dominance, which is weird. It seems like AimGod finally reviews himself. Finally gets scouted out. Revenant X-Park is going to try and flush him out.
Oh no, his own molly. His own molly. He steps in his own molly. And that was too much damage for the man to deal with. And eventually for Revenant X-Park, it's just going to work out like wonders. The man, unfortunately, just crumbled under that pressure. He was panicking, and now for Team Tamilas, they know they're already off to a man disadvantage. It's not looking too good, but Revenant X-Park, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. And if Ninja is able to find this well-placed nade, then everything is going to go downhill for Team Tamilas. Recovery is pretty much going to be impossible. And what am I watching? Fox! He does not even know that he's getting pushed from the side. He's so unaware. He gets claimed once again. Team Tamilas, what are these rookie mistakes?
Oh my goodness. Reaper now going to try and save the day with the nades. Ninja gets knocked off. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Team Tamilas equalizing the fight here. They need to fight, save Ninja Jord. Punk is trying to make his way through. It seems like Punk with the suppressed fires is going to connect. Reaper almost getting taken down, but the helmet is pretty much gone as well. This might be an opportunity here to save him, but they have to work fast. Payne with the nade needs to get a little bit of lucky chip here, but nope. Reaper is going to be able to patch himself up. IGL is going to be split off as well. Punk looking for an off angle. Ninja Jaw tries to crawl into safety, but was spotted out by Mr. IGL. So that's going to be the confirmation here for Ninja Jaw, as Revenant X-Park not going to be able to save him, or do they? Because it's going to be a close tap. Oh my goodness, they actually got the tap through. Punk, he has to stick it.
Yeah, things are looking good at Dandy as of now, but the damage is being dished out on the equal sides. For Revenant X-Park, maybe the reset's going to be possible. And still the revival is actually coming through, but no, at the moment I'd say so. The man's eliminated from the game. Punk falls down as well. Somehow the table's now being flipped. Revenant X-Park on the receiving side of the spectrum. How did this even happen? Revenant X-Park was supposed to win this fight without taking any casualties, but Team Tamilas, they flipped the odds, they flipped the tables, and somehow still keeping themselves breathing inside of the game. But considering the fact that Team Tamalas, they've got a lot to lose, for Revenant X Park, they've still got the cushion to work with.
Yeah, that hovercraft play coming from Mr. IGL was just brilliant as well. There's nothing Revenant X Park could have done to it as well. Nice little reset here coming from Mr. IGL, but Payne, he just did not have the vision. They needed to tap Ninja Jord. And Punk had no choice but to stick it, but eventually still falls. Now in a 1v2 situation. Team Tamalas, they are going to try and play clean up. They're not exactly in zone. Random nades come straight, no connection. Payne looking to try and punish this, but that hovercraft is just too much for Payne to handle. He's fighting for an off angle. Needs to find an isolated fight. Goes for the sprays, no connection yet. Team Tamalas still playing it very safe. Can he snatch? And hovercraft is going to be the question as well. Reaper takes it instead, but no, the third party comes in, and that's going to be Nebula Esports that chimes in. Payne finally goes down.
I'm loving this from Nebula, being the opportunistic ones, instantly going with the third party, and now they already know Team Tamalas is hurt, so it's just the free elimination points lying in the front, and Nebula is not going to be stopping. It's just the pedal to the metal, and Nebula will eliminate that last man as well. Ready with the mop, just mopping the floor. Nebula needed those points, and they claimed them.
Nice little cleanup coming from them. Revenant X Park and Team Tamalas out of this from this round though this far. They have to continue their journey tomorrow itself. But let's take a look at what's happening inside the zone here. Mad Kings inside Hospital, getting threatened here by Vanguard. Seems like one player has been knocked, needs to be picked up. And Vanguard still doesn't want to press the matter at hand. And seems to me the Everest is still unoccupied as well. Reckoning Esports may look to actually go for the Mad Dash up top here. Zone still. Is it going to go to the Georgia Bowl?
No, I don't think it is. I think it's going to be shifting a little bit towards the left side, around the shorelines. That's what I personally think. But once again, Stage 2 is going to be a better revealer than me. Evox as well, now breaching it from that right side. You see the boys making it slowly and steadily. Around the centric part, you've got so many teams. Welt Esports being one of them, Mad Kings as well, Nonix. But instead, the circle is just going to shrink even more. Welt Esports, they've found themselves in the best spot possible.
God Card's going to be in play as of yet. Everest still as well. Reckoning Esports still thinking if they want to try and push up here to try and capitalize and find a little bit of space. But for Troy Tamil and Esports, they make it towards the shorelines very safely. But looks like we are going to see a potential rematch here. So dodging a bullet here, not going for the commitment against Godlike, as we are going to be expecting this next circle to shift onto the open areas. But Goblin, nice little takedown. Kalano just completely taken out. No response at all.
Yeah, and Soul from the centric part, actually not shying away from those fights, still taking those shots, still taking those fights, and finding those successful knocks as well. Evox, for some reason, today's day has been bad. Evox is not able to play the same way they did in the past 2 days, which is concerning, which means the wind is now slowly and steadily fading away.
The floodgates for the top 8 here is opening up as well. We're not seeing that vacuum of points. In this case, Seoul looking to try and secure the spot in the top 8, which is very, very much possible. But let's talk about the qualification here. 125, 130 points. 150 pretty much guarantees you, but again, that's a little bit too much. But Seoul, not exactly confirmed for the grand finals yet. But if they get this chicken dinner, they should be safe.
Indeed. Have a look at the replay on exactly how the fight kicked off. Evox just messed up. They wanted the same compound that Seoul had their hands on. They straight up went in, tried to ram their vehicles onto it, but then the man just got caught off guard and he couldn't do anything. And for Seoul, it was just a free elimination point gather.
Oh, seems like a Seoul. They want to try and gatekeep the teams coming from the east side and try and shove the teams to the west side here. Very, very interesting split here coming from Seoul. Instead of getting center control, they decided to push out to the east side to try and force teams to rotate to the west side here. Nebula Esports coming from south side, uncertain on what's happening inside the zone as of yet. They do have a hovercraft, but no audio cues yet, so this is going to be an easy rotation here for Nebula Esports. But it seems like on the finish feed, Evox has been taken out.
Yeah, rotations extremely confusing. Evox first, straight up just finding themselves against Seoul, and then later on, between a trifecta of death, between Myth, Vasista Esports, and even Reckoning Esports, it was a firepower they could not withstand. Wildfangs around the centric part next to Welds, Godlike as well, pretty much around that same block. For Nebula Esports, they're the late breachers. But speaking of Wildfangs, their firepower needs to work out right now. It's the final game, they need to wake up.
At the same time, let's take a little bit of replay here on how things actually happened between Revenant and Xbox and Team Tamalas. They weren't expecting Team Tamalas to be inside. They had the nice opener, but this moment here when Ninja Jord actually overextended, got picked off, forced Punk to stick the revive because he was down towards his last trickle health, allowed Mr. IGL an opportunity to secure those frags and also take down Punk.
Yeah, I mean, then later on, we also did see the third party come through from Nebula, which was pretty clean. The circle actually shifts on the right side around the Big Boy Mountain, but still Godlike is now going to be in the centric part. Godlike has the best spot, the best seat in the house. All they need to do is just keep themselves pinned down. Maybe if you can get those scrappy elimination points, get your hands onto it. But Reckoning Esports is high ground. Once again, that contention, it works out phenomenally well.
Well, could we see a back-to-back ultimate showdown here between Soul and Hero Stream Godlike? Seems like it might be a little bit possible here based on this circle. But only time will tell. But for now, fighting for survival here, Wild Fangs getting shot from the far fray. Troy Temple and Esports forced them to actually take a hard dock down towards the south compounds, out in the open. Troy Temple and Esports having one of the nicest compounds to work with. 2 compounds actually down towards Gadka City itself. Unsure where the circle may pull, but it may pull back towards Everest again though.
Definitely a possibility, or maybe it can take a curveballing shift down south. Troy Temple and Esports is also in those compounds. Then you've got Wild Fangs around the southern side as well. Walt Esports as well being a part of it. Nonix too outside of the circle. Mad King's Vanguard as well in the proximity. Victor Sumus slowly and steadily inching inside of the safety lines. As of now, it's just the dust being settled. It's the calm before the storm.
Nonex, as of yet, has to figure out how to push into the zone. Welt finally taking a little bit of bounce back here in day number 3 here. They are finally back to their usual form. You can see the confidence is starting to build up in the team. The rotations has been spot up. And because of this small little interactions that Welt Esports has been doing today in general, has actually forced the entire lobby to take a little bit of tumble here. It's not a big game yet coming from Welt, but if Welt gets the chicken dinner in this particular game with a decent amount of finishes, they do have a shot for the push for top 8 tomorrow.
They need to. I mean, look, man, I still believe Welt is too far back. Okay, Welt is a team that's currently on the last page. I still believe the survival stages are way too close unless Welt somehow manages to get a 30 bomber. Then instantly the entire script just flips. Or else Welt is just messed up. But as of now, speaking of messed up, Welt is definitely messed up. The entirety of Nonix just collapsing. What am I even watching? Oh my god! That's one of those moments that happened to me. But now it's happening with professional players. And Welt is just unacceptable. The final 2 men standing for them. Nonix somehow just knock on the doors. And now on the verge of just eliminating the entirety of Welt.
Oh my goodness, not enough sensitivity, I would say, for Schwam. But now Welt Esports, 2 down. Nonix going to be crashing in. Anonymous pretty much knocked off. Justy is going to try and salvage a fight here to try and even things out here to try and save the day. Welt bouncing back with a couple of stray nades. Nonix from the outskirts as well. They're not exactly in zone. Time is not favoring them. They have to wrap things up, but ooh, that nade here from Rapido almost drops Justy.
Welt, these 2 players, they're taken down low. And Nonix as well losing out on that crucial player. The fight's down to a 3-on-3, from which Welt, 1 man is knocked out. So technically it's a 3-on-2. The knocked out player gets confirmed. The second man almost walked in that crossfire. Man, he messed up. If he would have walked in that pre-fire and got knocked out, the fight was already concluded right then and there. But for Nonix, they do realize wrapping up the fight as soon as possible is probably going to be the most important thing to do. Wild Fangs from the sidelines, they come in and try and capitalize, but still they're just helping the players of Nonix conquer the entirety of this compound.
Yeah, small little mistakes here coming from Welt. And now Wild Fangs will be rotating their way through. Proton trying to go for a little bit of one-way. I think Goten was able to spot Proton's small little leg right in the edge of the smokes. And the nades comes in, chips him away, but not enough to knock him out because Wild Fangs is going to be looking for a third party.
Yeah, Wild Fangs with third party now. Nonix, there's a lot to worry about for the boys. Anonymous up close and personal, but a well-placed nade's going to seal the deal. And Wild Fangs, they were ready with the mop, just mopping the floor. First wiping out Nonix for Welt. They're still surviving barely on a thread, but that man is on the opposite side of the wall. He's still alive. Somehow the utilities haven't really found him. Proton just waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right instance, but that never arrives. As Wild Fangs, they put the nail in the coffin, and even Welt is going to follow up that same Destiny.
Well, there's going to be a small little stock up here, but let's talk about what's happening in the zone here. Nebula now going for a little bit of crash here. Nomi got close and personal. Goblin has been knocked off for coming from Soul. And they need to try and clean this up. Nomi now going to try and force Soul to make a little bit of mistake. Goblin being confirmed. Adi shows up at the hovercraft, and you can see Soul. Everybody is just hiding inside the house now. Not looking to try and challenge this. Counter nades from Joker, hoping to try and chip him down, but nope, not happening as well. But suppressed fires from the far from Troy Temple and Esports is applying even more pressure.
I know, right? And the fact that Soul is right there around that same spectrum, Nebula Esports, they can definitely be the troublemakers. 5 elimination points secured. Adi's the only ray of hope, and Adi's also getting shut down from the sideline. The man is barely surviving, does not even have enough HP, and he gets eliminated from the game. Soul, they're definitely here to dominate, and they are doing it so well.
Meanwhile, on the hospital side as well, Vanguard gatekeeping for Sister Esports Cheyenne. Last player left here. Crypto's going to be pushing up close and personal. Dionysus cooking up those nades. Is going to try and stop them from breaking a little bit of entry here. Cheyenne is going to try and pick his compadre up. Hector is a little bit far free to go for a little bit support fire. Finally creeps up personal, but Crypto now looks for the pounds. Takes 1, takes 2. That's going to be 1 down. Last player left from Cheyenne. Vanguard takes things a little bit slow approach. Gonna try and play time here. Cheyenne now finally knows what's up. Finally pushes up, but it's too late. Vanguard still wins that duel.
Vanguard, they needed this one in the back so badly. And they actually get it too. The players are now down a critical amount of HP, but they can still patch themselves up. It's all okay. The next circle is going to be popping up as well on the screens pretty soon. Wildfangs, they found themselves on the lower grounds against Reckoning, which means Reckoning as of now in the advantage when it comes to the positioning. And oh my god, the stars are now starting to align for Reckoning. The circle popping right on top of them. This has to be a nuclear performance.
This is the second time now, back-to-back on towards Everest here for Reckoning Esports. Yesterday was like this, now it's the same, and this is going to be absolute domination here unless somebody decides to challenge them. Down south, people dodging their way through. Victoria Summers out in the open. Scary John and Venom pretty much going to play a little bit out in open and force here to try and hide under the wings of Reckoning Esports, but it seems like Reckoning Esports is not going to give them that opportunity. Wildfangs trying to creep up. Was spotted out by Roman. Confirmations are coming in. Spray God also next to fall for Wildfangs.
Yeah. Boys dropping down low. The man's going to be confirmed as well. Wildfangs, this was accepted. We knew Wildfangs is never going to be able to win that fight. The high ground that Reckoning Esports has, it's just too supreme. They're just better right now when it comes to the placement and the positioning. 6 finish points already secured. Reckoning Esports knows they are the one to hand out misery to the lobby. Spotting out that man from Seoul. He's just a scout. He wants to get the information. And now he realizes that the ridge lines are clear. So Seoul can slowly and steadily maybe creep up.
Ooh, Vanguard also creeping up as well from the northwest corner. It's not an easy push. But Reckoning Esports is going to force them out of position here, hoping that somebody's going to chip it away. Zid is going to try and go for the bait and switch. Return fire is coming in, but no knocks yet. Reckoning Esports, a little bit too tough to fight. Meanwhile, Hero Stream got like also struggling to try and push into zone. Troy Diamond and Esports creeps out in the zone, scouts out Scary John. Hesperos takes him down, and everybody trying to find some sort of space. And Hesperos also goes down to Reckoning Esports.
Victor, super solid stuff. Trictamlin Esports as well, losing their lives in this one. Oh, Trictamlin Esports. That's so unfortunate. Today's day has been lackluster for Trictamlin Esports as well, and even for Evox, it's been bad. Wildfangs now against the boys of Myth for Myth. Once again, it's a day with Destiny. They can't shut down the boys of Wildfangs without even breaking a sweat, and that's what's happening. They're on the verge of converging this fight, and that's what happens. Wildfangs eliminated from the game, but Godlike from the side. They get the line of sight, and now Myth is getting spammed to death.
Oh my goodness, through the smoke, and Mino trying to find those confirmations. Godlike needs those points. And it seems like Myth will be able to get the reset as well. They need to push inside the zone, barely on the edge as of yet. But seems like Manya is going to be making the call to try and creep up. Myth, can they get the reset in time? Nade's being cooked. Manya in the forefront. They need backup. D-Truck's trying to stop him, and he gets shut down. Jonathan finally makes it through, but Myth disengaged. But the Farfrey and Mino from the support here takes the knock, and now Godlike is going to make the pounds.
Oh my god, Myth can still bounce back from this fight. Definitely a massive chance. D-Trox is taken down low. How does he even win that fight? Jonathan once again diffed. S-Power, he's the man who's supposed to be the MVP from the team. He's the one popping up constantly. If S-Power once again saves the day, it's definitely going to be a Guardian Angel. But for Godlike, things are just going haywire. Nothing is well calculated. From the back, Admino closes up, and Myth is already getting peppered low. It's just a situation taken down to one-on-one. It's the man from the side of Myth against S-Power. Can he clutch it? Can Lucifer be the real demon and save the day?
Yeah, build the feed done here coming from Admino. The support fires has been spot on, and now he's going to apply pressure. Lucifer picks up Daddy. Myth is going to be a 2 versus 2. Jonathan also being picked up as well. Now a 3v2, but Admino climbs up from on top. Takes the first one, goes down, but S-Power now, he needs to save his friend. Doesn't do so. Lucifer dropping down low on the hunt. Now Hero Extreme Godlike gonna try and push up. Myth, they need to outplay this. Lucifer drops to the low ground. The chase is on, and Hero Extreme Godlike finally hunts him down, but they lose 2 in the process.
They took too much damage. It should have been much easier. Myth was pinned, but still those heroics coming through from Myth. What a firepower it was. Up close and personals at the shock and duel. Detrox really fiddling with the foes. Myth also played that perfectly. Given the circumstance, they did the best. But now for Godlike, the fate once again starts to unravel. It's Soul starting to pepper those shots against him. Jonathan knocked out. S-Power's in the back.
Oh my goodness, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're barely at the edge of the zone. And I think they should be able to get the reset here. Soul also struggling to try and find space to push up. Reckoning Esports has been just dominating from the top here. Look at this. Levi was just constantly peppering shots after shots. Soul wanted to push that, but they just do not have the space because of how obnoxious Reckoning Esports is here. Roman now sees Vanguard. It's going to force Vanguard into Godlike. Dearness is pretty much out in the open. Insidious as well. Free for all open duck hunting season here for Reckoning Esports. But despite all that, they've got free line of fire, but ammunition slowly running down here for Reckoning Esports.
Definitely. Ammunition is going to be a concern. 51 bullets in the magazine. He's got 14 in the spare. That's still a decent bit of ammo, but Reckoning Esports needs to make sure that it's going to be lasting till the final few moments. Maybe taking a fight up close and personal against the remaining members of Godlike can be the way, so you can also get the replenishment at the same time. That can help Reckoning Esports quite a lot, but at the same time, if you think about it, do they really need to go for that extra bit of stretch? Do they need to play that risky move? The answer is going to be no.
Well, I think Reckoning Esports, they need to, just because they need the resupply on towards Hero Extreme Godlike right now. So the moment they push down, they should be able to get it. But again, if they clean out Hero Extreme Godlike, that's going to be the ammunition restock for them to actually fight Soul. But they have to make it clean, because if anybody from the side Reckoning Esports goes down, that means Soul is going to be coming in. Victoria Summers, in this case Venom, he's got absolutely no chance of pushing up. He's pretty much stuck here, so that's the only way Reckoning Esports loses this as of yet. Or maybe, just maybe, the zone forces them out and open.
Oh, Godlike now forced to make a move. Smokes utilized his wall, and Reckoning Esports is keeping tabs on every single move that Godlike is making. Godlike just wants to inch in a little bit closer, but Sahil's position, it's uncontested, uncompromised. Reckoning Esports catching a bit of that hurt from the side of Soul as well. Soul with a 3-man squad, just trying to play for the majority, trying to play for the map control. They do realize that the high ground is there, but still the map control is something that's going to matter the most when the circle shrinks down even low.
Yeah, this zone is here is going to decide the face here for Reckoning Esports here, and also the rest of the teams. Seems like it's going to be out in the open. Venom inside zone. Reckoning Esports needs to push down, but the problem is they do not have enough ammunition, so they have to make the quick call here. Push for zone, risk it all, or take down Godlike, take the restock, and then take the fight against Soul, because as of yet, Venom will be able to keep Soul in check. But right now, positions in favor of Soul. Reckoning Esports seems like they do not want to take the risk against Godlike.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense too, since Soul as well has the line of sight. If Reckoning Esports goes for that pound, Soul is also going to be third-partying from the side, so that's just going to be too much firepower to withstand. So Reckoning Esports, instead, they're going to opt out for a safer approach, sending Roman inside of the circle first towards the spot, so Roman gets his hands onto one. But how does Godlike maneuver?
Yeah, I think there's just 2 loot crates up there for Reckoning Esports. They're just banking on for the fact that let's hope that loot crate is going to save them. Get a little bit of fresh level 3s and vests as well to play towards the end game for Reckoning Esports. So Roman already making a mark. Hero Extreme Godlike next to follow as well. Lovish and Sahil left intentionally in the back here to keep Godlike in check. And as of yet, nobody's making a move yet, but now it's Soul pressuring towards Godlike. S-Power almost getting taken down. Soul also needs to make a move because of the zone.
Oh my god, the Blue's going to be doing a lot of damage on top of Soul, so these players are barely going to be surviving. Look at that. One single spray from Reckoning Esports can actually find a quick two-piece against Soul. But once again, a safer approach is probably needed from them, and that's what they do. They do not overextend, instead just barely make it inside of the circle into save and go pro. That man from Victor Sumas eliminated from the game by Godlike. Extra bit of finish point achieved.
We're down towards the final 3 teams now. 4v3v2. Hiroshima Godlike finds another point here for S Power, but needs to find a way to push up. It seems like Hiroshima Godlike, they are going to push up the mountain, knowing that Reckoning Esports has to concede this. This might be the good push here. And Reckoning Esports, they did not know this is happening. This might be the play to go. Levi is pretty much caught in the crosshairs for Hiroshima Godlike.
Yeah, Godlike trying to play for the high ground.
Uh-oh, Roman.
Now there's a chance that Reckoning Esports might just be backstabbed because Godlike is going to have 3 lines of sight on top of them. I love this move from Godlike. They're using a 200 IQ play, but with the smokes, they're also giving away their position. And there we go, Reckoning Esports. They're going to be hunted down, but still, that match survives. Those shots not connecting, but eventually Soul from the side is going to do the job.
Oh my goodness, mistakes were made from Reckoning Esports. Now with Roman down, Hiroshima Godlike and also Souls got Reckoning Esports pinned, and with the zone forcing them out in the open, Hiroshima Godlike just might be able to make it to top 2 here. Nades are coming in, Levi dropping down low, wants to go for the reset. Another nade comes through, does it connect? And yes, it does. That is going to be another knock here on towards Reckoning as Hiroshima Godlike pressures them off.
While all of this is happening, Soul is also going for a reset. But there we go, Reckoning Esports instead, they extend their arms towards Soul, and a fight breaks out. Soul, they end up losing that trade. And with that, Soul has now only got 1 man standing for Godlike. They've still got those 2 men, but still they can be shut down eventually. Legit is all by himself against the entirety of Godlike, and Godlike will eliminate Legit too from the existence. It's time for Godlike to conquer the lands and get this chicken dinner, but Reckoning Esports, they've got too many men.
Now it's going to be a 2v3. Reckoning Esports 1 down player here. They need to pick themselves up. But now Jonathan S. Power is going to try and push through here to try and find an opener. The counter nade from Sahil is going to try and stop S. Power. But they're out in the open, and Reckoning Esports does have the widespread as of yet.
Oh my god, the utilities around the tree. Nades are definitely going to be doing a lot of damage, but Godlike is now too exposed. It's not a good position. Reckoning Esports, they've got the advantage when it comes to the positioning, when it comes to the man advantage as well. Lovish in the back! That's such a brilliant flag from Reckoning, using the players up top to create the distraction, and Lovish was sneaking up like a snake. And Reckoning Esports, the stars are now starting to align. I highly doubt they're going to be ending up losing this fight. S-Power does claim that elimination point, but at the end of the day, what matters is going to be that finishing blow. S-Power really close to eliminating that man from the side of Reckoning Esports, but from the back is going to get shut down. Reckoning plays a perfect game, the circle favoring them as well, and the stars were aligned.
What a play coming in from Reckoning Esports, the aggression from Roman, his signature, he knows he has done it, the job is almost done. Reckoning Esports with a fantastic game and a fantastic chicken dinner, almost 1/3 inside of the grand finals. But have a look at the army here in Hyderabad, ladies and gentlemen. It is electrifying, isn't it, Icy?
Wow, what a finale as well here. This time, Hiroshima Godlike was able to snap back and take down Soul in the final moment to take top 2. But again, Reckoning Esports had full control of this Everest game as well. This was a really, really nice game. But the fight for top 8 is going to be even tighter now, I would say.
It certainly will be tighter for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, nobody expected once again a finale to be brewing up. It was Team Soul, Godlike and Reckoning Esports competing for the top 3. And it seems like these big dogs, these big teams, they are actually justifying their name and status after a very long time, isn't it, Necro?
I know, right? So consistent. Soul, Godlike, both the teams doing really good. But speaking of Godlike, that move that they made against Myth was perfect. But the fact that even Myth was able to outlast Godlike for such a long time, they did so much damage towards those 2 players, and that was one of the main reasons why Godlike was not able to win that game.
You know, it's just S-Power and his brilliance, I think, in that fight against Myth. Otherwise, Myth would have just walked past Godlike. Myth is looking brilliant, and so is S-Power looking in supreme touch. But I see, of course, we've got to talk about Reckoning Esports in that particular game itself. Having the numbers advantage, keeping up the high ground advantage as well. Not conceding when Godlike Esports had almost backstabbed them. I think that was the most important moment, isn't it?
Exactly, and the moment Roman got knocked as well, and they finally decided to disengage the fight from Hiroshima Godlike to focus on one battlefront and cleaning out Soul was brilliant because it gave them enough time to actually go in for the reset. And while that was happening as well, Hiroshima Godlike also backed off the pressure, which somehow allowed Reckoning Esports to get the full reset.
Absolutely, but have a look at this. The aggression from Reckoning Esports. Roman just suggesting that, you know what? They're nothing. We are the real deal right now. And they certainly are. I mean, in terms of the chicken dinner, look at the numbers that they put up on board. Roman with 5 finishes, Sahil with 4, Levi with 4, and Lavish with 3 finishes each. I mean, it's a fantastic performance. 16 frags on the board. Necro, where does Reckoning Esports go from now on? I think tomorrow is going to be a final day for them. I think they've done enough. They can cause problems for the other teams and select which ones to accompany in the grand finals.
I highly doubt Reckoning Esports is going to be doing that, though. I don't think Reckoning Esports is going to be one of those naughty bunch to actually go for the target plays. But considering the fact that they've also got 26 points on the board, it also means that opens up a lot of opportunities for Reckoning Esports, which means they can definitely go all guns blazing, which can potentially spoil a lot of games.
You know, honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I can hear what Necro is saying, but the noise in the arena is just so loud right now. It's too hard to decipher. But I'm going to make one more attempt with you here itself. It's a long distance. I'm not sure if the audience is going to be traveling, but there are going to be teams looking out for top 8 tomorrow. Today's day is done and dusted. One final day left, 4 matches remaining. Do you still feel the second page on the overall standings, they still have a chance to actually make it in the top 8?
100%. 100%. Because with Reckoning Esports making a little bit of a domination run here, they are trying to solidify the foundations for top 8. But I still think it's still very, very possible here. 4 games, 4 back-to-back good games still gives a shot towards any team and towards the bottom here. But arguably, because it is limited to 6 matches only here, I would say arguably there's only 6 slots left for the top 8.
Ooh, 6. That is actually going to be a lot, by the way. We will have a look at the overall standings to see where the team stands. But one very big adjustment tomorrow is going to be the fact that no more rondos left for anybody, ladies and gentlemen. It is just going to be Erangel and Miramar. That might just cause problems because for someone like a Revenant X-Park, they've got 57 points from Rondo itself. Erangel's Miramar combined just 30. And I think tomorrow they might be slipping up as well.
Definitely. That's one of those points that needs to be considered as well. The strong suits and the weak suits. For a lot of these teams that were able to perform on the map of Rondo, now since Rondo is going to be vanishing away, it's also going to be a problem. But for the teams that were able to pretty much perform on the basic maps, for example, Reckoning Esports, for them it's not going to be a problem. Which means Reckoning Esports tomorrow might just go all guns blazing, showcasing their firepower, and also just sharpening up their skills before they move on towards the grand finals.
Well, talking about sharpening up their skills, Roman is looking sharp as hell because 5 finishes. Look at the damage number, 1019 on the board. He has troubled the scorers a lot. Another player who has been in scintillating touch in the semi-finals has to be S-Power from Godlike. And it just shows when the fan army just gets behind S-Power every time he gets one of those knocks out there. Sahil, really proud of this lad. Levi and Lavish as well. It's a full team effort that came in from Reckoning Esports, but still they keep on changing their playing for. You see Godex coming in, Lavish moving out. It's something which Reckoning Esports have kind of made their strength. But finally, we do have the point standings in front of us. Reckoning Esports with 26 points. That's going to be a massive jump. Godlike 13, Soul 11. Vanguard finally gets something to live with. I see 11 points for them.
Yeah, and also in this game as well, Myth may not have a big points in this batter as well here, but they do still somewhat defend their top spot as of yet here, whereas everybody else has pretty much been shut out from this competition in this game. And I'm really concerned here because who is going to be joining the top 8 by the end of tomorrow is going to be very, very important here because, again, the rec qualifications into its grand finals, you're pretty much guaranteed a chunk of the prize pool. However, for those who do not qualify here, they have to live through 2 days of brutality, and that is going to be a full reset of a free-for-all situation.
Absolutely, 2 days, which means number of games available to prove yourself is going to be less. Survival stage is going to be the wild, wild west. And we already know the teams who have done really well. They've got some big towers to work with, but Necro, there are going to be certain teams who are devoid of it. Wildfangs, not one of the greatest of days. Nebula Esports, not one of the greatest of days. It seems like these are the teams who might just be going on to survival stage.
I mean, once again, right now you can pretty much say that the teams on the last page are heading towards the survival stage
100%.
no matter what. But at the first page in the overall standings, these teams are definitely looking refined. But Myth is still not going to be safe. Meta Ninja is not going to be safe, including Godlike as well. I think even Godlike is not going to be safe.
I mean, imagine this, IC. 12 matches played, 96 points. That's an average of 8 points per match, and you're still not safe inside of the top 8 to actually proceed to the grand finals. How outstanding is that?
I think the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 119 to 125 points here. So even OG might not be safe if they don't start racking up like 4 to 5 points. But again, technically 4 matches, 1 point per match, they should be able to sneak into the top 8 guaranteed as well. But everybody else, this is going to be very close here. Let's talk about the next closest team that is going to be breaking into the top 8 here. Revenant Export, 87 points. Troy Devon and Esports, 83 for Nonex. Evox as well, Vasista Esports, Victoria Summers. I think from here onwards, from Revenant Xbox all the way down towards Nebula Esports, it's still a possibility. A little bit too far for Nebula Esports here, considering that only way for Nebula is that every game remaining needs to be a massive one for them to come back. But aside from that, it's pretty much possible for those teams.
I am looking at every team beyond that 13th position mark. 80 points is going to be the barrier right now. I feel like anybody who have crossed that 80-point mark is going to get a shot tomorrow. Nebula Esports, I'm not so sure. But on the last page now, this is where a lot of surprises do come in through. Phoenix Esports, they were struggling in the wildcards. They're struggling in the semi-finals once again. Vanguard once again struggling. Surprise, surprise for K9 Esports and Team Tamilas. I don't know what's going wrong with them.
Look, man, Team Tamilas expected. I knew that Team Tamilas might just choke. It's understandable. It's been going on for 3 years now. I'm used to it. But speaking of K9 Esports, though, that was probably the biggest surprise. K9 Esports dropping the ball such massively, and I'm pretty sure now. Just watch in the overall survival stage. K9 Esports is going to play like a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, well, we'll find out if they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. But these are, ladies and gentlemen, your forces, your unstoppable freaks of nature. The tournament MVP Hunters at the top. Today, this man just individually racked up 18 finishes out of the 3 matches that he has played. He has outshined Goten and stands atop. 1.32 is going to be the MVP rating. I see Hunters, Goten, Joker. They are looking phenomenal before the grand finals.
Yeah, this is a new set of new MVPs of 2026 here, and I'm really happy to see finally Hunters gets his moment in semi-finals. But again, semi-finals is a different beast. Grand finals is also a different monster, I would say here. But of course, let's move on as well. Let's talk about a little bit more on the best IGL. Evox has done phenomenally well for quite some time, but today itself has been a little bit lackluster, but somehow still retains the #1 spot here for Shadow 10.
Absolutely. I'm so surprised and also proud of Detrox at this moment, to be honest. He's not only the team's highest fragger, but also as an IGL, he is up there as the 3rd position player. 1.52 is going to be his IGL rating. Shadow 7 is going to be there. Learn from Past Honey as well. It is a very, very young group, which includes Manya and Shadow 7 as well. And of course, grand finals are just around the corner. One more day for the semi-finals still remains, of course. But Necro, like you've already said, the last page, it's completely out of question. But do you have a hint of thought that maybe, just maybe, somebody outshines the competition, makes their way in? Is there any chance?
There's no way. Come on. I mean, if you want me to be realistic, there's no way. Magically, it is possible. That's the way to put it. Even mathematically, I believe it's impossible. So at this point, the team's on the last page. It's just done.
Mathematically still possible, but again, if that happens, they are ruining the games for a lot of people. That's what I'm saying.
So basically, I am looking at this like this. You've got one more day to figure out what is going wrong in the semi-finals. You've got one more day to adapt to the land conditions. And then you get 2 more days inside of the survival stage to try and rectify those errors. 2 days means you don't get a lot of matches. You only get 12 matches to prove yourself inside of the survival stage. It's not going to be easy. For someone like a Welt Esports who is slowly picking the pace, I feel like survival stage can be good for them and can also be good for K9 Esports, I see.
I can see that Well Esports are making those adjustments here. They are preparing themselves for the survival stage. I'm not seeing that they are going to be making a comeback directly from semi-finals, but today itself is very apparent they are training for the survival stage.
Absolutely. And Necro, last question, of course, Myth Official holding that 8th spot inside of the top 8 right now. In my opinion, I feel like they are going to be making it, but I want to know your thoughts.
I think they will do it. They just need to play the same way they've been playing for the past 3 days, and for Myth Official, I think they're going to be unstoppable. They've already got too many points, man. To swallow away for a team like Myth, who's in a red-hot form, it's really tough.
Myth Official on red-hot form. Team Revenant X-Pac chasing them as well. The race for the top 8, ladies and gentlemen, is heating up. And Grand Finals for sure is going to be a show to wait for as well. But for now, of course, there is going to be one special interview with the table toppers. Watch out for that.
देखिए ये अभी बस सेमीफाइनल चल रहा है. मैं बस वापस से याद दिला दूं क्योंकि आज जो डे 3 में हमें कंपटीशन देखने को मिला है, मुझे 1 सेकंड के लिए लगा कि हम ग्रैंड फाइनल में आ चुके हैं और ये कोई ट्रॉफी की फाइट हो रही हो. और आप इमेजिन करिए जब डे 3 में इतना एक्शन हमें देखने को मिला है तो कल के दिन पे क्या होगा वो तो हम उम्मीद करके भी अभी नहीं चल सकते। बट चलिए बातचीत और करेंगे, बट फिलहाल उस खिलाड़ी को बुलाते हैं जिनकी टीम मानो टेबल में काफी आसानी से टॉप पे बैठ चुके। सीधा आरू को बुलाते हैं ओजी की तरफ से। मानो शुरुआत उतनी अच्छी हुई नहीं थी लेकिन हार ना मानने का जो जज्बा है मुझे लगता है कि आरू को सबसे अलग बनाता है। आरू बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। मैं बस याद दिला दूं कि सेमीफाइनल की सबसे साधारण शुरुआत हुई थी इनकी 0 पॉइंट इरांगल, और उसके बाद डे 3 आते आते टॉप पे आ गए। कैसे कर देते आरू ये सारी चीजें आप?
हम लोग ऐसा स्ट्रेस लेते नहीं कि स्टार्ट खराब हो गया फिर कुछ भी, क्योंकि बहुत सारे मैचेस है सारी टीम्स के साथ, सारी टीम्स पे खेलने के लिए। तो हमने बस अपने मैचेस पे फोकस किया जो हम कर सकते थे सिचुएशंस में, तो हमने वैसा किया और हम अब अच्छा खेल रहे हैं हम।
देखिए कट ऑफ की जो कॉन्वर्सेशन चल रही है ना 120, 125, 130 के राउंड, और 10 पॉइंट मुझे लगता है नहीं कोई बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज अब आपके लिए यहाँ से रहने वाला है। तो ऐसे में जो कल के दिन के 4 मैचेस है, आपको लगता है कि किन्हीं टीम के पास जाके उन्हें थोड़ा सा रोक के उन्हें परेशान करना, उन्हें अगले राउंड की तरफ जाने से थोड़ा डिले करना, ये सब दिमाग में चल रहा है, या फिर आप अपना गेम खेलने आएंगे जिसमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स कमाएंगे?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं, हमारे किसी भी टीम से ऐसे कुछ राइवलरी एज सच नहीं है, क्योंकि हमको पता है अगर हम लोग अच्छा खेलेंगे तो हम डेफिनेटली अच्छा परफॉर्म कर ही लेंगे। फाइनल्स में भी कोई ऐसी टीम है नहीं जो पर्टिकुलरली रोक सकती है, बट बहुत सारी टीम्स अच्छा खेल रही हैं।
100% अच्छा खेलना भी चाहिए, बट विज गॉड क्या कमाल के फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं। आरू के लिए काम कितना आसान हो जाता है, कभी एके डोमिनेट करके जाते हैं, कभी आतंकी डोमिनेट करके जाते हैं, कभी विज गॉड डोमिनेट करके जाते हैं। तो एज अ आईजीएल आप कितनी ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल से वो कॉल्स देते हो, वो रोटेशन करवाते हो? आपको पता होता है कि हमारे पास ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जो कोई भी मुश्किलों का हल निकाल लेंगे।
वो डेफिनेटली एक बहुत ही अच्छा बूस्टर होता है किसी भी आईजीएल के लिए, जब आपको अपने असॉल्टर्स एंड प्लेयर्स पे ट्रस्ट होता है, जो मुझे मेरे बाकी तीनों असॉल्टर्स पे ही है।
चलिए यहाँ तक तो बात हो गई इस पूरे गेम के राउंड। हैदराबाद की ऑडियंस बहुत ज्यादा चार्ज अप दिखी आज के दिन में, सपोर्ट में कोई कमी रखी गई नहीं है, और जो भी ऑनलाइन ओजी के फैन है वो भी बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। उन्हें क्या बोलना चाहोगे, क्योंकि ओजी लग तो रहा है कि ग्रैंड फाइनल चेन्नई में बहुत जल्दी पहुंचने वाले हैं?
मतलब ये सब लोगों की जो एनर्जी है ना, मतलब बहुत ही ज़्यादा क्रेजी है। हमारे मैचेस हो गए तो मैं देख रहा था, तो मैं मैच नहीं देख रहा था, मैं सिर्फ ऑडियंस को देख रहा था, एंड जो एनर्जी है ना, मतलब एक बहुत, जितने भी लिमिटेड लोग हैं, बहुत ही क्रेजी एनर्जी है जो मैंने बाकी सारे लैंड्स के कंपैरिजन में उतनी देखी नहीं है, बट ये बहुत ही क्रेजी है। सो हैट्स ऑफ टू यू गाइस।
क्या बात है, अभी भी देखिए एनर्जी में कोई कमी रखी नहीं गई। बताएं कि सो मच आरू हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। ऑल द बेस्ट। अभी भी आपके 4 मैचेस बचे हुए, आप अपनी टीम के साथ ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं। तो ये थे आरू जिनका यही मानना है कि देखिए जो बाकी टीम्स कर रही है, कौन क्या कर रहे हैं, हमें उससे क्या लेना देना। हम आए हैं अपनी टीम को बेहतर करने के लिए, परफॉर्म करने के लिए, और वक्त आया तो डोमिनेट करने के लिए भी, एंड डोमिनेशन के साथ पहले स्थान पे आ चुके। लेकिन ये D3 की कहानी थी जो कि अब समापन की तरफ आ चुकी है। लेकिन डे 4 जहां पे सारी टीम्स के पास वो 4 मैचेस होंगे, और मैप की बात करें तो कल रोंडो नहीं होगा, तो इरांगल और मिरामार में ही कहानी को अच्छे तरीके से कल के जाना पड़ेगा। बट आज के लिए इतना ही, मिलते हैं आपसे कल, तब तक के लिए टाटा बाय बाय एंड पीस आउट।
one skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन। Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार। रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.